right, maybe this time it'll work. There we go. I must have hit preview the first time or something, or it was just broken. So, last time we did a sort of pseudo inventory system, a little bit like Minecraft Creative Mode, where because for a long time I've been using an interface where I use a keyboard to pick what block I'm going to place, and then I place the block with the mouse. And there were just 10 keyboard keys bound to specific things, and I had to change the code if I wanted to place different things. And then when I wanted to place things that weren't on that list, I had to exit and etc. So now there's a thing that lets you pick from a list what things you're going to be on the keyboard, and there's a nice little user interface for it. So you can see at the bottom the things that I can currently place. And I get ghost blocks in the world when I'm placing them. And then if I tab E, right, because it's Minecraft style, then I can drag and drop one of these. Sure. And place one, and of course the splitter doesn't look distinguishable, so you can't actually tell that I did that. Oh, let's take a look at what this bug is. I would need to install source to the lib. Okay, so this failed. This is a splitter, I think, because it's getting two things. It has no target. Target build ID is 32767. Shouldn't this be able to happen in any of these paths? Pretty sure visit checks for this case. Yeah, checks for that target ID is not target none, so I'm not sure why these asserts don't do that. Let's do it. Code it like this. I prefer this sometimes. Oh, excuse me. Right, so I think that's a bad assert. Okay, so that's what we did last time. And where's my that's what we did last time. So a natural thing to do to move on from this would be to oh dear, I hope this doesn't keep going, would be to start making a real inventory system as opposed to this sort of selector system, which has a lot of the behaviors of an inventory system. But, you know, you can drag repeatedly from the same spot, and you can't reorganize the top screen. They're just hard-coded as being in those spots. Right? I can't drag and drop them here, and I can just keep dragging as many copies as I want because it's not counting them. So that's one natural thing to do. Another thing to do is that I've always wanted to start working on making animated machines, trying to write code to make shapes that animate and figure out the new shader for that. But before I do that, I want to actually make machines be 2 by 2 by 2, or have the option to be 2 by 2 by 2. Since that will change what the machines should look like. And then I was, a thing I've been thinking about a little bit is that currently we do this background building of the meshes for the world, but everything else is running on the main thread. So all of the simulation is on the main thread. And we've talked a lot about, hey, it would be great to be able to have this gigantic factory. Maybe we'll just keep the whole factory loaded all the time, or will we turn off parts of it or whatever? You know, what if your factory is taking up 100 megabytes of space? And I've been like keeping everything really compact to try to allow as much as possible. But of course that means like everything, a lot fits in 100 megabytes. So how long does it take to simulate that? And if you're running in the game at 60 hertz, and then we load up a factory that's got a lot of stuff, is your frame rate just going to tank to like 20 hertz? And it won't be that simple because the ticks only happen every 16 frames, well, 16/60ths of a second. So you'll get these giant spikes when that happens, which seems pretty bad. So it would be nice to smooth out the spikes by spreading out the computation over multiple frames. And you can do that, or you could try to push the simulation into its own thread. And both of those are viable. The only thing about spreading it out over multiple frames, but on the main thread, is just it's hard to, when you have a bunch of work to do, it can be hard to actually know. You can't just do 1/16 of the work. The work isn't that isn't definitive about how long things are going to take. So that leads to the little Twitter poll that I did right before this. There we go. Asking for this, and last time I checked, inventory and simulation on thread were pretty tied, but now it's looking like simulation on thread is what people want. And I think it's not actually that exciting. It's just I wanted to put something in there that was different from everything we'd been talking about before, and sure enough, everyone went for it. So I don't know if you maybe are thinking it's going to be educational or something, and I think it will not be. Because we're just going to do this in the brute force, boring way. Although it's a way that's actually now being used in AAA games a lot to allow rendering to move forward independent of simulation. And the fast and slow belts actually impact this, so it might actually be worth doing fast and slow belts first, or at least we need to keep fast and slow belts in mind. All right, so who am I to deny the will of the people? So we'll do the simulation, try to put the simulation on a thread. Keep in mind, if there is one thing that is a consistent claim throughout this entire series of videos, I forgot this. One thing that is a consistent claim throughout this series of videos is that the existing system that I made multi-threaded is the source of my biggest headaches. So making another system be threaded is going to not be great. However, in this particular case, I think it won't be too bad. I hope so. Hope we can engineer it in a way that it's not a big deal. And I definitely want, in this particular case, to make sure I keep and maintain a path where it is done on the main thread for debugging. You could split up simulation. So the question is, can you split up the simulation of discontinuous parts of a factory if they're not connected by belts or pipes, but by trains, drones instead? So it can be processed by several threads. Yes, I talked about that at one point, the idea that like the trains might run in a different system from the logistics system. And then that would mean you could make a factory where trains are routing stuff between factories, and each factory could run independently. And then you could potentially put them on multiple threads. However, in the worst case, that may not be viable. So I'll talk about scenario that I know people have explored a similar thing, which is in physics. When you're writing a real physics simulator as opposed to a hacky physics simulator, one of the things you deal with a lot is that objects that are in contact with each other are exerting forces on each other. And once multiple objects start being in contact with each other, it becomes this very messy problem to solve correctly. You push on an object in the middle of a pile and the whole pile shifts. And so but in a video game, typically the solid world, the terrain, is not a physics object. It is just immovable. In the real world, it's the Earth, and the Earth, you could move it, micrometer or whatever. But in a game, it's just solid and fixed. And so when you're doing this physics simulation, what you can do is split it into things called islands, where each island is a set of objects that have some contact between them that need to be solved as a group. And the point is that it's not, it's extremely unlikely you would get in a situation where all of the objects are in the same island, because any object that's just pushing on the ground is its own island. And most interactions are transitory. Objects come together and then separate. Cars crash or whatever. You can certainly have a game where everything is always in contact because it's Katamari Damacy or something like that. But that's in a normal game, that's not very likely. And so the strategy of separating things into islands and solving them separately and running on separate threads is viable. In the factory case, you want people to be able to build an enormous factory that everything is connected. Like, that's one of the sorts of things you expect people to do. And so you'd rather put your effort into speeding up and into doing things that speed up all the cases, rather than putting your effort into something that will speed up if they decide to make this thing with discrete islands of simulation. Then we can throw threads at it. But if they don't separate them, we don't get to throw threads at it. That doesn't seem worth it to me. What do people get karma for, and why do I have no karma? So where was I before I started answering that? Was that me saying threading is terrible? I think that was me saying thread is terrible. You know what? We're going to delete this code that I turned off a while ago. We're going to assume it really is unneeded. Oh, it's just automatically on that. Okay. So threading it. So what is the strategy for threading it? What is the thing that lots of AAA games do? The strategy is... Oh, I have Photoshop now. Bad version of Photoshop. Where's my bad version of Photoshop? More... I don't know what the icon looks like. There it is. Oh. I really got to install the other one. I dug into my records and found it. I just gotta dig up the serial number. I know I tweaked this. I want to make it a little less bright. Let's see. Go there. Okay. And then I want to fix this. Units. Rulers. Type. Where's my units for the pixel thing? All right, fine. We'll just set that one to that and see if that helps. God, this font is so bad. Okay, so what was I saying? Okay, yeah. So basically, you have. So here's sort of the naive classic thing. So you have this. I can barely see this cursor. So you have this database that's the state of all of your stuff. And then your simulation transforms it into a new database. It's an update in place normally, but this is just to show how things change. And then you want each of these steps want to get rendered, which I should do like in a different color, into a picture. Right? This is what you're trying to have happen. And the normal way the naive way that you program it is you have the state, and then you render it, and then you compute the new state. Let's put a number in. And you render that. Right? This is the normal sequential way of handling this. Oops. Okay. So if we want to just use 2 threads, not an arbitrary number of threads, but just use 2 threads, then instead of this process, we actually do something resembling this process up here. What we want to do is we want to have state 1, and then we want to, so we have thread 1. And we'll have thread 2 be called T prime. And then we want T prime to produce 1. And then we want thread to update the simulation and this one to render it. But of course, you can't literally do those things. Like now, if you imagine, this is just all time is passing to the right in the sequential diagrams. So we can't actually do that. So what we have to do is we finish computing state 1, and then we start rendering state 2. We start rendering state 1 on the other thread. Now the problem is if this thread, if T prime, if T starts to update and compute 2, then T prime, as it's traversing the database, is going to start seeing these changes. And it's going to end up rendering in an intermediate state, or it might even crash if the references it has are bad. So naively, what we have to do is wait for it to be done. So once it's done rendering, then we can update. And then once that's done updating, we can render. But if we do that, we're not actually getting a speed up, right? This thread is idle exactly while this thread is active, forces this thread to be idle for exactly the same length of time. And you can see you could just slot each of these things up and do it all in one thread, so it doesn't help. So if we want to do better, we do this. Whoops, that was the wrong color. So if we want to do better, then we have have our current database state, and we make a copy of it on this thread. And then we take our master database, or you could ping pong, but it doesn't matter. And we simulate on that to compute 2. And then we make a copy of it. And then we simulate degree 3. Then T prime, what does T prime do? It's not allowed to look at this one because this is the one that looks up in place. It's not allowed to touch this while this is being created, but right here, boom, it can start creating 1. And then right here, you can start creating 2. Now, one thing is that if rendering takes a long time, we can actually take all the way up to here, right? This lets us spend a lot of time rendering if we need it. And this copy can be made fast. The copy is much faster than the simulation step. And so this is not, so this is a database. This is in the sense of the game state that you're updating, which I sometimes just call a database. Even though it's nothing like a SQL database or something. And then this, however, is a like write once, read many. It doesn't have to have all the same data. It only needs the versions of the data that's needed for rendering. It only needs the data that's in your frustum, although you don't necessarily know where your frustum is or whatever. It does seem to add a little bit of lag, but if you go back to thinking about this sequence or the original, this sequence, right? The time between, like in here, you process your input. Ideally, you process your input right at the end, although you can't necessarily do that, so that your lag between when you do input and when you see it is as slow as possible. And this didn't change the lag at all. And so here, the player input is ideally processed there. So as long as this copy is as fast as possible and this render is as fast as possible, it doesn't affect your lag. The longer you make your render, the more it can affect your lag. But if you're running at 60 hertz, now this is a problem. So this is the abstract way you deal with this kind of problem in general. The specifics for this game are a little different. Before I describe that, I cleared this. Just want to see if there are any questions about this. All right, I haven't seen any questions, so I move on. All right, so in this game, we have an interesting thing, which is that we only do the logistics tick, which is the only part I care about here. The logistics tick is the only thing I'm trying to make fast. I don't care about the physics sim and stuff like that. Those will all still live on the render thread for now. How feasible is it to use thread 2 to calculate the info needed, interleaved with thread 1, so it isn't idle till after the first complete update? Well, what is thread 1 doing? Like, so let's do a slight variation here. Suppose this render is done right here. Then one thing you can see is that you could make this thread hit this guy's database and copy it out himself. But it doesn't change the timing here. And keep in mind, this should be really short horizontally. This should be like that wide. This doesn't actually change the timing at all. And the whole thing is that this box, in some sense, because I'm being a little fast and loose with timing here, or this arrow, yeah, I guess this box, represents computing the new updated state. So if as time is passing, when I'm here, I've only updated a little of the system. And when I'm here, I've updated more of the system. And when I'm here, I've updated half of the system. And when I'm here, I've updated 3/4 of the system. But that update happens in an unpredictable order. So if I want to start saying, let me start figuring out this, let me start making this copy or whatever, I could try to interleave that. If I don't care about that disordered structure, I could, as I can compute everything, I could go output it into the temporary database as well and interleave it. But that just puts the work somewhere else. There might be like hot cache reasons to do that or whatever. But the other thing that you have happen is, a lot of classic game simulation-y stuff, you're visiting the same object multiple times. You run the physics sim on it that moves it, and then you run the AI controller that turns the turret, and then you run it gets shot, which causes it to slightly perturb, gets a thing blows up, and those all happen at different times during this processing. So you don't know what the final state of the thing is until you get to the end, which is when nothing else is going to affect it. If you have some kind of simulation where that's not true, where at each step oh, that's the end of the processing for this thing, then you could interleave it. I'm not a super expert on this. I've never done it, so. I mean, instead of thread 1 copying the game state for thread 2 to use, thread 2 builds its copies while the state is built. Yeah, because that's what I just answered. So it's not that it's... so the problem is you don't want to interlock with thread 1, right? The whole thing is you want thread 1 to just blast through its stuff as fast as possible. If it... The thing that you can do, the naive thing you can do is like, you're on a console that has 24 cores. And so you're like, gosh, rendering is important, but our simulation is important too. We've got to throw 8 cores at our simulation. And the problem is now you have a database of the set of game state, and you're trying to update it from 8 threads at a time, which now means everything needs to be interlocked in some way. And that's computationally expensive and incredibly bug prone. And I guess it's Bungie who talked about some stuff they do in Destiny. There's some talks about that where I don't remember how much they talked about it and how much this is stuff I know from private conversation, but there's some stuff that they do with trying to actually do that, to try to run simulation on multiple threads and ove the stuff. But the example I was trying to give with the tank turret, I think, gets at why you can't do the copying of the thing as you're going, and trying to have the other thread reach in to get the copies of the things. The other thread just doesn't even know where you are in the simulation. The only way you could possibly start making the copy early is by having this thread know which things need copying. It could write out a buffer of, hey, this thing is ready to be copied, and let the other thread copy it. But a lot of the times you actually would prefer to have the render thread, since rendering does tend to be where a lot of your time goes. A lot of the times you would prefer to have your render thread have as much time as it can, which, incurs more lag, but only incurs more lag because you're just taking more time rendering. How about instead of copying state every frame, maintain 2 states, one for even frames, one for odd, and then the frame data ready to render, is read-only already. Yeah, I mean, So when I was first drawing this, I mentioned that you could be ping-ponging between two states. So the difference between copying, so in a functional language, you would actually do this. You would say, a pure functional language, you would say, okay, here's the current world state, and I'm going to have an update function, and it's going to return me a new world state, a copy. And the original is involatile. And in that language, you could render directly from that one immediately. So when you're not in a pure functional language, because those are actually slower to do updates. If you stay pure functional, your updating costs a lot. That's just a little separate rant, but all functional data structures that are updatable are based on trees, like balanced trees or some kind of tree, and that are interesting. And the fundamental operation that a computer can do is it has something called memory, which is divided up into little chunks, and it can directly address one of them by using some kind of addressing math to access some location. And you can add numbers. This is in C, this is pointer arithmetic. You can add numbers and get 0x502, and that points to here. And that is just like something computers are just hardwired to do. So they can do that in order one time with caches and stuff like that. It's the fastest thing to do on a computer. It's just the way memory is accessed always. That's just the fundamental of how memory is accessed. In x86 you can access a direct global address, but in anything else you have to go through some kind of thing to get into a register the address. So in any programming array that is programming language that is imperative, you have things called arrays that are memory in a direct line indexed, 0-based or 1-based or whatever. And those things translate under the hood into these kinds of memory operations. These are bytes, and these may be big structures that are 32 bytes or 77 bytes or whatever. And so there's not quite a direct correspondence here. It's just you have to do a little bit of math to turn this into that. Array operations are super fast. Updating things by writing into the middle of arrays is super fast. In a functional language, you can have an array and you can read from the middle of it, but you can't write to the middle of it because if it's pure functional, you're not allowed to do an update. And so they have to make a copy of that whole array and change the one thing in it. And that's really expensive, so they don't do that, so they use tree structures instead. And so the upshot of all that is that pure functional stuff can really lose performance because it can't do the imperative array write operation, where I think of the imperative array write operation as being, because of this stuff, I think of the array write operation as being basically the thing that the computer is incredibly good at. And so as soon as you're in a language that doesn't let you do that, you're giving up huge swaths of performance, which can be fine if what you're trying to do doesn't need it. But if what you're trying to do is a lot of imperative updating, like a database or game-style database, it's probably a bad idea. So that's all very roundabout. Coming back to the question, coming back to the question, you can definitely have it's basically double buffering your simulation, right? You can have, here's the simulation state in frame n, and here's the simulation state in frame n+1, and then we recycle this object to be the simulation state for n+2. But it's clear that nothing in this simulation state in n is directly usable in state n+2. We need to derive n+2 from n, not n+1, not from n. Or we could do two simulation steps to get from n to n+2, but this is presuming not what you meant, but I'll come back to what I was just saying in a second. So what you have to do to make this work, if you're doing an imperative style updating thing, is you copy all of the n state into the n+1 state and then update it in place. if your simulation is the kind of simulation that doesn't do updating in place, if you like iterate over all the objects and compute with their new location in the next frame, okay, yeah, you could do that. You just copy that into a new thing because there's no in-place operating. But normally you have some kind of in-place updating. You're like, object number 7 can affect object number 3, right? And so if you process them in order, you've already copied object number 3 in before you get to object number 7. You know, and so here we go. We're going through the objects. We get to object number 3. We copy object number 3 in here. And we update it. And so now we have the updated state for object number 3. So 4, 5. Okay, we get to 7. So we're copying 7 in. And it says to change 3. Okay, well, we can do that because 3 is right here. So we change 3. And then we get to object 8. And it says to update object 15. Well, object 15 we haven't copied over yet. Object 15 is over here. So if we want to update object 15, I guess we stop and we do what it says to do to 15. But 15 hasn't done its own stimulation yet, so don't do that. If you want, you can just copy the whole state first and then run the sim. That's a perfectly reasonable thing. If you can figure out some way to make that kind of stuff work, if your simulation doesn't have those kinds of interactions, sure, you can make that work. But in the general case, I don't think you can. So you can just copy the state as it is into here and then update it in place. And then bounce back and forth between the two objects. But you're still copying the whole state, so it's basically just doing the exact same kind of work. And the advantage of this approach is you don't have to copy the whole state. You only have to copy the state that's going to be visible and rendered. You only have to copy the data that matters for rendering. So that's why this approach is normal, I think. I'm not an expert, but. Somebody's talking about avoiding in-place operations except locally, and I don't exactly know what the argument there is, and it's totally possible there are other cases that I'm not aware of. These are the things I have heard of people doing and my understanding of them and my logic for why they are good or bad. But I'm not necessarily 100% right. But I probably am. So where was I before I got this sidetrack? I destroyed it and it never happened. So I was explaining, oh, I guess I was moving on and then I was waiting for questions. That's where this came from. Okay, right. Yep, I know where I am. Okay, so now let's move on to talking about this OBBG factory simulation. This is a little different because we have two kinds of simulation in the system. We have our physics simulation. So physics, I really need to break out the I don't know where my little tablet went. So we have the physics simulation, the quote-unquote physics simulation, and then we have the logistics simulation. And they're totally independent. They're coupled. They use this common inputs, and so that they appear to be in sync with each other. But they are fundamentally under the hood operating on totally different data, and interesting in totally different time frames. So the way the physics works is it has a fixed tick. It's currently, I think, 1/60th of a second. There's this whole discussion with John that maybe that's not fast enough these days because people have 90 frame per second monitors or 90 hertz monitors and 120 hertz monitors and that stuff. So we maybe need to use a faster tick that divides into all of those well. Maybe you need to run this at 500 of a second or something to be able to divide into all the possible refresh rates nicely. And it's something like braid, hey, you can simulate at that rate. Oops. But that's maybe not so reasonable for this. So for now, I'm just going to leave this at 1/60th. Then the logistics sim, long tick. It's currently ticking 12 physics ticks. So it's ticking 12 times 160. Yeah, it's ticking this often. And then we animate, for the 11 frames in between, we animate their states, but we don't actually update the logistics sim. Oh yeah, 144 hertz monitors, thank you. And like the thing with the 144 hertz monitor is like maybe you'd actually prefer to run at 72. If you can't keep up with that, maybe you'd rather your tick be 72 ticks per second, because then at least it's kind of evenly divides. And they can just have a 72 frames per second frame rate. But the problem is if you're trying to keep your physics consistent, you want to use a fixed time step physics no matter what your frame rate is, no matter what your monitor refresh rate is, which is just a gross problem, because now you need something that divides 144 and divides 120 and divides 90. And I don't know what the least common divisor of that is, multiple. You actually want the multiple, a multiple of these things that has, yeah, you need the, to do this version, the 1/500th exactly, you need to use the least common multiple of these, which is probably pretty big. It's at least a factor of 5 bigger than that, because that has no factor of 5 in it, and these do. 8, 9, 12, 24, that already has a factor of 9 in it though. So that might be the only thing missing. It might just be 5 times that, so about 700. But it turns out that if you just run at 500 or 1,000 times per second, then you're fractionally dividing these, but it's not, the glitchiness there is not too big a deal. All right, anyway. So our tick happens every 12 physics ticks. We do one of these, and then we animate the movement in between. So in terms of what that kind of looks like on the thing, and let's pretend it was 4. Then what happens is we do a physics tick, 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 we do a logistics tick, we do a physics tick, right? So we'll keep doing 4 of these. And then in between each of these, it's all on one thread though, and I just didn't leave space for it. In between each of these, we render, we render, we render, we render. I don't know, I'm not sure how those interleave. So it's something like this. This is all on one thread. It actually does that. Okay. As our factory simulation gets longer, we're going to run into the case where our simulation looks like this. Right, so it's not that it'll slow down the frame rate in a nice way. It'll just get consistently slow. Instead, it's going to be this weird spiky thing, which will be really bad. Which is why this is something that in most of my games I would never pursue doing. But this is problematic and probably needs addressing. somebody asked, so this stuff is multi-threaded, and I don't know which stuff you mean, but everything on this screen, no, none of this is multi-threaded. Which is the topic that we're at hand, that we're about to deal with. And boy, I've gone a long time just talking without programming. It's been 45 minutes. All right, so what we'd like to be able to do is run this logistics tick on another thread. And if we do, then how do we do that? Because we'd like then these things to keep going. All right. Actually, it's 4. I was saying this was happening every 4, so I can't actually do that. So first of all, let's clarify some numbers. 12 is the current tick, the long tick. But because I want to have fast belts need to tick more often. Let's just assume that they're twice as often. So the fast tick is actually going to the faster tick is actually going to happen every 6 frames. And the way to model that for now, that's pretty accurate to what will happen, is we'll bump the tick speed up so it happens every 6 frames, and every other one, the slow belts won't update. That's the basic idea. All right, so what does the actual sequencing need to look like? So, so we have our starting state. So we'll just draw the logistics thing. Let's make it parallel. So we have our starting state. So what do we do? Well, we're going to let's do it like this. So 6 is the actual number, and I'll keep using 4 to draw, but it'll actually turn out to be 6. So here's our starting state. We can copy. We're not going to do the copying of this guy. We're going to actually render on that thread, but so actually, I guess I don't need to spread them then. So the first thing we want to do is render. So we take these both and we render them both. Assuming we want to do a tick here, we need to copy its state first. So we'll make a copied state, and then we'll render from the copied state. Now, let's show the general idea of what we want to have happen on this thread, right? It needs to keep doing some sim sim render. Now remember what I said about how the physics, the logistics sim works, is it only ticks 1, 2, 3, 4. It only needs to tick again here. And the intervening renderings in the current system, this state keeps propagating forward unchanged in the current system because it's all in one thread. And I didn't draw the phase of that right. And then it uses the current state to feed the render, but these states are all unchanged. How can I show it's unchanged? I guess I could number them. Actually, that would be clear. All right, so this is what's currently going on. They're not actually on a separate thread. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But this is 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. This is when we finally update it. And this shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this one is different from this one even though these are both numbered 1, because there's this animation system that shows how things update in between ticks. Okay, and prefix my name on anything you want me to see, because the chat has gone off into the 60, 90, 120, 144 argument. So what we can see is that if we do copy the state, then we can keep rendering from that copy, because it doesn't change anyway. It doesn't change until here. And here's the first time we need to render from this one, which means that the minute we're done copying, we can start doing the simulation of the logistics on another thread. And it won't be needed for 6 frames in real life, or 12 frames in the actual, the way the current code is actually written. And so that gives us a lot of time to do our simulation now. If we're running 60ths of a second, that gives us 100 milliseconds to do the full factory sim. I don't know how much factory sim it's going to turn out we can do in 100 milliseconds, but that's pretty good. It's a lot better than some fraction of 16 milliseconds. That is the 60 megahertz frame rate, 60 hertz frame rate. So that's all really simple. We just have to copy this. And then we have to start the tick soon. And that does have ramifications, because it means we're ticking early. And it means that so there are things where it's possible we're going to have interactions between the logistics sim and the regular sim. Like if you place a new block, that needs to impact the logistics sim. And if your character picks stuff up off a belt or something, that needs to impact the logistics sim. And that's going to become harder to do if there's this background thread updating it. Because the updating is like, traversing these data structures that have pointers to each other. And then when we do an update, because we place a new block, we destroy all those data structures and rebuild them. So we can't destroy and rebuild them while it's iterating over them. So we're going to have to make those changes get queued and applied by this thread. This thread will have to make those changes once it's done with the tick. Maybe right after it copies. Right after the copy was right here, we'll do any updates. And taking stuff off belts, I'm not sure how to do that. Maybe use this one to decide what we're going to be able to do and say, hey, we took some things off this belt from this location or whatever. And then when the tick happens, maybe at the very beginning of the tick, again, we go and process all those things we asked for. No, that would be from the previous frame, though, because we only just... We're making them from these, and then so we come around and we get to here and we're like, okay, here are the changes we actually made, but to a thing that doesn't exist anymore because everything's been renumbered and different, and the objects have moved on by a tick, so they may not even be there anymore. Maybe a picker grabbed them at the same time we tried to grab them. So that may be a little weird and complicated to do. There's nothing like that in the game right now, so it'll be trivial to do right now, but we just have to keep an awareness of what we're letting ourselves in for in the future. So obviously this is not at all important right now. We're not having any performance problems running this inline in the main thread in debug builds. Let's take a look actually at that. I mean, we're not doing very much yet, but we're doing more than nothing. Right, we have this whole system down here running, and we have these systems running, and we have our CPU frame render time. I don't remember if that includes this or not. Let's check. Frame render. It's printing render time. No, I think it's just measuring the render time. Yeah, it is just measuring the render time. Let's go ahead and measure the physics time if we can. Yep, that's this. Okay. There we go. Not sure why those are globals. Oops. So what it should do is spike periodically. You can see it flicker. Can't tell what it's flickering to because it's only running every 12th. It's only showing up every 12th frame. So on average, I should have to do this 12 times. All right, I should probably do some programmatic thing because this is not, I'm not having any luck. Oh, there we go. So yeah, right now it's taking 0.3 milliseconds to do the tick every once in a while. So, you know, if that went up to 3, we'd actually still be fine. Because I'm currently not doing much else. My CPU frame render time is not that bad, and this is in a debug build. So this is probably super premature, which is why I would not have done it. I would not have voted for this, but it's an interesting topic, and I'd been thinking about it anyway, so might as well dive in. I can't range select in this version of Photoshop. That's crazy. Anyway, so does that whole plan make sense? All this discussion about the logistics tick here? All right. So if the factory were 10 times more complicated, that tick would spike to 3 milliseconds. If it were 100 times more complicated, it would spike to 30 milliseconds. And if we spread that spike out over 100 milliseconds, well, 30 milliseconds is fine. So in debug build, I'm saying we could probably make a factory about 300 times more complicated. Hopefully you can get more than that, because 300 times more complicated than that isn't that complicated. Like I don't remember if I talked about this before, but like another thing you could try to do to optimize is like detect when belts are not moving, like these belts are not moving at all, and stop processing them. But the problem with that, I mean, the belts are moving, but the contents aren't. But the problem with that is that like you're optimizing for a case that, you know, it does happen. Plenty of people are going to have factories where half the stuff is shut down and half is working. But plenty of people are going to have stuff where the factories are always churning. Like stuff is always being consumed, always happening, and everything is always moving. And any work you do to optimize the other case, you're going to at least slightly slow down that case. So I think you want to optimize the entire system for the biggest possible fully active factory. That wants to be the target. Assuming we'd stick with this idea that we keep all of the factory loaded and always simulate the whole factory. As soon as you start going down the path of the parts of the factory that are a mile away we won't simulate, then the rules change, because now you're starting to allow for assuming parts of the factory are not running. Although those would be free, that you just don't simulate them, of course. You don't need any work to avoid simulating them. But currently, this belt that's not moving, we look at it, we see it's not moving, so we don't try to move anything on it. No, I think we actually walk down. We still walk down the whole thing and say, is there an empty spot anywhere? If so, move an object forward. I think we still do that. And if nothing else, we always rescan it to see if it is currently empty, because we have to decide which parts of it are animating. And I believe we do a full scan every time to decide what parts are animating. So let's look at what the FOV is. What's the order of this? So it depends whether the vertical or the horizontal is taking priority. So in most things that you use, I don't think this is resizable, is it? Oh, right, this is a fake cursor. I still don't get the real cursor. I should turn on the real cursor when you're in this mode. Show cursor. I don't know what STL calls it. I may not have it in the code. What question am I answering? Oh, the FOV, yeah. Show cursor. It should be in my code somewhere because I turned it off, don't I? Unless SEL automatically does that. Why is it that it's off? Is it a parameter to something else that it's turning it off? Oh, the set relative mouse mode forces it. I believe. So how do I unhard the cursor even though I have relative mouse mode on? It's not an option. I see, because the mouse position will not change. So I have to turn that mode off. I don't know if I want to mess with this. I'm not sure if this window is resizable. It is set to resizable. All right, mouse relative. And then where do we react to that stuff? It's in UI. Then we say mouse relative. Oh, is that what it's called? Yep. UI screen equals UI screen none. They don't match, but that's cool. All right, so now if I resize it, I of course have this thing in the way, but if I go that way, oh, it doesn't actually handle the width change correctly. So what you can see is it's the FOV is it's just cropping effectively here as I resize this way. In a naive app, people set either the horizontal or the vertical FOV, and then when you pick weird screen sizes, it does really weird things. Starts to shrink, starts to get extreme FOVs one way or the other. See, the text is screwed up. Whereas this is being stable out to oh, right, that's broken. I'm trying to find the place where it switches which axis it's choosing for the FOV. Oh, it's okay. The resize thing is not working. That's why. That's why it's just cropping. Do I want to fix resizing? I don't know. It's SDL crap. I don't know if I want to fix it. Where's my crap? Maybe something is hard coding in the size somewhere. Do I not react? I probably don't react to the resize event. Screen X, screen Y. Am I caching that somewhere? No, I compute that every frame. Do I have to rebuild my GL context? Is SDL not doing that for me? Shouldn't SDL be doing that for me? I don't know. I don't think I want to debug that at this point. So I can't actually tell you which of those, what the real FOV is here. I guess I could just do it here. Just have to keep rerunning it. Okay, so this should be determined by the horizontal. The whole point is that if I try to go to an extreme here, it doesn't do a weird stretch. It just is a crop. And the same is true if I do a weird vertical one. It's just cropping it instead of doing the weird stretch that you see in most things. And so in this case, you can see that the horizontal FOV is not relevant, right? It's not forcing some horizontal FOV. Instead, it's overriding with the vertical. So this is the 70-degree vertical FOV. And when I'm in this mode, it's going to be the 90-degree horizontal FOV that's winning. And I don't know which one's winning in the default view. So that's a 90. But I'd have to do a bunch of math to figure out which one's winning. I guess I could breakpoint in the thing. Where do we set it? Yeah, okay, so it's using the horizontal FOV, which is 90, I think. Yeah. So yeah, that's a 90. That's your answer. Sorry it took so long. Sorry to distract everyone else from it, but it was, once the question was raised, I was curious. So it should be, if I line up on something that's a 90-degree angle, and then tilt like that, on level, and then go down. And the edges should be exactly at the corners of the screen. I guess we'll go to this point. Right, so that edge on the right side and that edge on the left side should be almost exactly the same time. But I have to be right on the edge for it to work. So I should be able to meet that and that at about the same time. Looking a little. Yep, so there you go, 90 degrees. Some more questions from the same person that nobody else has answered. I'll let somebody else answer the first question. Do you use one buffer for the whole scene? I have no idea what you mean by that. Buffer can mean many things. There's frame buffers, there's vertex buffers, there's etc. I guess vertex buffer is the most likely thing for you to mean, but I'm not sure how you would think this whole scene could be one vertex buffer. The terrain is QChunks 672 QChunks, which I think are each a vertex buffer. I don't remember offhand. They're divided into like 64 by 64 regions, something like that. And then, of course, everything else is not in those vertex. All the logistics stuff is being done differently. All the stuff on the belts and the arms and stuff, obviously. But I assume you just meant the voxel terrain. things do not currently require power. That's a thing that will be added eventually. Okay, now it's been an hour and 15 minutes and we're actually going to start working on the task. So we need to find who interacts with the logistics system. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I'm suddenly really tired. Hang on one second. I was hoping to find a caffeinated beverage, but I don't have any. All right, I'll just plot through. Okay, so who interacts with the logistics system? I think it's mostly self-contained. I think pretty much we just call the tick and the render. This is totally modular. Doesn't depend on the database. This does depend on the database. This is the render function. Just going to make everything static to make sure nobody else calls it. Here's the tick. Here's a thing that interacts with the external system. It's inside the, well, it's inside the tick. Ah, yes, our, this is how we get feedback for where the logistics system, I guess it's only used for this debugging thing, which is pretty minor. We could do away with that. Where were we? We were here. Static, 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 static. Oops. That's probably global. What is this diagram showing? I guess it's showing how things move over successive frames. I think it's very useful. Logistics update block, I think that's what's called externally. This is dead because we got rid of having to keep track of the inputs. That's public. And it actually takes a mutex already. Oh, that's just to compete against itself. I don't know that the guys who read it, I don't think the guy who reads it takes the mutex, which is probably a bug. That should all just be data structures. All right, compile and make sure. All right, yep, all those things were in fact private. So let's move all of the public functions to the bottom, just so that we have an easier time keeping track of them all. There's one more, logistics update. This one. All right, so here's all the places we access it, and everything else is private. And so everything else can just run whenever. We just have to make these things, and init obviously will only run before the other thing starts. In fact, we could start it here. We could have this be the thing that starts the thread. So that's a mesh builder. SDL create thread. Okay, there's a long tick, so tick. All right. So if we go back to this diagram, suppose that the logistics tick happens immediately because we don't know how long it's going to take. So we just start it running as soon as we can. And it takes that long. So this was process block updates. So the question is, when do we want to make the copy? Because we have all this dead time, so we could make the copy now during this dead time, as opposed to forcing the copy making to overlap with that. Or ideally, right, you would wait until just before you were going to need it right here, and you would do the copy right here. But the easiest things that you can do are do the copy right away, or wait until you've started that time, and like, oh, that's when you should make the copy. Like have this thread signal, have this thread say, hey, I need the copy. And in fact, the easiest thing to code is for this thread to say, hey, are you done ticking? You are, great, I'll make the copy. This thread can't do anything. This thread waits for the copy. Then right here, it can start doing it again. Anyway, that's like the easiest thing to code. So the problem with like the let's do it right here when we know we need it is like that we need to have that timing info, and it depends on our frame rate and lots of other stuff. So I'd rather not try to write that. It's what AAA people would do. And that you can do on a console a lot more easily when you're not a generic system that has no idea what frame rate you're running at or whatever. So, but the problem with doing it immediately, making the copy immediately, is we have another kind of updates, which is this, which was, we said, if during this time the player tries to make changes to the world, either grab stuff off a belt or whatever, we need to update that stuff later. And we could do it actually at the same time as the process block updates. Like right before the block updates, we could do it. That's wrong relative to this little diamond. Could process the block updates here, and this could be player. Or we could at the very end, before we make the copy, to the player updates. Which amounts to having the system be tick the logistics, what does it amount to? The sequence actually ends up being updates. No, wait. It ends up being player updates, then block updates, then tick, and then copy. That's the sequence I sort of was thinking of. But you could do these in different orders. The advantage to doing the player updates first is that, well, the player updates are all computed from the copy. You make the copy, if you look at what happens when this wraps around, you make the copy. This is applying the player updates that happen during this time, right? The problem is that during this time, mainly during the tick, but you can basically treat it. So the point is that during this time, the player makes some updates while this tick is happening. So the player updates are computed relative to an old copy, the previous copy. So what you want to do is to do, during this time, any player updates and any block updates you want to have processed now before you make the new copy. Because otherwise there would be an even bigger lag before you see your changes. Okay, that's clearly the correct order. Because the tick is the part that's expected to take the longest. All right, that makes sense. So let me write that down. Let's move the copy to the top of the list, which it's a circular list, so it doesn't change anything. This is just cont belt and machine content updates. So this is if you take things out of machines and stuff like that. And the promises is the same as the belt promises. We could have this idea that you're trying to mark them, but, well, you really can't because the tick is going on at the same time. Yeah, I don't know how we're going to deal with that problem, that you pick something up out of a chest and the machine, and a machine takes it out of the chest at the same time. In other words, as part of this tick in the background. Clearly the machine wins because that has now entered into the sim and we don't know where it is. So there's going to have to be code that basically the player picks the thing up, and until we hit the next tick, the player doesn't actually know whether they managed to pick it up or not, which means like a 100 millisecond lag when you pick stuff up into your inventory. Either a 100 millisecond lag or a 100 millisecond take back period in which you'll appear to have picked it up, but then it might decide, nope, it wasn't actually there. And it'll be in a situation where that makes sense. Like, that would never happen with a regular chest. That would only happen with a chest that a machine is currently pulling things out of. But it would be better to not have that happen, but I don't see a way to avoid having that happen. All right, so in rendering right now, are we rendering everything? Yeah, we're rendering everything. We're not actually looking at the view frustum or anything. So we need to make this copy that's going to be used for rendering. And it's going to be used for rendering over the next few frames. So we don't want to actually limit it to the view frustum. But we can limit it to a radius around the player because the player can't move that fast. Oh, I'm still tired. I don't know. How long has this been up? An hour and a half. I'm thinking of maybe I'll take a break so I can go buy something caffeinated. Because I'm operating really slow. I was so fine for that first hour, but think that's the best solution. Feel free to stop, to go away, to come back, to not come back, whatever you want to do. And I should be back at, hopefully, this will only take 10 minutes, and I'll be back at 10 before the hour. But I'll leave this running this time. Usually I turn it off for long breaks, but I'll leave it running so there's no ambiguity. No, I can't go to sleep. I slept 8 hours already. I don't know what's going on. All right, so I'll see you in 10, hopefully. All right, I'm back. If nothing else, the walk should have woken me up a little. So, what I want to do is have this return and do nothing and make sure we can make this run. Okay, so we do lock or update mutex in this code. I was wondering about that. We do interlock against that. Excuse me. Okay, that all compiles. Should run because we haven't really changed anything. We just reordered the code and made a bunch of stuff static. Okay, so now the first order of business is to commit those changes before we've actually done anything. Make logistics function static. Reorganize slightly. Okay. And then actually we want to move the logistics rendering out because that's the main thing. Like, let's look at what are all of our public ones. Which should all be in the header file, in fact. I just want to, but they're not organized in the header file, so let's go through and collect them all. And tick. All right, and then go to the header. Put them all together. Okay, now if we search for logistics in this file, we should just find duplicates of these. Draw block, record or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That should be all of them. Still compiles. Okay, good. All right, so we can look at these. So tick, move into thread, render from copy, render from copy, doesn't access the database before, create thread, uses locks, and so this one is the main thing we have to, that's going to be complicated to do. Queue up block changes process in thread. So we need a thread safe queue. I don't know if we've ever made that public. Don't think so. Okay, hang on one second. All right, so this is how we create the initial data structure, so we do have to get it working to even get the basic thing going. So we're going to have to make all of these changes at once, basically. I guess we can make a copy and then render it without threading. So that maybe is a starting place. So let's go into logistics. Let's grab all the rendering, including the debug render, but not drawblock. I guess we do have to grab drawblock too, because it's not share the code. Delete it. And we'll actually want to move those two as well. And logistics render. Now this is going to have a reference to things that were static in this file, which is how we're going to break the dependencies on them. Any more rendering in here? I don't think so. So obviously if I try to compile that, that's just going to break. Oh, okay, yeah. Is that actually from the rendering file? Yep, okay. That was only needed in this file. Probably not needed here anymore. And the GL stuff shouldn't be needed in that file anymore. Okay. The long tick length and the logistics long tick. What was it? Logistics long tick. Oh, I'm in the wrong file. I'm in the wrong. There we go. Why does that use long tick? Oh, it's the long tick countdown. I see. Let's just punt it for now. And then put that in logistics. Just as a workaround to avoid the direct dependency until we figure out how that needs to actually work. then I named it something here. All right. Then at some point, we're going to actually start accessing the data structures. Okay, yeah, there we go. So we want this to work from a copy. So the machine endpoints, like target IDs, I don't think we ever use them in here. I think that all the state is always coded in the machine itself. Looks like it. I don't see any dependencies on external state. But right now, when you have belts meet, when you have a belt that's going this way, and it meets a belt that's going this way, what happens is the object on the belt animates to there, animates to there, animates to there, animates to there. So like these are the tick positions. And once it gets to here, it animates. Well, I mean, I didn't really draw the spacing correct, so. Then it animates to here. But when the tick happens and it actually moves onto this belt, it turns out the place it wants to be is here. And so you can see it jump a little bit forward on that tick. And that's fine, and we could ship with that. But if we later want to fix it, what we would do is as this moves forward, we would make it animate forward onto this belt into the right spot. It's doable. But to do that, we need to know where it's going, which direction this belt is moving and stuff like that. And we'd either have to store that state in this belt so that we could render it correctly, or in the render it needs to look ahead and say, okay, what's this target belt doing? And for that, we need the target belt info. So the question is whether we need to preserve the target belt info. And the reason that's an issue is because the target belts, the belt IDs, are relative to the chunks. So the whole map is divided up into chunks, you know, that have lots of little machines in them. And when you have a belt that ends somewhere, it stores a little ID number that is the ID number of the thing it's pointing at right here. But if the belt ends here, it stores the ID number of the thing it's pointing at here, which is the ID number in a different chunk. The IDs are relative to the chunks. So we either have to preserve the chunk structure if we want the belt IDs to work, or we can say we're never going to look at the belt IDs, and then we don't have to preserve the chunk structure. We just copy the data without worrying about which chunk was where. Which is easier, probably. Because we don't want to copy the whole structure. We only want to copy the stuff that's in a region around you. And so I don't know. I have to ponder whether I'm willing to accept the quality loss of not being able to fix those. Because we want this copy to be fast. We'd like it to just copy out the minimum data needed. So the third option is that you don't preserve the structure, but you add more tags that aren't in the current data structure. You say the target of this belt is not just a belt ID, but a chunk ID and a belt ID. And those chunk IDs would be the new chunk IDs from the copies. And so it could always track it down to the copies. It wouldn't have to use, it could do it with a different sort of logic. But that means that data structure is actually different. So when we copy all the data, we actually have to repack it into a new format. On the other hand, repacking it into a new format is potentially beneficial because we can save memory that we don't need. We can make everything more compact if we're not copying everything. I think the splitters really need, the splitters are probably about the same for pushing off the ends. All right. Let's just go ahead and recopy into a new format. This also will allow us to avoid a dependency that the logistics render needs to see all the data structures that logistics uses. It lets us make it private if we have totally new data structures that it copies into. So we go back to the data structures, belt run, and we make a type def struct render belt run. So what does a render belt run need? It probably needs almost all of this. It needs that, needs that, needs that. Target's neighbor we didn't end up using anyway. Type it needs. It doesn't need the mark. End DZ versus input DZ. What's input DZ? We got rid of the whole input thing, so maybe input DZ is dead too. That's inside an if 0. That's computing it, but it doesn't depend on it. Target ID. Is this right? This is just computing inputs. This is computing inputs. Here's something depending on input. Vget input chunk. What was the vgets for? Oh, it's the visit system. No, but we got rid of that. Vget input chunk. It's unused. Okay. Input DZ looks unused to me. Okay, wait, are we still buildable? No, we're in the middle of this change. I'd like to just get rid of input DZ. Let's put this all back in logistics. Get it back to being buildable. Now what? Oh, yeah. It's not already just included. Oh, the pragma. All right, make sure it's working. Stuff is moving on belts. What happened to the... Wasn't there a thing down here somewhere? Oh, there it is. Okay, looks like everything's working. So now, let's get rid of all the input processing. Input DZ, input ID. Boom, boom. How big is this now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16. Okay, it's back to 16 now. I thought I obviously had thought I had already gotten it back to 16, but I guess I hadn't ever actually done it. All right, and then we have to remove everybody who uses it. Still builds. Still looks like it's working. Let's turn on fast mode and check that these are getting built. So I think everything's working. I mean, this is not a very thorough test. Kind of like to do better testing than I'm doing, but whatever. All right. And then we can move, and then we can check that in. Let's just kill this. And then now we're back to moving this into the other file. Boom. Boom. Delete these unneeded things. Okay, and now only does one of these include SU.H automatically? It does. I bet it does. Yeah, okay. We never need to do it. Okay, so now we're back to depending on the logi data structures, and we were starting to go through and figure out the render belt run. All right, so type doesn't need a mark. NDZ is part of the type, basically. You can have the up and down slopes. We should pack all that together into type. Maybe we should do that first. No, okay. Mobile slots, the number of slots that can move, that's animation state. And we don't need the target IDs, is the current idea. And then this is the list of items, which is currently just 2 arrays. Use length is implied by len. 3 bytes, 1 byte, 1 byte, 1 byte, 2 bytes, 1 byte, 1 byte, 2 bytes, 2 bytes, 2 bytes. And if we wanted, because we're just going to allocate these once and we're never going to process them because this is the copy, this could actually be an inlined thing like this. Which, because I'm using non-C99 rather than doing that notation or that notation, I'll do that notation. And then we just allocate them embedded directly and avoid memory on the overhead. However, those were STB arrays that had an actual explicit length. So we now need to add that, although it's implied by this. So maybe I don't. So there's a render belt run. And then the machine info. Don't need the output state. Don't need config. Don't need uses. Don't need the input flags. We do need the rotation. So we need 2, 3, 4, 5 bytes of it. So let's just use the machine info as is. The belt info machine, belt machine info is one that the this is used for like the balancer, which when we render it correctly, you'll be able to see it moving the thing on the belt back and forth. So we probably want that to have the whole data structure. Where's its tick? Wait, why is it conveyor a belt mate? Oh, I see. Excuse me. What is this doing? This is, oh, it's just targeting it. Okay. There's the tick. Balancer takes the left and right items and swaps it. So what it actually needs to do is load the item up into its thing for 1 tick. Remove the item off the belt for 1 tick so that it can animate it into the correct position. But I haven't written that code yet. But that's what it will be doing. And so it'll definitely have an item in its slot that needs to be visible. And that might be true of the other machines as well. We might want to, once they become non-blocks, we might want to actually render their inputs. Does anybody know, does Factorio actually have machines that have buffers that store more inputs than they're actually using? So I was watching a video and it seemed like I was watching something insert a ton of stuff into an assembler. I mean, it doesn't matter what they do. I should do my own thing, but it's just kind of curious. So yeah, so the belt run will make smaller and more compact, but the machines will just copy as is for now. Oh, and pickers. Pickers, do we need the input ID and output ID? We do. Oh, these do actually. Well, let's look at render. How do we draw a picker? Bone state, drop on pickup. Right, we use input is belt and output is belt, presumably. Is there no output is belt? Oh, we cheat that. We cheat the output is belt. So yeah, we pack into the picker, we pack all the info that we need. So that one, let's go ahead and type def struct. So again, like it would be perfectly reasonable when you're doing this to say that the first step is let's just make these data structures public and let's copy them as is unchanged. Get that working first. That's a perfectly reasonable route to go. It's probably the better route to go. And I'm just a premature optimizing guy, so I do this stuff prematurely. Yeah, I need all of that. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They will buffer up a small multiple of what they currently need to produce, like 2 or 3 times, I think. Talking about the factorial things. Okay, thanks. That makes more sense than what I was seeing. Which is, again, it's the adding that kind of buffering helps your throughput stay constant because it doesn't have to wait for the picker to feed the stuff in, whereas mine currently kind of does, and that's something I wanted to think about how I should do it. But I do have an output buffer, which maybe sort of serves the same purpose. However, once you start making things that make multiple items, that output buffering, it's going to need more storage than I currently have. And then you have to decide, do you want to start making the machines be different sizes, or do you have the worst case allowed for every machine? I will be back in 3 minutes. From now. Or however long that was. All right, so two of these we have customized versions, and Let's go ahead and copy this part into here. Actually, let's just make it its own structure. Actually, let's do the same thing. Where is it? Let me just make a copy of the structure. Let's just make the structure public. What the hell? Making that be a copy is just not worth it. If it turns out they need to get split, they can get split. Let's call that a chunk word, and then type def chunk word, logic chunk word. That. And this is just a chunk word. And the belt. This, we didn't use that. We have it explicit. Two, three, four, five, six, seven. So we could save a byte here if we switch that over. Okay, so so if we make these public so we can share it, I just don't like the idea of making them public. It doesn't feel right. But if I don't want to make them public, I just have to have exact copies of the structs, which is also kind of dumb. I guess we'll have exact copies of the structs. So like I was saying, it would be smarter probably to just use the structures as they are first and then start exploring this thing. But I kind of know I want to do this in the long run, and I'm at this point experienced enough that I'm relatively confident in my ability to make both of these changes at the same time. I'm sure I'll have bugs, but it's maybe more just a morale thing, really. I don't want to sit through doing it in 2 steps, and I'll take the hit of it being slightly less efficient. So then the logic chunk chords have to become chunk chords. And it's probably the wrong choice, but I'm committed now. We'll see if any of those don't come out of belt side items. Those are currently just doing 8s. So we'll just do that for now. There's the whole thing about the belt side item was like the idea that maybe you'd have things that come out of a furnace are hot, and so they'd have some extra state to them that would decay over time. But since we always allocate one of those for every slot on the conveyor belts everywhere, it feels super wasteful. And if you like could set up a rule that like things that come out of the furnace will always cool within 8 blocks away, then you could do a sort of thing where you just keep track of that state around furnaces rather than keeping track of that state on the belts. Have I even run it? What's the cool demo? Oh, the STB voxel render. Yeah, I can't run it now because I'm in the middle of this change, right? Yeah. So yeah, it's going to be a while before I can rerun this. Okay, so now we've got that stuff, so we need to copy the state. So what we're going to do is at tick, after tick, we'll copy the state. Which file? Okay, so what we're going to do is after tick, logistics do long tick, which is called by tick. Okay, right here, copy database. And how do we copy the logistics database? Well, we go to the renderer, which traversed the whole logistics database, and we copy that code. Up to there. Up to there. And in fact, then it's going to traverse all the machines and all the belts and all the pickers and everything. So we kind of actually could copy all that code, but so much of it is not going to be used in this code. So we go int I, j. And so we say void copy logi chunk, and we take a logi chunk and a logi slice. Now, our logi chunks, we have not made a renderable version of that yet. Here's our logi chunks. All right, so type def struct render logi chunk. So logi slices store that. The slice is a vertical stack of chunks. So we're not going to bother with that in the copy database. We're not going to bother with the logi slices. We're just going to copy out the logi chunks. So we need the slice x, slice y that was implicit in the old logi chunks. That was implicit by which logi slice they came from. So we need that explicitly in every logi chunk. We don't need this data. This data is sort of temp data. It's super memory wasteful. That has to get dealt with at some point. But all these are STB arrays. So we're going to copy them all. And we're going to give them all explicit lengths and not use STB arrays to avoid the memory management costs. Num belts, num machine, num belt machine. I like the inconsistent plurals here. Num picker. Let's make all of the nums be plural, regardless of what the array is. Int num. We don't need the or info. The or info is only used by that, and then these all become render. Okay. Seems good. This has to go to the header file. Bam. Okay. Render logi chunk. Now, copy. Where's copy? Somewhere in this file. Copy. There it is. So let's just take the slice x, slice y, instead of taking the logi slice. And let's return a render logi chunk. So RC render logi chunk RC. All right, so what is this? Let's just malloc it for now. We'll clean up the memory management later. RC arrow slice x equals slice x. So this is going to be a lot of boring copying because I've made all the database, all the structs different. We're going to have to write all the structure copy routines. So it's going to be kind of boring programming, but it's life. So num belts equals stb r len c arrow belts rc num machines equals stb r len c arrow machine c arrow num. So now, as I mentioned, I could have done this as 2 steps. I should have kept the old data structures and got that working first, and then did this thing to copy them. So the other question, though, that's implied by that is, why do I even want to use different data structures? And I think I kind of mentioned it in passing, but I'm not sure it's very clear. we want the copy to go as fast as possible. So we want to copy as little data as possible. Although, as you could see, when I made these data structures, it's not that much smaller. But we also want to reduce our reliance on memory allocator, because fragments memory can be slow, and there's a lot of little separate allocations. Currently, each of these things is a separate allocation, and then each belt includes a separate allocation. And so in the same way that I made that data structure where I'm just going to pack the belt contents at the end of the structure, I'll just allocate enough memory to hold all of this and all of the array of items in one big allocation. In the same way that I'm doing that allocation, eventually what I want to end up doing is one big allocation for everything, basically. They just all come from one big allocation. They just store everything consecutively in memory. Ideally, these wouldn't be pointers. These would be like offsets that were smaller because they're going to be 8 bytes each when you build this 64-bit. But it may not be too big a deal. Like that much memory for this may not be that big a deal. And so we'll eventually write an allocator that just allocates 4 megs of memory or whatever, and then just packs everything end to end. And if it doesn't fit in 4 megs, it allocates another 4 meg chunk, or however many 1 meg chunks, whatever size chunks are appropriate. And that will be super streamlined, fast allocator, and then just you free it all at once when you're done with that copy and you want to make the next copy. So that's why we want to do this at all. All right, so now we've done those, so now we need to copy each of the things. So RC arrow belts equals malloc size of RC arrow belts of 0 times RC num belts. But for now, we'll just use malloc, and we actually need to be using OBBG malloc, I guess, but I don't want to give them unique names because I know that's all going to go away eventually. Machines, belt machines, pickers. Oh, I should have searched and replaced that because I have to do it multiple times. RC machines. But eventually these mallocs will become allocations from that special allocator customized to this stuff. And of course, we only run this every 12 ticks or 6 ticks eventually. And by the way, that all is assuming that you only get 2 speeds of belts. You get the 12-tick speed and the 6-tick speed. If we want another speed, it would have to be even slower, whatever the initial tick size. So we could pick 4 ticks instead of 6 ticks, maybe. So there's a little more flexibility. You could have 4, 8, and 12 speed belts. But I was thinking I would just do 2 speeds, unlike Factorio. That I don't want. Minecraft, there's no research tree. You don't have to spend all this time unlocking research. You have to spend time collecting the resources that you need to make the other thing, and it's a pretty big crafting tree. It's a pretty deep critical path to get diamonds and stuff. You have to build all the previous things, and then you need diamonds to make the enchanting or whatever. So if you follow that whole thing, it's a pretty deep tree, and I feel like that's enough. I'd rather do that and not introduce this artificial research thing that you have to do. What was the point of that? Why did I bring that up? And so I only want 2 speeds. I think I only want 2 speeds of belts because hey, you could have 8 speeds of belts, and you have to, create all this crap before you can create the next one, and that's just it becomes a little too make work in my eyes. So I'd rather stay away from that. Okay, so do all those things when we free. Void free render logi chunk RC. We'll have to do all that in reverse order. We free RC, we free RC arrow belts, we free RC arrow machines. They're not all plural. Some of these names are wrong. Machine is singular. Pickers. Free RC arrow belt machines. Okay, then we need to loop through. And we need to say RC arrow belts of I equals copy belt of C arrow belts of I. Machine singular, machine singular, machine singular, machine singular. Okay. Reminder, I will look at chat, but if you want to make sure I see something, to put my name with an @ symbol, the @ nothings too, just so I don't miss it if it's actually targeted at me. Because if there's too much, I don't read it all. And this is the notorious putting things on one line just because that way I can make them line up, which allows me to verify. In fact, these should be this way, like I did on the left. I didn't. Yeah, okay. Just allows me to check for cut and paste errors more easily. And if I weren't using such a wide screen, I would not do that. And of course, this isn't even that wide a screen because my font is so big. So this lets me scan vertically and check that everything looks correct. And it does. So now we have to render belt run copy belt. That takes a belt run. And then we do that for let's get rid of the run. And then we go belt machine, belt to machine, belt to picker. All right. Should have just done that in the first place. Okay, so so copy the belt. All right, so now I want both the data structures on my screen. And because I'm lazy, I will do this the way I normally do this. But if you have a better editor, you should do this the correct way with your editor instead of doing what I'm doing, which is to do this. There, now I can see it. So let's see. So we need to allocate room for enough items, and that is 8 times brlen. And the 8 comes from somewhere. There's belts. There's items per belt side, items per belt. So it's items per belt. That's how many items we need. So size t size equals size of RBR, which we need to define. So it's that plus size of belt, what's it called? Belt side item. Should just be item at this point, probably. Let's store that in a length. Size t max items equals that. Let's store max items. And we could try to be smart here and not store, like if the belt is empty, not bother storing these and stuff, but we'd have to actually check if it's empty, and it's just not worth it. So now we actually need to copy all the data, and then at the end we'll do for I equals 0, I less than max items. rbr items of I equals belt run items of I dot type. Right. So now we just need to copy all the actual fields. rbr pause dot packed equals br pause dot packed. Oh, it's not called that. That's right. This one. rbr pause unpacked dot. Why is it not autocomplete for me? Oh, pause. Pause dot unpacked dot x equals br arrow off. Right, x off. Okay. Then rbr arrow dir equals br dir. rbr len equals br len. This is the part I said was just going to be boring copying. br type. Oops. mdz equals br mdz. Why is it getting hot in here? It's not hot outside, is it? No. Let me open the windows. Well, yeah, I definitely should open the windows. I just turned on a fan, which maybe is going to be too noisy, so let me know if it is. So where was I? I was copying, right? And I was saying this is all going to be this boring copying. Then rbr mobile slots. Let's go ahead and write that as a loop. John Carmack style. Okay, that looks good. Could have bugs, whatever. We don't need this copy of this anymore. Now we go copy belt machine. And we're just going to do this methodically through. In fact, we're going to do this one eventually, so I might as well copy it now. Oh, I copied the wrong one. I want to copy machine. There it is, and picker. There they are. Machine and picker. All right. So, belt machine. I never mallocked it. Belt machine. Are these, let's look at Logichunk. I think these might actually be not doubly indirected. They are, in fact, not double indirected. So we can just copy those arrays without mallocing each independent item. That is smart. That's why these mallocs are not needed. All right. This one is. So we have to change. Which is why that indirection. So we're paying that indirection one way or the other. So this whole strategy of putting the items directly, it doesn't actually work. So I'm going to back that out. Because it's an array of belt runs, and that array, if the belt runs are variable size, then you can't directly use the array. You have to make them pointers. So the pointers have to live somewhere. So I might as well make them live in the same place in both versions of this data structure, rather than trying to be clever. Where was that? It's here. But that now means that these copy functions should take the belt run as a parameter. and we'll fix those. Oh, I guess we'll do it now. Of course, I went to the store to get this beverage and then barely touched it. Woke up on my own independently. There is for me, in my experience, and obviously other people have different experiences, there is an actual advantage, a minor advantage, to not declaring anywhere. Usually I think in the long run I'd rather declare anywhere. And syntax highlighting could also help with that. But so if I'm in the middle of a function here and I see some variable r, and I'm like, well, where is r defined? If you're not in an editor, you're browsing on GitHub or something like that, so you can't rely on like, oh, I'll just hit a key that tells me where r is declared. Then because I'm indented too deep, there are two places that r might be declared. It might be declared at the top of this block, somewhere in here. I'm not looking. I'm intentionally avoiding looking. Or it might be declared at the top of this block up here. Now, if you also follow the practice of making sure your functions all fit on one screen, which this particular one doesn't, then it means when I'm looking at this and I'm like, whoa, wait, what is r? There are two places my eye has to go. It has to go somewhere in here, and it has to go somewhere in here. So now if I actually look, in fact, I saw it while I was waving the cursor. I was like, oh, yep, there's r. It's a belt ref. If you have declare anywhere, it could be declared anywhere up here and could be declared anywhere up along here. Like I said, if you're not browsing on GitHub, if you're in an editor and your editor has smarts, and you just hit a key and it highlights where the declaration is, that's not that big a deal. I don't in my editor. And if you're browsing on GitHub or whatever, somewhere where you don't have all the full editor stuff, it's kind of nice. So I kind of like that aspect of it, kind of. But it's irritating when you can't declare anywhere. So I'm certainly not going to try to defend it. But I'm not going to say people should never declare anywhere. But it is kind of nice. That's kind of a nice little thing. So yeah, the bit field stuff, it's complicated and subtle, but the main thing is that takes up 1 byte. And in this particular case, it's only using 6 of the 8 bits. And when you want to pack things into small places, it's useful to do that. You can do all that stuff by hand using shifts and masks. That's how for a while, I switched away from ever using bit fields and was doing it all with shifts and masks. That's a little bit better for portability. If you want to write these data structures to disk, you don't really know what they're going to look like on disk. And then some other compiler may order them differently. And if you're doing something that's really, really performance oriented and you operate on multiple bit fields at the same time, like you want to say, I want to test if this field is a certain value and this field is a certain value. Then if you combine them all into a regular non-bit field and you can choose what the values are so that you mask with something and test against one thing and you're testing both in parallel. There's no guarantee the compiler is going to figure that out. It might, but it might not. And if it's done with bit fields, you have no way to directly express, oh, I want this to be super fast and just test this one thing. So that's a reason that you would stay away from bit fields. And no, but most people just stay away from bit fields entirely now. But I've decided that when I'm not doing stuff that's that super crazy performant, it's worth it. Performance is so determined nowadays by cache usage that keeping things small is worth it. And so I do tend to, in this project at least, decide to go ahead and go down the bit field path. It's been a while since if I talked about them at all. I assume I did, but it's been a while since I talked about it, so it's okay to dive into that for a little bit. All right, so copy belt, something like that. Okay. So we're now taking those passed in, and so now we gotta go back to this stuff. Okay, so where this does, it mallocs the full array, and then copies the address RC belts of I as well. Okay, so we're gonna show off the block copy. Check this out. Boom. Boom. Feel free, those sound effects I just made are in the public domain. I place them now in the public domain. Feel free to sample that and put that bow into your game. All right. These need an address. I like keeping the scope of declarations as small as possible. Yeah, and you can just put curly braces around it either way, whether you're doing declare anywhere or not to do that. You know, I had some bad habits when I was a younger programmer, when I was hot stuff programmer still. You know, like, oh, I've already declared I, so I'm just going to keep reusing I for doing lots of different things all through my function. And I actually still do that now, but I only do that with I and J index variables, you know, that have no deep meaning. I would tend to declare, oh, here's an A and a B and a C, and I'll just use them for whatever. And I tend to use meaningful names more now. I would also like, oh, I passed in int n, that was the count of something, and I'm done with the int n as the count of the thing now, so I'll just start reusing n somewhere down so I don't have to declare another variable. And this all comes from the lack of declare anywhere. I would have this kind of laziness of, like, yeah, I've got a variable, it's not being used, I'll just go ahead and use it for something else. The compiler doesn't have to have more variables that it has to sort out. Terrible idea. I mean, it worked fine, but if I do that, people should yell at me if I do things like that now. The I and J and K reuse, I'm still totally fine with, because they are one-letter names that don't mean anything, so it's okay to reuse them because they don't mean anything. Although I do try usually to be consistent, that like if I have a for I J loop, then it's bad to have a different, like occasionally what happens is like I'll have a for I J loop and then I'll need I somewhere, so I'll do a for I loop, and then somewhere I need a double nested loop, but it's already inside of a for I loop, so now I have to use J and K, and that always makes me feel kind of bad. But it's too much work usually to rename the loop. It's really risk prone to rename a loop to use a different loop index because you can easily miss one. Do you think function overloading is ever really needed, or is the default parameters and or parametric polymorphic functions are better? I don't have enough experience to have a trustworthy judgment in those languages, but very early on in my career, very early on in the life, as C++ was coming along, I looked at the C++ spec for how function name overloading worked. And I looked at it and thought, this is really disgusting. And the algorithm is something no human ever does. However, the algorithm is trying to approximate something sensible, so it's not exactly the end of the world. But the algorithm is, I mean, I don't do any C++, so I can't get this correct, but you compute, because the problem is that it depends on, you're matching the types of the arguments, but the types can have conversions. They can have default conversions, the ones defined by the language. They can have, does the language have two different kinds of conversions? I forget now, if there are like default conversions and then like sort of available conversions. But then you can have overloaded conversions that you've defined yourself. And so you look at each argument and you rank what kind of conversion is needed to match. So for each possible function that you're going to match against, you like go, okay, to make this function match, I need to do this kind of conversion. And they have sort of a hierarchy. And you do that for each of the arguments. And then the spec, at least at the time, then defined it as some kind of like set intersection to choose which one wins or something. I don't remember exactly what it was. I guess you then take all the candidates, you take, for each parameter, you take which functions have the highest priority, the best kind of matching, like where the best matching is they're already an exact match, and the worst matching is it takes multiple conversions, or I don't remember how it works or whatever. So for each parameter you say which function has the best match, but multiple could have that best match, and you compute that independently for each argument, and then you take the set intersection of all of those sets, and if that's a single function, then that's the function that gets called. And I looked at that and I'm like, that's insane. There's no way that's a good idea. But if you think about it, what they're trying to do is it's an algorithm that guarantees least surprise. Because what it's actually saying is, if you do find a function that's overloaded, then it is absolutely the best for every single argument. It may tie with other functions for some of the arguments, but there is at least one argument, there's at least one argument that it's definitely the best at. But it can be, every other function is always worse than that function as a match, is what that algorithm computes. So that's not necessarily bad. It's scary, it's weird, it's like, that's not really the algorithm a human would do to decide, but it is kind of the least surprise. So maybe not that bad. But my experience is twofold. One is that function name overloading can be used to have functions do very different things. And everyone knows that's bad. And the normal response is like, well, just don't do that. That's bad. And like, see, the C language is full of stuff that lets you shoot yourself in the foot, and you're told just don't do that. And it's not, I don't hold it against C. So it's not really fair for me to hold it against C++ that it's another way to shoot yourself in the foot. My concern is that it is actually used that way in practice. Because you could say, well, C++ supports multiple inheritance and everyone knows it's bad, so don't do that. And so C++ multiple inheritance, that doesn't hurt C++ because nobody uses it. And at that point you kind of be like, but why is it in the language? Operator overloading is obviously the one there that I'm the most vociferous, vocal. None of these really are the right thing. Operator overloading, there's a tradition in a lot of style guides, I think the Google style guide is like this or whatever, which is that, don't do side effects in operator. Like, the operators need to behave like the traditional math operators, which leads you down that path of you really only get to use them for math. But you can, container adds, you could use plus to add things, or plus equals to add things to containers, or, plus to concatenate strings are not the end of the world. They're not too surprising. I'm going to get back to function name overloading in a second here, but why did I bring up the operator overloading? Oh, yeah. It's just an example of a feature in C++ that people are like, well, as long as you use it properly, it's okay. But the thing is, like, C++ starts right off with the left shift operator has become an operator with side effects in the IO library, like the stream IO. And it's like, even if you say, when you define your own operators, don't do side effects in operators that don't normally have side effects, you're already stuck with a library that does side effects in one of the operators. And that just seems like a weird, even if you follow the rule and everyone follows the rule and nobody does side effects in their shift left operators except for the stream thing, that's just this weird bump. But so I think the problem is that in practice people do deviate from those rules. You do find code in the wild that does this, and it's code that you would like to use otherwise, or like to interact with. So like in C you have the same problem. There are things you shouldn't be doing that people maybe do sometimes, and then I just stay away from their code. Like that doesn't seem, the ways people abuse C seem to me different than the way the mainstreamness of abusing the C stuff seems different to me than the mainstream of abusing the C++ stuff. So back to function name overloading, people probably are pretty good with function name overloading specifically about not making stuff do the same thing. Although you could have the case simply where you have two disjoint functions that aren't meant to be the same thing that happen to have the same name. That do different things. But that's not you like intentionally abusing function name overlaying, so probably not that bad. Usually function name overlaying, excuse me for bumping my mic multiple times, so it's starting to gesture. the usually function name overloading people are just, like, oh, it's, I'm taking XYZ, or I'm taking a vector, or whatever, and they do the same thing, and that's not like the end of the world, clearly. The thing that bugs me about things like function name overloading in practice, more than that crazy algorithm, it turns out in practice, is just grepability. The ability to take a code base and when you see a function call, grep and find out what it does. And operator overloading is the worst for that. And function name overloading isn't so bad if what they do is really the same thing. Like, you grep for the function name and you find this function and it's like, okay, wait, there's five versions of this function, but they're all doing the same thing. So when I go back and look at the code that called, I know what kind of thing it's doing, even though I don't know the types. This a problem with operator overloading is you don't know what the types are, and they are often reused, right? Times can mean matrix multiply, can mean whatever, and you don't know which of those it is unless you can know what the types are. When you're just browsing the code, you don't know what the types are typically. So it interferes with grep. You have to go back and find what the types are, and the more hog wild you go with function name overloading and typically operator overloading having weird meanings, the more crazy that is to try to grep to find what the right thing is that's going on. It's also why I'm not super fan of object orientation in C++, even without virtual methods, is that you can start using the same name to mean the same method name in multiple places to mean different things. And when you try to grep that, it turns up multiple methods in different classes, and you have to figure out, wait, which class do I have? And I've actually done this. I've actually gone through a code base trying to understand something, just trying to follow through the logic. I couldn't run it. It was this was Tamarin, which is an implementation of the Flash runtime, the ActionScript runtime, ActionScript 3 runtime. And it was this whole, like, how does the interpreter work? It's got these contexts, and trying to understand those contexts because the specification just wasn't clear enough. And so looking through the code, just trying to do this thing, and I'm just going across many files, trying to track through the object-oriented stuff. And it wasn't even, I think they were virtual, but it wasn't the virtuality that was the problem, because I wasn't looking at it at runtime. It was just like keeping track of the types in my head, so then when I grepped, I knew which thing was corresponding, and some of the code is in the C files and C++ files, and some was in the header files, and it was just a giant mess. So in my personal way I understand code, I have found that the more you pick a thing that it makes it harder to grep, the harder it is to deal with. So in C, if they're public functions, I have to give them fully unique names, right? So instead of foo.blah, it's always foo_blah. But the foo.blah, the foo isn't, the foo is not the thing that you grep for. It's the type of foo that's the thing you have to grep for. Whereas when I say foo_blah, I just have to grep for foo_blah. Grep, by the way, means searching for text. Okay. And templates, of course, make this even more complicated because you don't even know, you have to track down all the types and figure out what all the substitutions are, and when you can have a specific thing getting substituted. Like, the whole idea of all that stuff is to assume that abstractions are not leaky, that you're just understanding what's going on in the abstract. I just need to know that this is a dictionary, and it's a dictionary of these types, and I don't need to know how they interact. They're all abstracted from each other. The dictionary just works. And as long as that's all true, it is okay. You don't need to drill through and figure that stuff out. But if you ever need to drill through and figure out what's really going on, all of those things make it a lot harder. And the way I code, the way I think about programming, abstractions are great, and I love to abstract things out, but a lot of the time I can't. A lot of the times I want to know what's going on. If it's performance critical code, I need to know. This is the whole handmade dev philosophy in some sense, right? Or intersects it, it's part of it. If I want to know what's going on performance-wise, I need to know what's going on at the bottom. And that's one of the strengths of C, is that you're always at the bottom in some sense. You never get to make these structures that hide this stuff. There's no operator overloading times hiding a big, 16 by 16 matrix. Not that people do that very often, but it's always very explicit what's going on in the C stuff. So that's always an advantage when you're doing that kind of programming. And I do a lot of performance-oriented programming. I'm mainly known for making all these libraries, and the libraries are not always max performance, but they are C libraries. They're meant to be used in contexts where people are often going for max performance, even if my libs are more convenient and not always max performance. That's the space that I work in. Obviously, like, if you're off in JavaScript web land, this is all hopeless. So You do what you can if you care about performance. And performance isn't the only thing here, but performance, the memory usage is driven mainly by performance these days. We have a lot of memory in our machines. So performance is, of course, important on mobile. I don't ever program for mobile anymore, but we've gotten into this philosophy, especially with the web stuff, where you kind of don't care about performance as much. You use JavaScript. I mean, they're making JavaScript faster, but you kind of don't care about performance because machines are super fast. And the mobile push has kind of changed that, because now you want to conserve power. And so you're back to wanting to do the minimal number of CPU instructions necessary to get the job done. And nobody does. And, the Apple OS is, if you install it on an old phone, which you have to, if you're trying to stay on the old phone, you kind of have to upgrade the OS, is what it seems like people are saying. And then it turns to shit, and your performance is not at all responsive, because everybody has now optimized for the higher end ones. And there you go. That's life. All right, there we go. Now let me catch up on chat. Big rant. Yeah, and again, none of that's a criticism of people who, if you use function overloading and you don't do it dumb and it works for you, that's all cool. Like, I'm in no way criticizing that. When I go to your database and have to grep things, I may be unhappy and I may not want to work with your database, or maybe it's not a problem. Like I said, there's a whole raft of possible spaces you can do there. There's the obvious dumb things, but then there's the subtler dumb things, like the methods, the C++ methods that are the same method names, that when you have a mental model of the code, like I have for OBBG and nobody else does, you know where everything is and you know what it means, assuming you're like at that level of experience that you can have that full mental model of everything. I mean, I forget when I look at the code. I'm like, what the hell is this doing? But if you can make that work for you, that's all great. It may make it harder for other people, though. Somebody asked, what kind of C abuses do you think are the most common? But he didn't aim it at me, so I want to, and I still have a whole bunch of more chat to get through. So if you can, in chat, say whether that was meant for me, then I will come back to it by the time I get to the end of this. Yes, I agree with almost everything that was said about references in there. That was not aimed at me anyway, but I'll just throw that out. And if you're watching, if you're not looking at the chat, don't worry about it. Yeah, and somebody points out that, hey, the editor solves a lot of these problems. And as I said, it does. And if that works for you, that's fine. It just may make it harder for other people. You can blame those other people for not having as good an editor. I certainly don't have a very good editor in that sense in the VC6. But that's why I bring up the grepability and the browsing on GitHub cases. So the two cases I've experienced this is I'm looking through somebody's code on GitHub just to learn or, look at their code quality or whatever. Or in the Tamarind case, I had a download of a tar, but I wasn't set up to build it, and I was just trying to read through the code and understand what it was doing. And in that case, if I had an editor that could understand that stuff without compiling, like it has to be based in the editor, it wouldn't be able to, and it's a cross file thing. I don't know how good the editors are about that. But if you can make that all work for yourself, and for anyone who you care about looking at code, which is cool if it doesn't include me. I'm a crazy person using an old editor, so don't take advice that only applies to people using old editors. I'm okay with that. I do go on rants in general about the idea of relying on editors. I think that is kind of bad. I think we want a world where you can browse the code on GitHub and understand it. You know, like somebody really, really badly needs to fix GitHub's syntax highlighting. It's okay. I don't like it, but it's okay that it's deeply syntax highlighted. I'm okay with that, but some of the choices are really bad. Like the main one that I know about is the comments are de-emphasized, which is totally wrong. I think it's a good idea to think about that world if you care about sharing your code at all. Obviously, if you don't care about sharing your code at all, then, you know, just whatever works for you. So, but it's what I run into. You know, I do browse other people's code for various reasons. So if you care about that, it's worth thinking about. But you definitely don't have to account for me specifically, because I do know that I'm a crazy person. Specifically, the references thing I was talking about is mainly the issue is the call site issue. Obviously, if you just use const references, it's not a big deal. Okay, so this was a real question. What kind of C abuses do you think are most common? I mean, so part of the problem is that I just don't even think about this stuff anymore. I'm trying to think, and I'm so inside the C perspective that I take for granted a lot of this stuff and don't think of them as abuses anymore. But they are, and I just need to think how to get my mind around to that angle. Because a lot of abuses in C. So the issue that I was talking about is the things the language lets you get away with that are probably bad ideas, and that you can use carefully, and then they're good ideas, but you can abuse. And wow, I'm so familiar with C, and those rules are so ingrained that it's really hard for me to. I mean, this is not at all what you want. I'm just going to, just to make sure we're all kind of on the same page, maybe, I'm going to point out a really dumb one, which is that C, C++, C#, languages other than Python and whatever the other Pythons are, don't care about indentation. So these two programs are the same. And so the functionality that the language provides is you can freely put white space wherever you want. You are encouraged not to abuse that. It can lead to bugs, right? Because, you know, you have then if foo bar baz, right? You can do that. Obviously, most people nowadays put curly braces around that, and you'd never have this bug. But there was that bug last year, I guess, with OpenSSH or some lib like that was a security lib that had some bug in something that was, I think, turned out to be this. And so you can view this as the white space rule is there to give you flexibility, but it's bug prone. And so somewhere in there is the abuse part is where you're doing something like maybe, for example, you could argue, you could have a perspective where this thing where I put them all on the same line is an abuse. maybe there's something where you could say, look, you should always curly brace everything, always, and to avoid bugs and not doing that. This is fuzzy. It's right. It's not the real kind of abuse. That was why I said, but just kind of get us on the same page. Like that is actually kind of an example of a rule that is abusable. And so then we have these style guides that tell us to stay away from the abuse. So I'm trying to think what a real one is, because we actually want semantic stuff, not syntactic stuff. And I'm trying to think of what an example of that is. I don't know, I'll catch up on chat while I'm thinking about it. So the sense of abuse that we mean here is that you do something because you feel like it's helpful to you, right? So people overload operators and put side effects in them because there's something they want to express concisely that has side effects, and they decide to go down that path. That's the kind of abuse we mean. So I'm trying to think of something in C where you take advantage of some feature available in C that has some sort of local benefits, but most people would look at this and say, that's a terrible idea, you should never do that. It's better to systematically always avoid that kind of behavior. So I'm trying to think of something like that in C. And the thing is, I feel like the abuses, the things that C let you do, there's always some kind of exception, partly because it's the classic system programming language. So like pointer arithmetic, you probably should not be doing pointer arithmetic. Like I used to write things like this as so I want to get to that belt, to those belts, and I want that far off in the array. I used to write it like that, which is pointer arithmetic, right? I get the pointer to the belts, and then I add that many things through it, because I wanted a pointer in the end. So the easy way to express that is to just add it. And if I leave out the extra spaces, it's actually slightly shorter. But over time, I decided, let's stay away from pointer arithmetic as often as possible. If I write this, it expresses the exact same thing, but makes it explicit that what I'm doing is indexing into the belt and then getting the address of that spot. The compiler should generate the exact same code either way. So pointer arithmetic is probably an example of a thing that you can abuse. I don't know whether anyone else does anymore, and I probably am still doing it somewhere in this code. I certainly do it with like strings. I definitely use string offsets everywhere. GoTo is not, I don't think GoTo it gets abused that much. I think most of the uses of GoTo are legit. There's various style tactics that I think are the right way of dealing with things. The classic one is that you have some cleanup at the end, and then you have some kind of failure cases, and you say, if there's a failure, go to cleanup. If there's a failure, go to cleanup, etc. And I think that's actually reasonable. Often you can express that by lots of nesting, and then as you unnest, you do the cleanup. If that's not too much nesting, then maybe it's better to nest it. But there are definitely cases where you just have this long row of it. The classic terrible version of this, not imagery size, is in STB image. Where I put returns on the same line as the thing, and this is not the actual example I want. The example I want is where the errors are. What's the error function? STBI error. So this thing is written in a style here like this, where errors I put as one-liners almost always. And there's a place somewhere in here where I think they're indented to line up with each other. But I may have changed it. Oh, it's here. I think this used to actually have all these returns lined up. But then this one got too long. But you can see this incredibly dense code. And you can also sort of see, though, that if I push the whole thing off, actually, instead of this, the idea here is that if there's no errors, if there's no errors in this, and errors are not the normal case, right? Having a corrupt image is not the normal case. So you could see that sort of what I'm trying to express here is that this is the straight line code. This is what's actually happening. When you're trying to look at this code and understand what's going on, this is what happens. This is totally irrelevant to you. This only matters when things go wrong, and you don't care about it. And so it kind of makes sense to just move this stuff off out of the way so you don't see it when you're thinking about it. And if you did them on alternating lines, and you did the full, you know, you wrote it like this, this is tangential to go to, but right, this is like the normal way to write this. And remember what I said about that, I like to have everything fit on one screen, have a function fit on one screen. Like, obviously this whole function already didn't fit on one screen, but this is what this should look like by normal style standards. So this is why I'm not a fan of like rigid style standards, because I feel like this code is a lot harder to understand. Obviously you would want better syntax highlighting, and it would be a little clearer with more syntax highlighting. And you might be like, well, actually, let's add some blank lines here so that it's a little easier to see things. And you could even put those on their own lines. And then now your eye can skip past the ifs a little more easily because of the blank lines. And you can look at this and go, okay, that's the real work, ignore that. That's the real work, ignore that. That's the real work, ignore that. That's the real work. And so you can argue that this style is an abuse. Absolutely. And this is, in fact, of the white space stuff. But that's what I was getting at, is that abuse, you know, one person's abuse is another person's, this is totally beneficial. And this is not a very common abuse. So in terms of the question of what do other people abuse, it's not even relevant, because I don't think most people do that. And like I said, I think I'd rather this be white spaced. I thought it was. I don't know what happened to the one I'm thinking of. I don't see it in here. I thought there was one. Maybe I reformatted it at some point. Oh, here's one. Yeah, here you go. Here's where all the returns are, well, there's only two. There's one where there were like 8 returns lined up. So it's really hard for me to think of them because well, A, I don't browse very many people's C code. Most people write C++. And I make SB libs, so I don't even look at other people's code that much in the first place, right? But I'm sure there are some. I'm sorry I cannot think of some. Because I mentioned it. I know that's why you asked, because I said that people do. Because I'm sure they do. I'm sure I do, like I was just saying. But I can't offhand tell you this is an abuse of a feature in C that I dislike in the same way that I do with C++. Because in C++, because so much of it comes down to grepability. So much of it comes down to when I'm reading through the code, can I tell what it does? And constructors and destructors, right? I didn't mention those. Implicit behaviors that can be very complicated. C just doesn't have any of those. So that whole class of things, I can't tell you any abuses in C because C just doesn't have them. I mean, it has set jump, long jump, right? Like, but nobody abuses set jump, long jump. People definitely use them occasionally, and you can argue about whether that's abusive or not, but I don't think it's commonly abused except in the International Obfuscated C Code Contest. Maybe in that sense that I was originally talking about, maybe there isn't anything because C just doesn't enable it. But I'm sure there's other kinds of abuses. Question about object-oriented versus functional, I'm not going to talk about. I don't use object-oriented programming. I don't use functional languages. I try to make some things functional as possible when it makes sense. And I don't want to dive into the rationales about that. I do agree, by the way, for all those who wonder about this stuff, that this is not very readable. This becomes very dense and not very readable without syntax highlighting. But to me, when with syntax highlighting, it's actually not any more readable. Like that's the rub of this. And obviously, this is something that you know, you could do. I'm already using belt run here. What am I using BR for? Slice, chunk. What is this doing? What is belts? Oh, it's belt ref, not a belt run. That's why. So this could be belt. That's Ajax belts. Right, you just do this. And at least this makes it more readable. And this is just, I've talked about this before, that I'm too lazy to, I cut and paste and I don't bother doing this and as much as I should. Because it adds an extra line is the problem. Because I have to declare it. And so I am so vertical compression thinking most of the time that I don't like to bother doing that. The point being that not only did that make it shorter, but it's just a little more readable. And of course you could copy these out into locals if you wanted to improve readability. So. I don't know that I got that right, so I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to paste it, and then I'm going to do that. And so once everything else is compiling, someday I'll come back here and fix this and use this shorter version. But yeah, just so people don't think I think that is perfectly readable, that's incredibly ugly. Just a random thing that I saw while I was there. Okay, so now back to actually coding. Did I read the Doom 16 rendering article? What do you think about modern rendering tech? I did not read the Doom 16 rendering. Yeah, somebody said, "What is this doing?" Quote, "What is this doing?" Unquote. We're referring to what I said. That alone justifies the extra lines, and that's absolutely true. A bad habit that I have, or a thing that you should do that I don't remember to do often enough, is if you ever have a bug and you fix the bug, add a comment, because you know it was complicated. Obviously, not if it's a typo. You know, a cut and paste typo, maybe don't add a comment. Which reminds me that this loop that I said this was the Carmack loop, and what that was referring to is that at some point John Carmack was like, yeah, for vectors, you know, three float things, you know, he doesn't write, you know, if for some reason you're not using operator overloading, and so you're writing void vec add vec. Oh look, if you're writing this, right? Don't ever write that. Always write it depends how you name this, obviously. And this doesn't work in this code because it's not written that way. Write this. And the reason is because this, you won't have any cut and paste errors, and this, you might have cut and paste errors. Now, one of the things I do is I always line everything up vertically so that I can check for cut and paste errors. That's one of the reasons to do that. And the reason Carmack, John Carmack, for those who don't know, does that is, if I recall correctly, is he said he logged or kept track in some way of his bugs, and found that cut and paste bugs were incredibly high percentage of his bugs, and therefore it's worth doing this. Most of the time, hopefully the compiler will unroll it and it will perform exactly the same either way. And the cases where it doesn't, it's worth taking that performance hit in return for reducing the bugs. So that was an interesting observation. I don't usually follow it, but because this particular thing was an array, I was like, well, it's already an array. I will apply the John Carmack rule. But you can see, like here, obviously that's done by hand. Of course, that's kind of necessary because these are packed bit fields, so you can't actually do array indexing on them. Anyway, all right. So I was saying that, and I was ignoring a question. I sidetracked from a question. Oh, the Doom 16 rendering article, modern rendering tech. I dropped out of rendering 20 years ago. And I still read lots of articles and follow it. But I don't really have opinions about it. I have plenty of opinions. There's lots of things people do that I don't like. I don't like the idea of them. They're hacky. It feels like modern graphics, modern AAA graphics have become kind of a pile of hacks. Good hacks, not bad hacks, but it's like, there's this whole the rendering equation. You just solved the rendering equation. And we always had, back in the old day, sort of a split. Boy, this is just all talk and no programming today. But we had the split that we would call, what I called at Looking Glass. I don't remember if it was I think it is what we all called it. We had what we called objects and terrain. And so terrain meant the fixed immobile world, which, could be a dungeon. In Doom, you have this, you can move all the terrain up and down. So it's not immobile, but it's typically immobile. And then objects is everything else, anything that can move, or, if you have a statue that can't move, but it's rendered through this different system, because typically you've built two systems. You built a system for rendering these potentially movable objects, and you've built a system for rendering terrain or whatever. So in Quake, you have light maps on your terrain, and everything else doesn't have light maps. So the thing that you find is that you have these two rendering systems that you render differently. And then you start thinking about shadows. And so then you start going, well, we need shadows on things. How are we going to do shadows on things? And you have two types of things. You have objects. Again, this is all software rendering. You have objects and you have terrain. And so then you realize you have four cases. You have terrain casting shadows on terrain. You have objects casting shadows on terrain. You have terrain casting shadows on objects. And you have objects casting shadows on objects. And you have to think about all four of those. So, for example, you use light maps, and light maps capture terrain shadowing on terrain. So you're like, great, we've got this beautiful look. We can put as many lights as we want in the world, talking Quake, and just as many lights as you want, it just all works. Beautiful, soft shadows everywhere. And then you're like, okay, now we have objects moving around, and those need to cast shadows on the terrain as well. And you're like, we'll just draw a little circle under the things. That's all we can afford to do. And it'll double darken if there's already a shadow from the light. And we only are drawing that shadow from one light and whatever. And it's like, okay, now we need to figure out what's the lighting, the shadowing on an object as the object moves through the world. It's like, well, we can directly compute all the lights that are around and compute the lighting from all those lights. But there might be 50 lights, so let's just pick the brightest 8. And then there's no shadows from that stuff. So it's like, okay, well, let's raycast from the object to the lights. Maybe only 2 or 3 of them, or maybe we'll do them, time slice them over time. Every frame will cast 2 lights, and we'll use the old casting. And that way we can decide whether the object's in shadow from those lights, but it's the whole object, even though your arm is sticking out into the light, but your arm stays dark. And you maybe do that, but you're a stealth game, and that's actually kind of weird because you're standing on a patch of ground that's dark, but the light is arcing just above the patch of the dark. So you're lit, even though you're standing on a dark thing, and that's confusing. So instead, you just grab whatever the light map value there is on the ground, and you say, well, that's just going to be your lighting overall. Of course, it needs directionality, which the light map doesn't have. And there's no object on object shadowing at all. That was a solution you might go down. So you had 2 cases, and then that produced this factoring of 2x2. So we always had hacks back in the day. So then we went to GPU stuff, and it's like, we have a Z buffer. We can just render everything into the Z buffer. You don't need a special case, any of that stuff. but it's like, oh, well, we have different materials. So you still had light maps. Actually, lots of games still use light maps. So you actually still have that exact factoring is still around. And then it's like, well, we want some kind of hacked global illumination. We want reflection maps. We want these other things. It's like, okay, so, well, for reflections on terrain, we'll do this. And for reflections on objects, we'll do that. And then global illumination, you want to have indirect lightings on things, and those take different paths for those two things. And you maybe have more than two types of things. You start thinking about transparent things. Some people have deferred renderers, and then they use a forward renderer for their transparencies. Then you're like, well, we really want this sort of global illumination higher frequency effect that's ambient occlusion. It's a way to fake it. And then you maybe use screen space ambient occlusion, or you use something else to, ambient occlusion fields or something like that. And then you want better dynamic global illumination, and so you use the Crytek voxel grids that propagate the global illumination there. Everything is for shadowing. You have a consistent system that's the shadow maps, except you don't, because you use light maps for some of the stuff. Maybe not. Maybe some people are only using light maps for indirect, and then you're just using the shadows for that. But then the shadows, you have limited resolution for those maps, so you need to do something better. So then people do I don't remember, variance shadow maps and exponential shadow maps and stuff like that. But those have light leaking problems, so then you have to figure out how to deal with that. And it's all like tuning these numbers. But what does tuning these numbers mean? That means you're like making assumptions about your scale and about how close the player is to the things, because they don't generalize to all game engines or to all games. If you're making a game engine, you can't necessarily tune those things for all possible games. And then people are like, well, this thing is hard, so let's do temporal anti-aliasing. So we're going to reuse pixels from previous frame, project them into the next frame where we can, and reuse them to get higher quality. Screen space ambient occlusion and temporal reprojection, and all those things are actually explicitly hacks. Like, they're like, let's use wrong data to get a better visual. Those all hacks that I've finally built up to, that I was trying to get to, really strike me negative. Like, they really feel horrible to me. They may look great. I mean, I think they should have artifacts. I don't know. I don't play enough high-end games to see those artifacts, to have looked for them. The last game I remember looking at and seeing artifacts was Rage, the id game a while back, which the specular aliasing was really bad in the version I was running. Because the specular is hard to anti-alias, and there are techniques for it, and they weren't doing it or whatever. And it obviously had the pop-in problems that everyone commented on and stuff. But I've followed all that stuff, and I know a lot about the technology. But the fact that you have to do all these hacky things to get the quality up, means you need a very large team, because you need lots of people writing all these systems, and it's just putting more and more of these things, instead of saying, oh, we're converging on how to render the rendering equation, you're doing more and more of these things of, here's a way to approximate this effect and this effect. There are positive things, people moving to physically based rendering, which is just using constants in your shaders that have physical meaning, and having the equations in the shaders more close to approximating the physical reality rather than just kind of being hacks. So those are good things. But most of what's going on is the increasing pile of hacks. That's my opinion of modern rendering. Is there a good reason for the bit field representation not to be defined when designing think about a new language? No, I don't think there's any reason not to have your language define an 8-bit type and a 16-bit type and an unsigned signed variants of those up to 64 or even 128. And if you're going to put bit fields in, yes, say your bit fields pack in a certain order, define the packing exactly, define exact packing of structs in general. The sweet spot is actually to say, maybe, I think, that you have a keyword like packed or something, or binary or something, that means this is the exact layout. It's going to be in memory in this order. In a systems programming language, you actually want this for when you're dealing with defining a structure that corresponds to like hardware registers. There's a register layout that is memory mapped in exactly this order. You're writing a driver to a memory mapped thing. And so you want to just define this structure and it exactly corresponds. You really want to know exactly the order, and it's just this. There's not going to be any padding, not going to be anything. And if you don't ask for packed, there's no guarantee it's in this padding or whatever, but it can even reorder things, right? Because the classic thing is that you need to add padding to align things. And so if you have a struct, if you have this, assume we're 64-bit. So we'll do this. So if I ask you, how big is this structure? Well, it's 1 byte, 2 bytes, 4 bytes, and 8 bytes. So it, this is not going to be a good example. What do I need to do to make it a good example? Oh, I need to put more in. So that's 3 bytes. All right, so like in an ideal imaginary world when it's packed, it's 12, 13, 14, 15, 18 bytes. Now, once you put the padding in, this is going to need that much. This is going to need no padding for that. Oh, that happens to align. Okay, I need to do it in a different order. So that's 22. Okay, so then you put in the padding. And you put in the padding. So this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. So you're 12 when you get to here. So then you need to pad again to align this, because this needs to be aligned on 8s. And then this is 8 aligned. So then you need, the whole thing needs to be a multiple of 8. So then you need that much padding. So that's what this thing actually takes up. So it 5, 9, 10 came out to 32. So that's what this structure gets padded out to explicitly internally. Oh yeah, and I didn't answer any of the stuff about the Doom 16 because I didn't read whatever article that was. Right, so if instead the compiler is allowed to reorder, which I would argue is the default state, I think John may have talked about this in his stuff. Here's what you do as a programmer to avoid this. Let's delete all the padding. Here's the easy way to avoid this. You put the biggest thing first. This is what I do at RAD all the time. I just put them in this order. Okay, and now it takes up 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 24. Because it still has to get padded up to a multiple of 8. So there you go. Now it takes up less cache space. And so it will probably be faster. Although it's, hard to say because it obviously all depends. So if you're a performance-oriented language, I think you want to just let the compiler go ahead and reorder this. You can reorder it yourself, but often you'll just have a situation where logically, this stuff is all used for one thing, this stuff is all used for one thing, this, or whatever, like that. This stuff is all used for one thing. And you want to order it inside the struct in terms of its logical meaning, but that has nothing to do with, you don't care about the physical layout at all, often. You could definitely just have, a tag where it's packed or whatever, and maybe you don't want to call it packed. Maybe you want it to still pad it automatically, keep things aligned correctly, but you want some keyword that just means that it strictly follows this order. Now, of course, one of the things in C that you can do, right, is you can say, union struct float XYZ float div3, and know that these three are in the exact same order, and that if you manipulate this vector, you're manipulating these things. Like, that's useful to do because it lets you write those loops that we were talking about and yet also still access the fields as XYZ. So in this kind of scenario, you do want it to force the order. You don't want it to feel free to rearrange. So you do need some kind of way to say that, whatever that thing is. So I think that's a good thing to do for structs. I've already forgotten what the question was that I was answering. Oh, I was talking about bit fields, but I don't remember why I got onto that sidetrack. But so in the same way, you might reorder bit fields to pack them together to make sure bit fields are sort of optimally spaced. On the other hand, the user might be like, oh, I know these bit fields are kind of accessed together, so definitely want to pack them together so that the compiler has the chance to sort of combine the operations on them. And like if you have a bit field like this, and you write to both rot and state, you would like the compiler to actually combine those and turn it into a single write. And if you know that's going to happen, then if you also have other bit fields in here, you want to tell it, no, don't repack it. Keep these bit fields together. I don't know if that was why I went onto that tangent, or if somebody asked about it and I just don't see it now. Yeah, I saw this and didn't have a chance to read it. I started this stream before I could get to this. Tailored forward rendering. Clustered, yeah, clustered. Yeah, I'll read it sometime, but I did not have a chance today. And part of the point here is that if the compiler can do that rearranging for you, what did I do with that bottle? Did I finish it and junk it? And I don't remember. It just disappeared. I'm totally mystified. Oh, here it is. I want to eat lunch anyway. That's why I left. Or a pseudo lunch. What was I talking about? I have no idea where I was. That's a very sad post right there. Swizzled access would be nice too. Well, I mean, that's a little weird. It makes sense in a language where you have this vector type that's built in, that's well defined, so that, right? Because with the swizzled access in a shader, one of the things you can do is, you know, you take a 4 vector and you ask for x, x, y, And that gives you a 3 vector with x, x, and y. But what does that mean in a structure with, you know, pos type rot law? Like, if I ask for just rotten state, there needs to be a structure that contains exactly a rotten state. So I don't know that that makes any sense in the general thing, if that's the kind of swizzling you mean. And it certainly wouldn't make sense to ask for type state. Like, what the heck would that be? I mean, it would make sense if there was a corresponding struct type and you really wanted that. But also, how would you do that? Dot type state. Like, I don't know what the syntax would be for that. But you could just only support it for raw vectors, but that's going down the operator overlaying path that I don't like. The whole, we're specializing math as a special thing. If you want to do that, that's your business. It's not the path I would ever go down, I think. Which is odd, because I do lots of math. Like, games have plenty of math. I just feel like that's not enough to justify it. Like, if you were making a language just made for creating games, like John is with Jai, I still don't think it makes sense. I don't think you do enough math for that to be the right thing. I'm not going to complain about it in shaders, because they're pretty much just math. You don't manipulate data structures very much in shaders. Well, you do nowadays a little bit, but not to the same degree. Somebody is saying that they think rearranging would be too dangerous. But the language doesn't have any way to express anything dangerous. So here's the thing. If you use a union, like I was showing with the vector, you could flag it. Hey, you have a union and your struct is not packed. So that may not, if you're intentionally aliasing things between your union. If you don't allow aliasing things between the union, trying to read and write, read one type and write another type. Like, that's a very systemsy thing to do. Being able to cast pointer types. So if you can't cast pointer types, and you can't do the union thing, or you can do the union thing but only if it says packed, it's okay to take the address of something in the middle of a structure and pass that around, even though the structure's been rearranged. That's still fine. You have a float in the middle of your structure, you take the address of it and pass that around, no problem. It's only if you try to do pointer arithmetic on that becomes a problem. But most languages don't let you do pointer arithmetic. So if you're trying to make a C-style systems language with pointer arithmetic, then maybe it's not the best default. But pointer arithmetic is not allowed or is uncommon, like if you have to go through hoops to do it, then I think it becomes reasonable to make the default be to repack, to reorder. And to only, you can obviously you can go down the route that it only reorders if you ask it to. I think that's pretty safe. But I think it's actually fine to make it reorder by default. So I think most of the time you do not care. And in a new language, you could make sure that you wouldn't trigger it accidentally by, I mean, you could make taking the address of a field, if you were worried about that, you could make taking the address of a field that's packed be a warning that you have to suppress somehow. That's reordered. Oh yeah, Charles, I think, did this rant. I had thought of it myself before. Right, it's just the very beginning part is what I like. What he goes into further down, see, he says, now that's not a big deal with just a simple struct. And then he proposes craziness that I think I don't agree with. I haven't read it in a while, so I don't remember. But that first part I totally agree with. All right, let's get some frickin' code done. All right, so I was rechanging these things to be passing the pointers because they're all inline arrays, which I had forgotten. So I did that. I changed that. That seems okay. Probably shouldn't have that info in these at all. It's so redundant. Breaking the rule. Cutting and pasting. I was wrong to include those. Didn't need those. I'll just one last thing I'll say about this, since somebody keeps going on about it. I think I could be wrong. This is all speculative. The stuff about rearranging the structures, because I've never used a language that did this. But I think you're misestimating misimagining the state of mind that you would have if you were familiar with this as the way the language worked. In a lot of languages, objects are just bags of properties that don't have any implicit ordering at all. JavaScript or whatever. Even Pascal, say. In Pascal, there's no way to do the same kind of pointer crap that you can do in C. I mean, I'm sure they extended it at some point, but I don't think Pascal would let you take a pointer into the middle of a thing. In fact, actually, Pascal had a packed thing, I think. But and so I think if you were used to that as the way the language worked, it would not be surprising. And that when you wanted to pass a interleaved vertex buffer, so you needed a vertex structure that had your vertex data, the fact that you would have to tag it would not be surprising, because this is the case I was talking about where like corresponds to hardware registers or whatever. It's like vertex buffer, it's a very special thing. It's a thing I'm handing to the GPU. It's like if you serialize a data structure, you have to worry about like, what happens if I read this? Well, you don't very much these days, but I like this save file to be cross-platform, and it needs to work little endian and big endian. It doesn't actually have to be anything other than little endian today, but 10 years ago you did have to care about this. When you had PowerPC Macs that were big endian. And that's a thing. It's going to disk. It's a disk format now, not a memory format. Like one of my rules of thumbs for disk formats used to be don't ever write structs to disk, because they're dependent on the compiler's packing, how the padding and everything. If you're writing stuff to disk, be explicit about everything you're writing. And there is a convention that I still kind of follow, and I wish fwrite and fread work differently, which is that when you do this, ignore the fact that there are two sizes to this, right? If you're writing out some kind of structure, it's F, sorry, and foo is on this side. If you're writing out some structure here, and then somewhere you have your corresponding thing. This is all fine in one sense, but suppose you're looking at because they match. They're just going to match. Obviously, they don't match if they have a pointer in it and you switch between 64-bit and 32-bit. Like that's an example of a case where you actually do need to be explicit, but pointers don't save anyway, so you have to do special stuff. But let's suppose that instead of that, you're looking at a specification, and the specification has, some struct, foo, and you try to make this match the specification of what's on disk. And if the compiler rearranges it on you, it's going to break. So again, you put that in that notation. But remember, the compiler's already going to add padding here. So if what the specification says on disk, is, foo bar int 8 blah, int 32 baz, etc. And the specification actually says that's exactly what's on disk, right? This is not, there's no padding here. Then this breaks in C unless you go add some special thing, which is actually not exactly standardized. Unless, I don't think C99 added. Maybe they added it in a more recent one, the aligned one. I don't even know where it goes. It's a thing that's supported by all compilers, but is not actually in the standard, or it wasn't. The whole point is like, that's because this is somebody else defined the disk format, and you're trying to do it. And in fact, one of my rules of thumb here is not to use size of foo here, but rather to use, like the spec says this is 32 bytes, so I put a 32 there. In fact, my preferred thing, which the fread spec does not include, it would be for it to look something like this, where first you have size of foo, which is the size of the buffer that you're passing it, and then you have a separate thing, which is here's the file and here's how much data to read. And if nothing else, I've actually written this with a macro once. All it does is it checks that this size and this size are identical. You could at least check that this size is less than equal to this size, just to make sure you're not overwriting the memory. But there's actually value, I think, to doing this, where it's like the disk spec says it's this size. This is the size of my structure. Please check that those are the same. and you just kind of explicitly put that in your code. I think that's actually a good way to go. But the point being that this is because you're coming from a specification that specifies what the data structure looks like. So you know that this is a struct that you have to tag specially. It's not something that the compiler is free to mess with. And you don't have that expectation of that's what a struct means. A struct doesn't mean this fixed layout in memory. Only a packed or a binary or whatever tagged struct means this layout in memory. Normally it just means a bag of stuff, like most languages. So I think if that were the way the language worked and you were experienced with the language, it would not be surprising at all. It would not cause you problems. That's my expectation. I've never actually worked in a language like this that has both. So I could be totally wrong, but I think you underestimate your ability to, you misimagine, that was where I ended up before also, you misimagine what mindset you would be in if this were normal for the language that you used. That's my guess. Feel free to disagree still. And that was, like I said, that's the last I'm going to say about that. And I went way longer than I meant to. ARM is big endian. ARM is either endian. ARM can be configured either way. And I thought mobile devices were actually little endian these days, but I could be wrong. Yes, I was avoiding saying misunderestimate. Thank you for catching that reference that I was implicitly not making. All right, so you guys are all chatting about your stuff that I don't care about. So on we go. That's probably a good quote. It would be a good quote if I had come up with a better ending to it. The setup was good. I'm just blindly copying everything. I assume I knew what I was doing when I made these choices before. These should all be aligned. I'm not bothering to align them. And this actually isn't going to take too long to copy. I was saying the copy is going to be this long, tedious thing, but in fact, it's actually pretty fast. The long, tedious thing was all my discussion of what my opinion is on various stuff. Yeah, why did I do that? Did I do that way? Yeah, that was dumb. I wasn't even right. Wait, these shouldn't be BRs. These are PIs. This shouldn't be a BR. This shouldn't be a BR. Is there any other BRs in there? There might be. Let's not take any chances. We could pack these down. This could be 2 bits. State could be smaller. There's a timer on it. Oh, it's implied by state. Yeah. This can be smaller. This can be smaller. These are both 1 bit. Let's go ahead and do it. Why wait? Make that 1 bit. Make that 1 bit. Make that 2 bits. Oh, what do we got? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I could pack type smaller, but it's not going to help. And these are all multiples. This is a 2-byte thing, so it's going to be 2-byte aligned. So it will actually come out to 6 bytes. Woohoo! All right. And then let's copy this back down. Let's keep them in the same, strictly following the original order, just in case somehow that helps the compiler to pack them when they're multiple things right to the same bit field. Who knows? Input is belt equals 1. Output. So that does exist. I'm just not currently using it. All right, there we go. All right, I think that's all the copies. Now we have to change the renderer to work from the copy. And currently, I was doing it in a way that I think is not actually how I want to do it. I was doing this here. I think what I want to do is do void logistics copy and render. And how to do copy logistics database. And then we're going to call logistics render, which takes an offset, and it's now going to take render db render copy offset. We have to compute the offset, so let's find that where we compute it. Where do we compute it? What was that name of that function? Anybody remember? I don't remember. This would have gone much faster if I didn't do all of those digressions. And it's still not done. The copy isn't done yet, but this needs to free for all the belts. We have to free RC arrow belts by dot items, which we should be mallocing now. Did we actually add that? Copy belt. Oh no, we're still allocating the RBR, which is incorrect. Items equals that. And did we actually fix that structure? I don't remember. There it is. Render belt run items. Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm going to type in chat a little bit to address this thing that I said I wasn't going to address anymore. All right, now I'm really done saying anything about that. All right, so where was I? Right, I was in the middle of looking for the animation offset, whatever that was called. In logistics, animation offset. There it is. All right, so we're going to get rid of this. Delete, and then back to copy and render. So we can hit that here. Look, offset equals that. So what we're going to do is every frame, we're going to copy the database and then render it. And that's private. The fact that that's happening is private to this. So this is logistics render. And logistics render becomes logistics render from copy, for lack of a better name. And then what's the copy going to be called? We don't know yet. So we'll do that. Obviously can't compile it as it is, but that's intentional. And then extern void. And then the render goes back to being void. Create copy and render. Render from copy. All right. So that makes more explicit what more needs to be done on that side of things. And now we still have to finish building the copy database. So we were copying the database. We said burp, and then we say copy logi chunk, and we pass in C, S slice X, S slice Y, and that's going to return us a render logi chunk. And we're going to just, for now, it's called OBB. Why are these STB array? Like, these should be ob array. So this, we'll go ahead and use an ob array to store the pointers to these. Sure. Yeah. So ob array, because we don't actually have to store the pointers, we can actually store them in line rather than pointers to them. But I'm okay with storing the pointers because we're going to get rid of all these allocations eventually anyway. So ob array push render copy RLC. We need, what are those called again? Render logi chunk, render copy, and then we do an ob free render copy. I think ob free probably does the right thing for that. Is that util? FP, yeah. Oh no, it dereferences it and then checks. Wait, oh, because it passes the address of it and sets it to null. Yeah. So yeah, we can just do that. So yeah, I've said I was done with it, and I'll just say one more thing, just because it's very explicit. Very explicitly, the exact thing that I do is sort them in order of size largest to smallest, because that's a guarantee to have no padding. Just having that rule would be good. Now, you have a scenario where you have a struct that's like 128 bytes and say cache lines are 64 bytes. So you actually want to do stuff when you're packing that about, I'm going to put the big stuff near the beginning, or sorry, stuff that's used at the same time all in the same cache line. Like you might be like, this stuff is hot and this stuff is cold. So put all the hot stuff at the front and all the cold stuff at the end. And if the thing auto rearranges it on you, that would break. But I'm just like I didn't go into all the details of what you can do, right? You can do a thing where you have like struct, blah, blah, blah. And so then you say, let's suppose you need a keyword to reorder, just because I can come up with the syntax for it. So you can say repack, or I don't know what a good, let's call it packed. Say packed means it's allowed to reorder. You could have a syntax like this, and you put a bunch of things here, and you put a bunch of things here. I always forget what comes after that. And it's free to rearrange in that spot, and it's free to rearrange here, but it's not allowed to go across. And you don't figure out exactly where the 64 bytes is. You just get it close enough. And it's like, I put all my hot stuff up here. As long as it's less than 64 bytes, it doesn't matter. Of course, all of that only works if this whole thing is exactly cache aligned. Like the size has got to be a multiple of cache lines. Sorry, why is that at the end? Size of must be exact multiple of cache lines. And when you allocate it, you need to make sure you allocate it aligned exactly on cache lines. Doing all that work is great and makes this stuff fast. If you don't do that work, you don't actually get all those benefits. And so then it doesn't really hurt that much if the default is that it just rearranges everything, because you already weren't getting the hot cache effects, even though you thought you were by trying to put group things. So like the hot cache effects aren't as effective as you think. If you assume the language automatically is ordered, right? You don't actually get those effects unless you enforce this and you do those allocation things, all of which require extra work in like C. If in your language you make all those things easier and automatic, then obviously these things are not the same. Like if you make it easy to cache align things, make it easy to force this thing. But of course, the easiest way to do that is to have some tag on your struct, which is, cache align or something like that. And you could have, if you say cache align, that automatically means it follows your order, whatever. So I still think you're not picturing what the potentials of this thing are and what the differences between the defaults of what you want. The whole point of this is to make it so, in the case that I said, as I was saying, just doing the dumb simple rule of sort them by size and whatever for the tiebreaker. Use the name, use the order they appeared in the original as the tiebreaker. Just using that dumb rule is going to make the structures smaller some of the time and save some performance without me doing any work and without me thinking about it at all. That's the goal. I honestly think it will result in me having to think less. There are cases where I have to actually request the order I want for whatever reason. Since we're talking about a new language, that language could easily flag the cases where I break the rules. So I don't see serious downsides at all, and I see automatic benefits. And like I said, I can reorder them, but now the semantics of the behavior are less clear, right? Because the program has two different things going on. It's got its behavior and it's got its performance. And sometimes those things are like coupled or whatever, but a lot of the times, right, you're free to choose from multiple implementations that get the right behavior and have different performance. And so what we're asking for is for the compiler to let me focus on the behavior and do some of this performance work for me automatically. Some of them. And if I want better, I go in and do it myself. That's my argument, which I sort of made, but it was all kind of spread out. So I wanted to make it all kind of explicit. Yeah, and because I'm talking so much, this change is taking forever and I can't run the code. So you can't see what I'm doing. Does the FAQ have a link? I'm looking at how high the viewer count has gotten. Does the GitHub have a little video of it or something? No. Somewhere I have a video. Oh, it's on the handmade dev page. Oops, wrong. There you are. I hate that. I should switch this back to text. Handmade. Did I say homemade? Handmade dev. OBBG. Nope. Where's mine? What? Jesus. Handmade dev.org. Whoops. I accidentally clicked on something. I was trying to page down. Oh, I have to, there it is. Oh, maybe it's not linked on the OBBG. Oh, it's not even on this. Where did I have that? I remember seeing that video linked somewhere. The little, and oh, no, oh, that's the Twitch. Somewhere I have the video of showing the factory in action. Oh well. You just have to take our word for it that it exists. Yeah, and Jai has some of this stuff and does it differently and whatever. Like, it's all fine. Like, I'm just proposing the sort of simplest thing that I can think of that's useful. I don't know what the type def versus struct question is. Presumably it's because I'm using C, and in C, you don't get the automatic type def that you get in C++. Or you mean the fact that I don't prefix with struct everywhere like the Linux kernel does, and that's just, I don't know, the Linux kernel does that, and old Unix does that, but nobody in the real world does that. You type def it. You don't want type struct everywhere. Thank you for the link, except it turned out it wasn't on that page anyway. I mean, of course, you can always look at the STB voxel render video that's linked on the left in the FAQ, although that is nothing like what we're looking at here, but it shows some of the core tech. Okay, so I was getting the renderer to do this, to do the copy, and now we need, we actually gave a name to this. It was called, here it's called render copy, here it's called render copy, hurrah. So we're just using a global because this is all temporary. We pass it into the renderer, and so now we need, it's just an OB array. Okay, so there's no extra types needed. I don't need to add anything to the types, so we just need that to be that in the function prototype, which is at the top, right here, like that. Render logic chunk. Okay, so now back to the renderer, logistics renderer. We say render logi chunk. And it's an array of logic chunks. So let's just call it array. And then we go and we change all this. For I equals 0, I less than ob or len of r. And we don't need any of those. And that is checking that. Okay. Why is that using STB array count? Why is it array count? Not array len. What is array count? I don't even know. Oh, this is the, yeah, I know what this is. Yeah, that's that. Okay. Right, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So let's reindent all this. I don't know how far actually I need to reindent it. One of the downsides of this editor, I can't see. Okay, I guessed correctly. So now it's render logi chunk equals, I put pointers in, right? It's actually double array. I didn't get the type right. Double pointer. So it's array of I. Let's go fix that. Pointer to pointer. Because it's an array of pointers. That's what's going on here. Because right here, we push a pointer into the array. So it needs to be an array of pointers. And I don't use the type anywhere else. Okay, so now we get a C, and then we use C slice. And then we'll see if this other stuff compiles. Oh, it's using ob arrays, which is wrong. So anywhere I use the ob array, I need to fix that. All right, so that was that. So we search for ob array len. That one's correct. This one's wrong. So this now uses C arrow num machines. Let's use C arrow num belt machines. C arrow num. I guess I can convert this more efficiently. delete that, arrow num belts. Okay, that should be all of them. Then the debug render, let's just disable the debug render for now, because we never actually do it anyway. Debug render. All right, what do we got left? All right, so our copy here is wrong. Max items, size T, so these types are different. That the eternal problem where I always complain that size T is not signed. Built machine. I renamed all these and didn't rename these. Syntax error. Render picker info. Is that not what I called it? There it is. Render picker info. All right, let me check what the actual error is. Missing curly brace before star. That usually means that this type name is wrong. Render picker info. Is it not called picker info? It's called picker info. Rebuild and make sure I didn't have like a... Okay. Or it's either usually the name is wrong or there's a carried over error from one of these. But, oh, it's that. Didn't delete that. Should have told me you can't do anything after void. K is not defined. I'll already push... Oh, right. These now take a fucking... Just render declared with void parameter list. Oh. Is that called from copy? What did I call that? Yep. Yeah, that only takes the parameter. All right, now we're into this, and we hit our first thing. Machine info, these all need to be render. Render, render, render. There's a ton of errors, but it could all be these just propagating down. Render. Now we got all four. Long tick length, that needs to go into the other. Goes into the public. Long tick length. Goes into OBBG data. Reading back through chat. Linus is really hate typed up. Okay, so I think I answered the correct question there. So a little rant, as long as everyone's paying attention, and I've got, oh, I'm down below 90 followers now. One thing I love to do is you have typed f struct vec float xyz, and then you do this. You know, you're taking, you know, you have some function, and maybe it's for whatever reason not taking a vector, but it wouldn't matter if it were taking a vector because, you know, you need to do vec v equals, you know, this is still going to be a bad example that if you had a full vector suite you wouldn't need this, but you can imagine this kind of circumstance. That's totally wrong. Z0, X1, Y1. I hate when I start incrementing the wrong side of the thing. You know, you have something like X1 minus X0, Y1 minus Y0, right? You're computing the size, say, and then doing something on that, you know, whatever. So this is not legal in some version of C. I don't remember which, if maybe it's become legal in more recent Cs, but these are not constant. And so there are some compilers that do complain about this. it's a common extension, but I recall at work, I think, hitting some compiler that actually would not accept this, or at least not by default. I don't remember. And that's super sucky because while it's better probably to do this, whatever the syntax is, I don't have a C99 thing, so I don't ever do it. But while this is probably better syntax so that you can actually see what the things are, I don't know if that's even still allowed if they actually added support for the non-constant parameters here. Having to explicitly do this, again, ignore the fact that you might have overloaded things or whatever. This is terrible that you can't, if you're forced to do this to make it run on all compilers, right? Because one of the things about STB libraries is that they're source libraries that you compile on your compiler. So I have to fix them so they always compile on everybody's compilers no matter what their warning settings are. Right? Like that's just the price I pay for doing a source library. And that may mean I can't do that. And there probably are some of these in the libraries that I haven't fixed because nobody's complained about them yet. But I definitely remember running into compilers that actually enforced that standard. And I think it's in C, not C++. I think it was a C thing. But it might be in C++ too. I don't know. That's super annoying. Like this is the kind of thing where it's like super annoying that the people working on the standards are adding all this shit. I mean, way worse in C++ than in C, but they just don't fix simple things like that. Everyone has their own bugaboos. A lot like rad people would really like to have C have some standards for endianness, so that you could have a structure or a field and you access it. You say this thing is little endian. It'll just always be stored little endian in memory, because that lets you do the serializing with structs that I was talking about. You can say, I know my file format is little endian, so I'll define the struct as little endian explicitly, and it's up to the compiler to generate the code to extract the big endian version. That's one of the things, is that with the current dominance of little endian, doesn't even matter very much, but all of the big endian platforms of note have fast ways, like I don't know if they're just modifiers on their load from memory or whatever, that they can load little endian data from memory efficiently anyway, or it's just a byte swap. But so that's what some people would like to do. But for me, it's just stuff like this. It's like, and maybe it's, like I said, maybe this has been fixed. So I'll tell you the one that I run into now all the time is this, float array 5, and then void do stuff that processes array, and then down here I've forward declared array, and now I fill it out. Right. This compiles in C, and it is an error in C++. You're not allowed to forward declare an array in C++. And you can Google that, and you'll find the response that you get on Stack Overflow is, why do you ever want to do that? Which is, of course, always the wonderful thing you get when you do stuff online. Do you have any replies about any of this stuff? So, and the reason that this matters is because I have stuff like STB Easy Font. And STB Easy Font has these tables that it needs to use. Now, in this particular case, they're not static because of craziness, but usually in these, actually Voxel Render is a good example. Voxel Render has these big tables. Look at these giant tables. STB Vox, optimized face up normal. It's computing the normal for the face. Planar face up normal. Nobody needs to look at these tables unless explicitly what they're doing is debugging the tables. And so I prefer to have all these tables. Where's the tables end? Here's the first table. Oh, there's some more up here. Oh, there's a bunch more up here, but there's one function in the middle, which is bad. Wait, or is that a table? Oh, that's a table, yeah. So here's all these tables. There's the beginning of the tables. That's line 2129, and they go down to here, 26. So it's 500 lines of tables. I would like those to be at the end of the file, because nobody ever needs to notice them. You can read through the file, read through the code, not worry about what the contents of the tables are while you're reading through the code. There's just no benefit to them being up at the beginning. Oh, there's a few more. But because I want this to compile to C++, I can't do that. It has to actually be in there before the things. And because they can be static, because they're private to the file, because of the way source libraries work, it doesn't work. I don't want C++ to fix that because of my source code libraries. Like, source code libraries are a very weird special thing, although in C++ it can be more common because you have inline. I want to fix it because it's just an obvious why not. Why do you support for declares for non-statics but don't support them for statics? And you do support for declares for static functions, but you don't support them for static variables. Why? It's just dumb. Just a dumb oversight, and they haven't fixed it in 25 years or however long. So, all right, end of ranting. Let's get back to actually finishing this frickin' code. Z-off. Z-off does not exist because it is Z arrow pos dot unpacked dot Z. So we're going to have to do a bunch of replacements of that. So it'll be B arrow X off. I'm just going to have to do them. It's X is in the middle instead of at the end. That's unfortunate. So that becomes, so B arrow X off becomes B arrow pos dot unpacked dot X. Sorry, this always starts off screen. So find, replace, replace, replace. Wait. Oh, we're into the debug one that's disabled anyway. Okay. Then we do Y. We do Z. Come on. All right. Getting down. Okay, we're trying to use the slice X and Y again. So let's S arrow slice X. That needs to change. Okay. Items per belt side. That needs to become a global. Whoops. Items per belt. Face org. Okay, so there's some table that I didn't move. Face org. It's probably used in here as well. Let's check. Nope, it's not. It's only used by the renderer. All right, well, let's check if people replied to my ranting. People asking, why would you do that on Stack Overflow are the worst. They are, except if you've ever been on the side of answering the questions, you know that, in fact, people almost always are asking the wrong question. And the answer to their question is not actually what they really need. And which is why you always have to ask them, is that really what you need? You're probably not doing it right. And it's just a problem of expertise, right? Like, the more you're an expert in this particular subject area, the more likely it is that your answer is that your question is legit. And the problem is that you're on the internet. People have no way of knowing what your level of expertise is. So if I go talk to a coworker at RAD, he's probably going to assume I really want it. He might even ask very politely, am I sure I want that? But because it's a real-time interaction, it's not a big slowdown, right? He's like, are you sure you want that? And I say, yes. And he's like, okay, here's my thoughts. When you're on the internet, it's a slow round trip time when you have to clarify, yes, it's what I really want. And because it's a slow round trip time, when people give you the answers, they go into the full depth. They don't start and say, are you sure that's what you want? No, they say, I don't think that's what you want. Here's blah, 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 because they're trying to save time and not wait for the round trip. But that's just a cascade of total fail when you're an expert. So it's kind of like, I don't exactly blame the people who do it. It's the problem with, most questions are asked by novices too, right? So it's like you need the expert forum. And the problem is people think Dunning-Kruger, whatever it is, which is maybe actually not true, by the way. People think they're more expert than they actually are. So you don't need a .type field anymore because I didn't do that in the new data type. I got rid of that abstraction, which I probably shouldn't have. But we were talking about the whole furnace scenario that I'd rather not pay the memory anyway, so maybe I should bite it out. Is item mobile? Here's the definition. Is it used? It is used. All right, so, and it uses this BR arrow mobile slots, and it's actually referring to two different data structures there. Against the logistics one has its own copy, but whatever. Well, they just have to be named the same in both. We're almost there. We're left and right. I remember seeing that, and I didn't move it because I didn't think it would be used. Let's look at the top. Oh, here we are. Assuming target none shouldn't get used, though, because we didn't copy over any of that. Very close. Some more types. Really, really close. Short side, long side. That's the lengths of the sides of the curves, because they are different side lengths. Short side. I should have them have longer names. I've probably said that before. More explicit names. But we're just trying to get it building with it refactored. We don't care about polishing that shit up yet. Did way too much ranting today. We're at 5 hours already, and I've done like an hour of coding, it feels like. J is unused. K used without being initialized. Okay, yep, that's wrong. So we need to know the vertical position, and that was always implicit in the past. You have a slice that's a stack of chunks, and so the position in the slice implied what the chunk was. So we now need an actual explicit slice Z. It's not really slice, it's a chunk Z. Okay, and then we need to access it. 0 chunk Z, and we need to initialize it, and that might be it. So we copy logi chunk, something like that. 0 chunk Z, and again, it's implicit, so we have to pass it in. And to find where it comes from, we'll compile and find where the compiler is, and there's the thing that's missing it, and so now that is K. And chunk Z, and I bet there's going to be more than one of those, so we'll just keep recompiling and finding them. And now K is unused. And now we try running it, and I expect it to crash. I apparently did it right. Is this really, did I actually do it? I guess I did. CPU frame render time that should not take any amount of time at all, the copying. It seems slower than it was, but I don't know that I actually remembered what it was correctly. All right. Do we have people who want me to demo what the factory thing is actually doing currently, or should I keep going? This is why Casey doesn't read the chat. Yeah, makes sense. It's okay. I don't usually get this distracted, so I don't mind doing it once in a while. Usually people don't have that much to ask. Partly we have a bigger crowd, and partly just people had stuff to say that I'm interested in. Like, what was the field of view? That was a total time waster, but I didn't actually know. It was like, yeah, that's a good question. Oh, someone found a video. Somebody said yes, but I don't know what the question was. Was that my question of should I show it? I just got here. Could you explain stuff? That would be awesome. Video freeze. Is the video dead? OBBG. I mean, OBS. Why is my video not updating? Is audio updating correctly? OBS is streaming, but the video preview in OBS is also not moving. So it's not just Twitch, right? So I'm assuming audio is coming through. It's the webcam. All right, well, let me unplug the webcam and plug it back in and see what happens. Well, actually, no. We can just disable the webcam and then re-enable it. Let's see what that does. There we go. All right. Sorry about that, guys, but didn't matter. Where was I? Could I explain stuff? So I'll just demo the current state. Everyone who's been around for a while has seen it, and it doesn't really matter. But so what we're doing is we've got the random voxel terrain Minecraft-esque, that goes forever. Spent a lot of work on optimizing it. The view distance is much larger. I don't know if I printed anywhere. View distance, 1,800 blocks. So it fogs out a little before that. So you can just barely see that. And it's all very aliasy. This is actually with MSAA turned on to try to reduce aliasing, but it's just, hey, if you have that, you have this very dark and light contrast between the sides and the tops. And when you have that, and it's that far away, it just aliases to heck. I think this is 4x MSAA. And so then what we've been working on more recently is to get some kind of gameplay in. I've started doing this Factorio system. This is all programmer placeholder art, so don't be too frantic about that. We have conveyor belts that move these things of ore along, and when the ore eventually gets to an end, it just stops. It doesn't fall off here. But you can see I've routed it over and under itself. That kind of stuff all works. This shows that they come in on the side and they turn and do that stuff, or you can route them around curves. Then there are these pickers these are drillers, the placeholder again. So these are drilling out from the block below them and periodically putting out a thing. The animation is not lined up correctly. They're pausing until they have a place to put it, and you can't really see them then put it. There's a little tiny twitch at the very end, which I'm not even sure shows, because I'm running this, I believe, at 20 frames per second, even though the 60 frames per second here, but I think I'm streaming at 20. And here we have something, so these are all using the same graphics, but this is iron ore and this is coal. And then this thing here, I really wish I could turn that off, the ghost thing. This object here, so these are drilling out, this is drilling out iron and this is drilling out coal. These blocks are coal. This thing is taking one coal and one iron and outputting this, which is an iron bar. This thing is taking one iron bar and one iron ore, which I think doesn't actually make any sense, and one coal, and fusing them together to make an iron gear, which you can't tell is a gear. And then this thing is taking two iron gears, so you'll see it will grab two things for every one it outputs. So it's grabbing two iron gears and one iron bar and outputting a conveyor belt. So those pink things are conveyor belts, in theory. None of that's actually hooked up yet. So there you go. That's what's going on in this thing. And I can just fly indefinitely. We did some optimization work. I'm running in debug, though, so I will probably be able to outrun the generator if I fly in one direction and watch stuff pop in. The goal will be to eventually get to the point where it generates the terrain as fast as you can move, whatever the fastest speed you can move at, so that you can't outrun the terrain generation and you'll never see pop in. And this terrain generation is not very hard right now, and it still can't do that. This terrain generation is generating a height field, and because it's full 3D voxel, you'd like to actually do something more sophisticated, get more like turbulence, 3D turbulence, so that things have overhangs and stuff like that, which this can never generate. Anyway, maybe we're actually keeping up with I guess I can turn on the threads and see how loaded the threads are. They're very little idle, so I don't know that we're actually keeping up. Yep, yeah, there's popping. So that's the status of this game, quote unquote game. All right. We're scrolling through. So this is kind of Factoring meets Minecraft. Yep. So, and here's the word is escaping me. Manifesto is not the right word, but this is what the intent of this project is. I just wanted, when I started it, to take STB voxel render and make a full game engine using STB voxel render that really did everything that you expect a voxel engine to do. And so, the plus is partly done, and the colon is kind of done, like badly done. And then the Factorio stuff is kind of independent. It's just to try to get some gameplay in there, just because it was getting boring to do an engine without a game. I do not plan on networking the Factorio part of the stuff. So basically, you'll be able to configure this engine and say, do you want to include the factory component or not? And if you include the factory component, you don't get the networking. Those elements are going to be mutually exclusive. Because the intent is that it's an open block building game, meaning that not only is it the source freely available, it's open, but go ahead and try to build it in a way that's sort of a flexible engine that can be used in multiple ways. And maybe you can compile both components in. It's actually a runtime switch. You choose at runtime, do you get networking? So you can, you only need one executable and you can kind of make 4 or 5 games out of it by turning on and off different components. Who knows? All very speculative. I do want to add guns and shooting because that's a good and interesting thing to network. I don't actually care about the gameplay necessarily of the guns and shooting. Why is this not scroll? Oh, that's a weird language. Okay. I thought it was like just showing me the bottom of the text of that line of text or something, or the top of that line of text. So it wouldn't scroll far enough. Okay, so this all seems to be working. So let's go ahead and commit it. I should check if I left any important to-dos in. I know at least one to-do I left in that I don't care about. Oh, there were some blank spaces in there. I should probably clean up. That's moving all that data. There's some blank spaces. STB image, I thought I reverted that. I thought I undid all those changes. All right, let's revert that. Even if I hadn't done the diff, I would have caught that when I did the check-in and it showed me that that file was changed. I wouldn't have accepted that. Oh, I need to add the new file. That's what's missing from this. Where were those spaces? I'd like to clean those up. Not sure how they got in there. Where? Okay, there we go. Render copy logic chunk. So I think it's there. Yeah. And there was one more somewhere. Why don't I use the scroll bar? Oh, because that's too fast. That's why I don't. Jesus. Okay, here's. Oh, that was STB image. Here's one. That's in the header file. I assume. Let's call it. It's an aber. There it is. Boom. All right. Just page through real fast. I can't actually read it that fast. I just wanted to kind of get a sense of it. Okay. What's the command? Commit. Render logistics rendering render logistics from a copy. All right. Now, right now we're copying it every frame. But what happens if we don't copy it every frame? What happens if we only copy it if logistics long tick equals 0? Is that how that works? Logistics long tick. Or do I have to do a mod? We set it to 0 when we did the tick, which is when we need to make the new copy. All right, let's try that. Now the render time is smaller, which is bad because that means that copy is taking a while. All right, let me pick a fixed orientation to check the render time. Okay, right there. I just won't touch it. It's super spiky, so it's hard to be sure. But it's going up and down between 2 point something and 3 point something. 3.89, well, okay. And then let's force it to always happen. It's spiking up to 4. It looks like it's going between 2 and 4. I wasn't expecting this to be so erratic, so I don't have anything in there to let me see it better. Maybe you need to put something in. This is still debugged, though. I guess let's test release. Does it even work in release? Since I do get release-only bugs sometimes. All right. Now it's clearly oscillating between 1 and 2. Oh, I saw it spike to 3, though, I think. Yep, now it's settled up on 3. Maybe because it's competing with the threads and now the threads have stopped. Yeah, that's going to be an issue when we put this on its own thread. So it's going to be fighting with those threads. Okay, so now it seems pretty stable. 1.6 and then periodic spiking for some reason. Which could be when the tick happens, I guess. It's so jittery. I need to graph it or something. And then let's do it. So we only copy the database when it changes. Wait for the cache to finish getting built. 500 and something. That's really hard to say. I'm really going to have to actually gather data to be able to tell. It seems like it might be slower than I would think for some reason. It is still doing a bunch of mallocs, but not that many. I mean, a couple hundred or something. But all right, well, we'll come back to that. We'll worry about that later. So right now, what's going on? We're copying it. Okay, so now if we want to thread the ticks, how is this going to work? We have to keep our own long tick independent of, well, it doesn't use the, yeah. What we want to do is, logistics tick has to totally change. The whole point of logistics tick is that it doesn't do very much, but it does do this long tick. So what we want to do, severalfold. First of all, this part of the logic needs to get dealt with the interaction with the thread. This part is part of the update system, basically, and we still said we had to figure out how to make updates work. Okay, it calls update block core. So what we're going to do is we're going to make update block, which is public. When you call update block, instead of calling update block core, it's going to queue a change like this. Which we're not going to implement yet. We're just going to put a placeholder. Because you notice it doesn't return anything. So it's okay that it queues it instead of immediately doing it. I love that we're nesting these cores and queues and everything. All right. So that should be unchanged. And then now this one can call queue. And because it's queuing it, we can still run this as part of the main render thread. So the only thing to remember is there's a main thread which does the rendering, and it's going to call this tick. It's still going to call this tick. The long tick is not going to get processed here. And the reason, for example, is that this works. This thing does the texture scrolling, and that stays synchronized with the rendering, regardless of what happens with the logistics ticks. Now, the logistics tick increment, we need to see who uses that. If it's only used for the anim, it is only used for the anim. Okay, good. So since that's only used for the animation, that can all continue to live here. Okay, I'm scrolling up to see what's going on in the chat. So Gingerbill, in your comparison function for sorting the structures, you want to make sure there is no tie. Your current thing, and maybe somebody's explained this in the chat and I haven't scrolled up far enough, but if the sizes of the two things are not the same, you should force a fixed order. So you want a tiebreaker. I mean, if they are the same, you want a tiebreaker for that. Either the order they are in the structure or alphabetical order are reasonable. Just so that you do guarantee that cross compiles, you will always produce the same layout. And then cross compilers, if theoretically somebody else made a different compiler and then their sort, implementation was different or whatever. As the tiebreaker, not as the main. Obviously, you primarily sort by size. And you want big size first. I didn't actually check whether you did that correctly. Yeah, I think you did. I actually personally, sort of rule of thumb that I tend to do, if I can, if it's not a performance issue, is if I need things largest to smallest, I still sort smallest to largest, just because it's more intuitive. I sort smallest to largest and then walk their way backwards. In this particular case, because you're going to build a data structure that corresponds to the order, you probably do want to do that. But I just find that that's sort of more like clearer idiomatically to rely on, because then your comparison functions always look the same because they're always comparing so things go much. Like what I actually prefer is that qsort has a parameter of do you want to sort forwards or backwards, rather than embedding that knowledge in the comparison function. That's the whole reason, is so the comparison functions are always consistent. In fact, that's partly because I have my helper functions, where which I may or may not have used on stream, where you have this somewhere in your thing. You're like, I want to sort on bar. And so I have a convenience thing, because it's common enough that this turns out to work, so I have an STB array, say, so it's that. And then the third parameter is, of course, the comparison function. So I have STB int comp offset of the array type and bar. Now, this is not thread safe, because what this thing does under the hood, there's an int comp, that takes a const. Hey, look, const void A, const void B, and then it uses a global variable, int offset, and it does, some pointer arithmetic. Right, it does that and compares those. Which lets me then do this. But if I ever want to sort that array backwards, I don't have that. I'd need to add, int comp reverse or something. So in particular, because I already tend to do things this way, I'd really rather there was a sort reverse flag. But I think even if I didn't have this convenience functions, I still like that idea. I think it turns out to be easier to understand your code if you can just always follow a rule. Your comparisons are always smaller to larger. Now, obviously, once you start doing multi-field compares, smaller and larger don't always make sense. It's really just what order do I want things in the output. And so it's not always fatal for your comparison to do those kind of reversals. But in the cases where there really is an obvious order, you have year, month, day, and your comparison function, and you decide you want the most recent to be first in the thing, and you're looking into the past, then obviously you can do that by sorting the largest times first, and do that by doing your comparisons in that order. I think it's just better idiomatically if you can always do your comparison smaller. Just repeating myself. It just feels better idiomatically if as often as possible. It's not always the case, which does mean you're always breaking the idiom sometimes, so maybe the argument for idiom is not that strong. I think it's actually cleaner if idiomatically you just always sort as much as possible, sort smaller first, and then walk the list backwards. Like I said, in your case, probably because you're trying to build a data structure that's sorted in the correct order. You don't really want to like sort it and then reverse it. That's gross. If you have to reverse in place, probably not the right call. But the queue sort that takes the parameter is clearly the thing I would want always. That would solve that case as well. So I don't know. Just another little random rant. Okay, where are we in this? We're trying to split out. I just deleted that accidentally. Okay. Yeah, alphabetical or something. The main thing is just that it's something that's defined unambiguously by the source in some way. So that you don't need anything other than the source to determine it. Like literally that you could add and assert in your comparison function that if like compute the return value into a variable and then add and assert that the result is not 0 unless the 2 pointers are the same pointer. It's possible that a sort could actually move an item around temporarily and actually have 2 copies of the item, which would violate that. I don't know if any would do that though, because that's the case you want. You want there to be no ambiguity. That would be another great sort flag. Is you could have a sort flag, which is throw if, not that I would ever use exceptions, but throw if 2 items ever evaluate to equal, and then you could just guarantee that your list doesn't ever do that. That your sort is unambiguous. All right. So how do I need to make this work? So the animation is just going to run. So one of the things that's going to happen is if you can't keep up, the logistics sim is going to slow down. And the animation is going to have to stutter, or eventually we'll try to spread out the animation to be smoother. But to start with, we'll let the animation stutter. It'll get to the end and the tick still hasn't finished, so it just stops there. So we'll have to figure out how to do that. But we'll just let the conveyor animation just go. We won't bother stuttering that. Just because, like, why worry about it for now? If we decide that we are going to smooth things out and make them move slower on the belts, then maybe we'll come back and try to change the belt animation to match. Okay, so how do we do all this? We have to queue our updates and process them in the other thread. And then what we need to do is basically when we get here, where was our chart? Oh, I deleted it. Okay. I think what I ended up deciding is that I think I was drawing it that the other thread, that the background thread would do the copy, because this is the one updating. So what happens is when we get to here, this is assuming we are updating logistics long take. When we get to here, rather than copy logistics database, we could say trigger logistics database copy, which waits for the other thread to do it and then returns. Like that'll be a starting place to get this working. Okay, so how do we trigger a thing in a thread? Well, we unlock a semaphore, I guess, right? Whatever you call doing that. So we go into Mesh Builder because that's where I do all my stuff. And so we create mutex. Do we have a semaphore? Did we end up switching everything to mutexes at some point? I think we ended up switching everything to mutexes for some reason. I don't remember now. SCBIH. Used semaphores in KView. I don't remember why I switched, if I ever was using them. Did I get rid of thread safe queue? Was that using them? No, I still have thread safe queue, which I might actually want to make global so I can use that for the logistics queue, in fact. The wakeable waiter. Do I want to use the wakeable waiter? Is that what I need for this? No, because they're not. Maybe? No, I think I just want a semaphore. So logistics init right here. Logistics tick control. SDL semaphore logistics tick control. I think that's a pointer. I don't remember it's capitalized. Yeah, it's not. Assuming it's like the other ones. In fact, it might just be sem. Let's try and compile. Okay. So now we can trigger it by SDL sem. I don't know what the functions are called. Do we have a SDL in this? SDL somewhere in here. Red. Sem. Nope. Sync. What is it called? Events? No. Mutex. Okay, some of our different. Some wait, some try wait, some post. There's what we want. Some post. We don't want to miss any ticks. That's why we're using semaphores. But this could allow this thing to just fall arbitrarily behind. So we actually want. Maybe that is what we do want a condition variable. We want a sort of a join point. We want this to wait till the other thing. So how do you? What's the easiest way to implement a join? Thread join. Not Java. Oh, I guess SDL. I could ask if SDL has a way to do it. No, not wait for it to finish. I just have to synthesize my own thing, it looks like. This is not actually the thing I want. I want the oh, okay, it is what I want. Wait, why is this split in two functions? Oh, this must be SDL1, not SDL2. Yeah, probably condition variables, which I just don't understand, so I never use them. It probably has some way to do it. So I semaphore post. Whatever that was called, logistics tick start, and then I SDL sem wait logistics copy done. Just because I don't know how else to do this offhand. Logistics tick start. Logistics. So it's not tick start, it's copy start. Logistics. Which of course then means these don't actually need to be semaphores at all. They could just be atomics, actually, I think. Copy start. Wait for copy done. And then this thing is going to do the opposite. It's going to wait for copy start. That's going to do a copy. Which I think I was moving that line and I deleted it. So it's logistics copy. What's it called? Copy logistics database. Close. Okay, then when it's finished copying, it's done that, so now it can do a tick. And how do I do a tick? Logistics do long tick. So right now, I'm just letting the main thread control everything, and I'm not saying this is how I should do it in the long run, but it does let me do something. And I'm pretty sure this interaction can be done differently. But it's not a mutex. You can't just wrap these in a mutex because they're reversed, so... So for now, that means this is actually this. I think that's that. And then you could actually double buffer the copying. You would need to do that. You would need to copy to a different copy if this could start before that. If it could start while the previous render was happening, which we might go to someday. But so we do the tick, and then I closed that thing. I'd written out the order that I want things. Oh, here it is. Good. Copy, tick, process, block, update queue, and before that we want to do player and non-logistics. So if we had trains, the train wants to either interact on the tick or it needs to go through a queue. Whoops, I didn't mean to type. And non-logistics interactions with logistics contents. Okay, so the process block update queue we have to do, but I think that might be it. That might be the only thing left. Logistics tick control is now tick start, copy start, and copy end. Start and end are the wrong pair of names. I always make that mistake. Should be start and stop or begin and end. Did I not call it copy end? Copy done. Oh, that's okay. Right, because they're triggers. I'm just finding a problem with non-order structs. Imagine thing ABC without reorder. The order matches the layout. With reorder, it may not. Where thing ABC is a compound literal. I don't know what you mean. Thing ABC is a compound literal depends on the definition of thing. I'm not sure what it. Thing ABC needs to mean initialize the first field as defined in the source with A, define the second field and that's defined in the source with B, define the third field that's defined in the source with C. Doesn't matter how it's been reordered internally. You're expressing it relative to the order it's typed out in the source. Your source to source always matches. That's the idea. Unless I misunderstood the problem. The reordering should be transparent. It should behave the same as if there was no reordering. Think of it that way. I think that's actually kind of a good rule of thumb. Anywhere where the language would behave differently if the reordering rule was keep it in the same order is a problem area that you have to think about. And if you can make it behave the same as it would if it were not reordered, then do so. I think that kind of gets at it. Okay, so I just need to process the block update queue. And like I said, I have to do this because that's how we seed the world at the very beginning. So we want to move the thread safe queue to public. And that uses SDL, so that has to go into the header. That's a data structure, so I guess it goes in. This whole thing of splitting into funcs and data doesn't actually work when you have an abstract data type. Doesn't really make sense. I'm going to put it in with, yeah, like for here where I have a structure that's private to that function, I have it like that. So BBGA are including SDL? No, it's not. So I don't like including that, but we'll do it for now. Okay, and then the thread safe functions. Knit thread safe queue, add to queue, get from queue non-blocking. Do we want get from queue non-blocking? Yes. Yeah, that's all we're going to need. Oh, actually, we might as well copy that all, though. Oh, wait, no, we just wanted to... I'm making a header, not moving anything. Jeez. Remember what you're doing. All right. Looks that compile. It's so nice not to have to support C++. Woo. Does not compile. Already has a body. I have left that. Okay, and it compiles. And now We're so close. We're so close. We add to queue, get from queue not blocking. We need to init thread safe queue. And how big does it need to be? It needs to be pretty big, because we can do massive updates. It's not really designed for this. All right, well, we'll just do it. It's fine. We can fix it some other day. Oh my god, all the ore is going to go through this, though. Well, it only goes up to 2,000. Okay. So, logistics, update queue. Block update queue. And it doesn't need the logistics prefix because it's private to this file anyway. Same for the above ones, but whatever. Block update queue equals init thread safe queue. Oh, it takes update queue. It's gonna support 16,000 block updates. Why not? Size of block update. Let's do it before we create the thread. I guess the thread's gonna try to look at it. So then we need a block update queue, and it is private to this file. So let's block update. Update block. Yep, okay. So here we go, type def struct, logistics block update. It's going to store X, Y, Z, type, rot, alloc. Don't know what any of this means. I'm just doing it. So then we create a logistics block update. And here's a case where I'm just going to initialize it with non-static, non-constant values. And then we're going to say add to queue of the, what is it called? Logistics block update queue. Is that what I called it? BU. Block update queue, right. I don't need logistics in it. If that fails, which I assume is that case, then do we have an error function? We don't have an error function? We don't have an exit on error function? Really? Nowhere? There are no possible errors in any of this code up to date? Error. Here's one. I don't know how I went right by it. Okay, is that global? Not ship with that, but that's just to get all this stuff working. All right, so we add it to queue, and then static void logistics update block queue process. We do logistics block update queue. If get from queue, maybe? Nope. What's it called? Get from queue, not blocking, of course. BU. Nope. Thread queue. It's update. Block update queue. BU. Then. Search for comma, replace comma with comma, space BU dot. Then we update. this, and we do it in a while loop. And of course, it's going to keep locking and unlocking it every time through, which is not very efficient. But whatever, for now. That happens here. Whoops. Okay. Maybe. Have I forgotten a step somewhere? I feel like I should have forgotten a step, but I don't know what the step would be. Let's compile and see if that catches anything for us. Block update queue not declared. Is that not the name? What did I name it? Should be right above it, shouldn't it? I did. That's what I never did. Code save queue. I never declared it. All right. That's easy enough. Told you I felt like there was something missing. Block update queue, block update queue. No. Logistics block update. What did I call it? Did I never define that structure? No, I must have, because that code is compiling. Red safe. Logistics block update. Yep, okay. I just have to put a logistics in front. Alright. Okay, now there's no way this works. There's absolutely no way this works. But, so before I run, let me look at it again. And one thing, as I said I wanted to do, is I want to make sure this also can run non-threaded. So I need to put that code back in. Okay, so this is going to start. It's going to wait for somebody to say copy start. It's going to copy the database into global. And when it's done, it's going to say copy end. So render copy. We're going to mark this volatile in a vain attempt, although it works in VC and Visual Studio because they enforce extra rules for volatile, to make sure that when this writes to that thing, it gets propagated out. Logistics do long tick. We had a tick requested, so we do a logistics long tick. We didn't have a tick request. We had a copy request. So we copied it. Now the other thing should only be looking at the copy. We do the long tick. Once we're done with the long tick, we immediately do any of this stuff. We'd kind of like to do this as late as possible. Like here. But then that forces the other thread to wait longer. So if we reorder who's in control eventually, we can move this around. But for now, we'll have to live with it there. So we do the long tick, we update. That seems reasonable. This is no longer needed. Well, I need just I need the macro that's unreferenced variable. And then the tick, current tick, what does it do? If it has some order process, it adds it to the queue. It updates the animation, increments the tick. Okay, this is wrong. This needs to increment logistics long tick. If logistics long tick is greater than equal long tick, well, greater than long tick length. If we keep ticking and we haven't updated the other thing, then we need to force it. Wow, I thought I fixed that. We need to keep it here, which is just a clamp. I could just clamp it or max it, minute, which allows this test to work. That makes sure this test will work when we remove the increment here. Because this doesn't want to increment based on how many times render is called. It wants to increment based on logistics tick. And then this actually wants to be computed after long tick updates because it uses long tick. And it wants to reset, it wants offset to be 0. It doesn't want offset to be 1 when it's just ticked. Yeah, maybe. Different volatile qualifiers. All right. What is it called? Logic render logi chunk star. done. Okay, and I'm going to release. Let's not do that. Let's do debug. And let's run steering mirror as a little backup. And let me check chat real quick before we take the plunge. All right, here we go. I'm sure this fails. All right, nothing's crashing. Things are moving. Things are animating. Don't tell me I actually got this right on the first try. So looking at the objects moving across, they pop a little bit, but that's how they always did. Let's check if this is constructing. Let's check what happens if I try to fast forward. Fast forward works. It looks like it's all working. Is it really running on another thread? Yeah, all right. Crazy. I honestly did not expect to get this working the first try. Okay, so now then the CPU frame render time. It's hard to say. Two spiking down to 1 or spiking up to 3? I can't quite tell. All right, so now, here's what we do. Logistics do long tick. The very first thing we're going to do is, does this have a sleep function? I don't know. It does. I'll sleep way too long. No, what is it? I've looked for this before. I don't remember what it turned out to be called. Obviously not sleep. Yeah, unfortunately, how do you search for that? I mean, not that sleep is a particularly good name. I just don't know how to search for it. SCL delay. Okay, so I just don't have any in my source. So what we do at the very beginning is we delay for 500, which would be totally broken. Let's see what happens. Okay, so first of all, it seems to be sleeping on my thread, which is not good. No, it's not, right. It's because it's synchronizing with the semaphore. Right. Okay, so that's expected. So now what we want to do is here, we want to trigger the copy. How do we want to do this? I don't know how to do this. This is not actually a case I really want to deal with yet. All right, so let's do the other thing. So currently it should be going every 12 ticks. So 12/60ths of a second is 200 milliseconds. So if we delay for less than that, if we delay for 50, if this were happening on the main thread, well, let's even do 100. If this were happening on the main thread, we would only run at 10 frames per second. But since it's happening on the background thread, it should actually not affect anything at all. That should still be enough time for it to do the full update. We're in debug even. It looks like it is. Now I try to fast forward, and it doesn't work very well. The fast forward's faster, but it's still only able to run at 10 frames per second because I've got that delay in. In fact, it's not even that. Yeah, it's just not really even any faster. Because the normal one is, it's normally 200, and so it is, yeah, it's running twice as fast. You can see I'm moving by the arrows. So it's fed up a little bit, but not very much. And the animation goes away, obviously. Because of that delay. So that looks good. The delay is just being eaten up. So if our simulation took 100 milliseconds, that's what the behavior would be. which looks great. We can have a simulation that takes 100 milliseconds every tick, and we're fine. Now this is only ticking every 12. If I move the tick up to 6, which is what I want to do, obviously everything's going to go too fast because like nothing's designed to run at this tick rate yet. But if I change the tick rate to 6, then that's 6 is that's 100 mils. So this will be not quite right, and it should stutter a little bit because it can't quite make it, and it does. It's stuttering just a little bit. Obviously everything's moving at double speed. But if I change the delay to 50 now, it should still be fine. Everything should just be running smooth double speed, even though the simulation thing is pausing for 50 milliseconds. So it looks good. Looks nice. Looks like this is a huge success. All right, so let's take out the delay. Let's put the thing back. I have one more thing I want to do for this, but let's check it in first. Let's review it real quick. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it, so I didn't look very closely. Next to A, run factory simulation, logistics simulation, let's call it. Simulation on background thread. All right. And then what was the thing I wanted to change? Oh yeah, I want to make sure single threaded still works. So I should add an OBBG config that's separate from this. Single threaded logistics. Actually, let's logistics background thread. Let's make that be the default. So if I turn it off, I should get the old behavior. So how do I get the old behavior? I'll still make the copy because the renderer works from a different thing. So we'll put it back to how it was when I was making the copy inline. We'll still record the OR into the thread safe queue just to keep all the code flowing the same instead of having to add more if-defs. But we'll kill this. In fact, actually I should make it a runtime switch. Yeah, let's make it a runtime switch. Because people who have a single core, there's no point in running it on a background thread, right? So int static bool logistics. So let's make more greppable background thread. Let's make it a sentence. Well, or a phrase, a proper phrase. I mean, not a sentence. So, logistics on background thread. Could we dynamically switch between them, or should we do it at init time? We can't really dynamically switch between them. Oh, we can, because this will just sit here and wait. As long as we only switch while it's loading. That's a little more complicated than I want to deal with. So we'll explicitly... Alright, so we'll leave this alone. Logistics render, right here. If logistics on background thread, we do this. In the long run, it maybe wants to be a little bit different. And where's the background thread? We have to do this. We have to actually do the tick. And we have to do the update block process. Which is sub-ideal. We're now doing more work. We used to do the updates inline. Oh, I didn't try to place any blocks. Whew. Let's do that. Jesus. That's very important. I didn't even test that part of the system. I mean, in the startup version of it worked, so something was going on. But so this should have like a weird latency. I don't see weird latency. Is it actually working? I mean, it's only it's 200 milliseconds of latency. It should be. Oh, it always had some latency because you have to wait for the mesh builder to run. Oh, it's the logistics simulation that's... Okay. So let's put down some ore. Let's put down a drill. yeah, you can see the rotation. Well, you can't see. All right, so then if we delete these, we'll get there and it'll stop. And then we build more on the end, and it should take a little second before it... Oh, well, it's rotated wrong. There we go. Oh, I saw it pop when it... Yeah, so it takes a little bit before it starts moving on, which is fine. It wouldn't be able to move on until the next tick anyway, so I don't think that actually makes any difference at all. Okay, good. And that is working. So just go on background thread false. Then we're going to go through this path and just not trigger that. And then let's not even init it. But we do need the thread set queue. If logistics on background thread. And in the long run, that should be on the config screen option. And so we need to sort of resync stuff in the config screen. So now let's check that this still works. Yeah, I can just rotate an existing thing and see what that does. Okay, that seems fine. So apparently I didn't mess it up. Like if I'd left one of them out, well, that wouldn't hurt. So let's go back to the other way just to make sure the other way still works too, and leave that as the default, in fact. Doom, 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 doom. Everything running fine. Fast forward for a little bit. Doom, 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 doom. Bouncer swapping things to make a mess. Yep. All right. All looking good. All right. So, been streaming for 6 hours, and very little of that was programming. I mean, 2 or 3 hours of programming and 2 or 3 hours of ranting, I feel like. And then I went to the store. So I'll take suggestions in chat. What do you think? Should I stop? Should I try to do something else? Should I refine what I've done? There's a little bit of refining to do. So I committed that. Then did I add anything else? Yeah, I just added the single thread. Okay. More, you have 75 viewers. That's a vote. I don't really expect anyone to vote for stopping exactly, but it's more sort of how enthusiastic people are, I guess. I mean, I guess there might be some people who feel like they have to watch every minute and would rather I stop. But I can't be that confident. I mean, thing is, if you follow me on Twitter, you know that I play the game Rocket League a lot. And Rocket League came out with an update yesterday with a new game mode, and I've only played a little bit of it. So obviously Friday, is a good day to have other people playing and get in there. So I'd kind of like to go do that, but it's not, I love programming too. So, and I have a lot of the night still in front of me. It's only 4 o'clock West Coast time. So it's not like I can't put in more time on this. Good stream. Please keep going, please. Can you pick up the pink dots from the belt and they appear in inventory? That was, in fact, if you saw the Twitter vote, one of the things we talked about was the inventory system. So let's take a look at the inventory system. So right now we have a UI, and it's got what's equivalent of creative mode in Minecraft. So it has something which I was calling the inventory, but is not the inventory. So let us start by renaming the inventory. this is now, in fact, let's search and replace. All of this code was intentionally designed to be reusable with inventory, by the way. So, inventory is going to become the item chooser. I don't know if that's a very good name, but that's what we'll start with. Item chooser, block type, compute item chooser. So this screen, what is the screen going to be? Sure, it's the item chooser screen. Why not? That's what these names actually are. Not a great name, but I'll live with it. Doom, doom, doom. And that screen is already called the selection screen. So maybe I should have called it UI select. Which we can search and replace that, because that will be unique enough that I don't have to, well, I mean, I can global search and replace it without doing it this way. Yep. Okay, they all were legit. So now let's switch item chooser to just be select. But boom. Make sure it compiles. It compiles. All right. So now we have the UI screen select. So now we add UI screen inventory. And then we look for scan code E. And if we're not on 9, okay, in this case, if, we'll just call it creative mode because I'm lazy. We'll do that, else UI screen equals UI screen inventory. Compute UI inventory. Okay, inventory is just going to be the same as this to start with. UI select, UI inventory. Boom. UI rect row. UI inventory 3. But it can be differently shaped. This is abstracting out that, although the 3 is hard coded, but whatever. And then we intentionally made the block types to be out of that data structure, which allows us to have int inventory. Now those are using block types. Inventory is going to use item types. So we'll actually have to change that. And probably these should actually use item types as well. So your inventory will start empty. I don't know if we're going to actually get picking up off belts. We may only be able to get through doing the UI part of the inventory, the UI screen part of the inventory. Because I want to get that so that when you go to pick the object up, you can tell you picked it up. So it seems better to do this stuff first. But it may take me long enough that I won't have time to actually do the pickup, which is harder. That's where the real work is, but I'd rather get this in. All right, so this is currently just all laying out exactly the same, which is fine, although you won't be able to tell. And since you won't be able to tell, how does it position it? Ah, here it is. What the hell is this computing? What? Top Y to center. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's make it off-centered. The way we'll do that is by claiming it's taller than it really is. And so it will be positioned lower, just so I can tell the difference between the inventory and the select. Okay, so then we get down here, and we have case UI inventory. And again, all of this is going to be so similar that it suggests we probably ought to share the code more, but whatever. Okay, so we can start dragging out of the inventory here. And we can also start dragging out of our action bar in this case. So we want to do that. How do we do that? Make it global. So this is where I was saying I kind of wish they were all in one data structure. I could make, in fact, yeah, maybe I should. Let's do it that way. Ha! Okay. We're going to make the inventory screen 4 lines tall. And when we compute it, we're going to have the action bar actually be the fourth row of the inventory. So the action bar in creative mode is going to be totally independent from the UI inventory. Don't have to do that. In fact, the contents could come from the same thing because we can pass in the contents array separately. So that's good. So I can't declare anywhere, so I have to do this. Oh, I already have one. Okay, good. And this becomes 3. And I forced the spacing wrong. Okay, good. So I don't need the action bar in this path. So we hit detect row, and let's save drag from action bar is true if and only fj is 3. This is kind of hard-coded, whatever. We don't really want to detect multiple times. Not sure why that was that way. All right, so that'll start a drag from the inventory on either side. And in fact, we actually want drag from row equals j, drag from column equals I. Drag from row, drag from column, and now we don't need drag from action bar because we can get that from drag from row, although maybe it's better to keep it separate. I don't know if I actually need it, to be honest. I don't think I definitely have any use for it. All right, so personal preference for people. Do you prefer the drag to be you click down and release and drag the thing? Or do you prefer you click down, you have to hold it down, and when you release, it drops it? Currently, you have to hold it down, and so I'm just curious. Let me tell you why. It's an interesting question. Because if you pick something up and drag it over something else in your inventory and drop it there, and you want it, and there's already a thing there, that should swap on your cursor. But if your rule is that you drop on release, then the normal state of things is that you're carrying a thing while your mouse is down, and your cursor is carrying a thing while your mouse is down, and it's not carrying a thing when your mouse is up. But if you drop on something else and it pops onto your cursor, now your mouse is up. So it seems like you actually want the opposite. It seems like you really can only make this work if you want to have that swapping behavior. You can only make it work that you click release to drag, which means let's say static int drag from screen, drag from screen equals UI screen, drag from screen equals UI screen. So if you're dragging and the drag from screen is UI screen select, then we have the old behavior. But I think in the new behavior, we actually want to do it this way, that I'm proposing to switch to. We actually want release to do nothing, else do nothing. I'm used to holding down whole time. Yes, click and hold and drag. But what does Minecraft do if you click and hold and drag and drop on a non-open slot? Doesn't it swap? I don't remember. I just feel like the only way to make that swapping behavior make sense is to have that be the default. I guess you can support both. Supporting both is kind of a pain. You have to check whether you've moved since you dragged. Should I support? Here, let's vote. Should I support both? It's a pain, but I can do it. Should I just support both? Let's see. So we're going to drag, and then we need to down. If you're dragging, when you hit down, if dragging, you got to do something. Switch drag from screen. So this handles the case where you closed the window while you were dragging. Case UI screen select. Have the old behavior. Case UI And it's not possible to drag from this UI screen none, so we don't have to worry about that case. You know what the peanut gallery will choose. Yes, I absolutely do. But it forces you to accept the fact that I'll get even less done today if I do that. Won't it hurt to stand for hours? Apparently not. I'm standing on a little mat. It's really hard to see because it's dark colored. It's a little cushion. And most of the time you see me sit down for a little bit. Although I don't think I have today. People who have actually been watching will know whether I just lied or not. If you already have something held, then don't pick. But I'm pretty sure you want that swapping behavior. It seems like really useful. Support both. Pushes it forward a slot from memory. Yeah, it swaps. Yeah, so I think you just want both. So if you're dragging and you mouse down while dragging, we might need the dragging state to be more explicit. I'm not sure. Then you're dropping. So now we need to hit detect where you're dropping, and we have code somewhere to do that. It's down here, hit detect row. Right, it's instead of null though, it's got the size. I remember how this works. And we might want to automate this. And hit detect grid. It's not really grid. It's a column of rows. What are these called? UI rect row. Rows, num rows. Wall int x int y int I int j. We don't need I. Well, whatever. I equals hit detect row of rows. We need to pass in the box. What was it? What was the type name again? Rect I. Box. Pass in box. If I is greater than 0, I'll return true, but we gotta do a little more. Return false. Whoops. Trying to go too fast. Star x equals I, star y equals j. Voila. Alright. So this becomes hit detect grid. UI action bar, comma, 4. I should not type the hard code those numbers, whatever. If hit detect grid, shape, we have to compute shape. Come back to that. This one becomes I, comma, j. If hit detect grid, UI select null, comma, I, comma, j. And then hit becomes I. And there's no loop, which is a loop I just fixed. That's silly. The break, there was a missing break that I added there that now I don't need. Is there another hit in here? I don't see one. Nope. All right. Oh. Right, I'm using this. This isn't even the part I was meaning to change. I was meaning to change this. Oh, this only has one target row. That's right. I didn't even realize I was going to get to save these. But no, okay, so I got to do the same thing here. That I just wrote. Hit detect grid. This I didn't pass in the count. So this is 3, comma null. Let's hit detect grid. 4, I, j null. Hit becomes I. No other hit in here? Alright. Okay, I think. What happens when I try to compile? Rows sub j is detect grid UI action bar for or just to be consistent, we'll use J and I. All right. So when this happens, this is the code we were just writing. We've finished dragging from drag from row, drag from column to I and J are the new row and column. If I equals drag from column, did I get those backwards or in order? Drag from row, J, drag from column I. Okay, good. And J equals drag from row, then we do nothing. So we want the opposite of that. I does not equal drag from column, or J does not equal drag from row. Then we want to drag. Okay, so if, what do we call it, inventory? We don't have the, oh yeah, inventory, 4.9, okay. Let's call it inventory item, just to be a little clear. Okay, so we're dropping if inventory item of j of I does not equal 0. Is 0 reserved? 0 might not be reserved. We gotta check that. Might be using negatives. Item. Where's the item in There isn't one? Is it only in logistics? Yep, okay. IT empty. Maybe need to figure that out, the whole having both the block type and this thing, because as I was just saying, the selector is currently using block types. The item type is supposed to be only items that can be on belts, and maybe it's possible we could have a machine type or something that you can, some inventory thing that can't be on a belt. Can you have a thing that could be in your inventory but couldn't be on a belt? I think not. I think we do want those to be the same thing. So this is the right type. IT stands for item type, by the way. So back to UI. So if this happens, this does not equal IT empty, then we need to swap. So first we inventory item j of I, and inventory item of j of I equals inventory item of drag from row, drag from column, and then inventory item of. Okay, so this is a little odd. We're actually going to swap it, which doesn't make any sense, but you'll see why eventually. We're actually going to, because we're carrying it, so we don't, we picked something up from one location and we dropped it in another location. It doesn't make sense that we then teleport the thing in that other location back over there. That's going to look really dumb. And it will look dumb, but we're going to, there's a reason for all this. You will see it. Okay, so in this case, we swap them, and we do not stop dragging. We want to stay in the dragging state. Else, okay, so then if we dragged it on itself, that's this case. So let's actually go back to that. If we dragged it on itself, then dragging equals false. We just stop. We're not in dragging mode anymore. Else. If the target is empty, that's the easy case, and we'll do that one. Else we swap. Let's do it that way. If the target is empty, we are going to stop dragging, and we're going to do part of the swap. And in fact, we could just do the full swap. We could just run this swap. We'll actually do the right thing. So let's do that. A little bit less code. It might be clearer to actually make the cases separate though. And then if it's now never empty, so we want this case, we want this at the beginning. Yeah, the fact I can't declare anywhere makes this ugly. If the target is empty, we're going to turn off dragging. This is the code we want. I just can't actually do it. Code it this way. This is the goal, what we're trying to get to. Is that all the cases? You release, you fail. Else dragging. And again, let's do that in reverse so that we get that simple case out of the way. Dragging equals false, else. And then we can do it like this. Although nesting was probably clearer, but we'll see. We'll take a look at it. Okay, so if you release and you're not on anything, we're going to discard it. That could also be thrown into the world in Minecraft, but for now we'll just fail it. Else, you dragged it on itself, you just stop dragging. Else, you dragged it on an empty slot, then you stop dragging. And then I have to fix this because of that. And we swap. All right. So I think that'll work, but it'll do this weird swap. And your inventory starts with nothing. We probably want to fix that. And what did I use to decide whether you did this? Creative mode. Okay. So bool creative, it's false. And then the inventory, we need it to start non-empty. So let's copy this stuff, but we have to use item types. And the names may not correspond. So we'll see what errors we get when we try to compile it. And then there's a final row, which we're going to leave empty for now. Let me see what chat has said. Yeah, there's also pressing the item when you're hovering, and that actually already works in the pseudo creative mode, for lack of a better term. Want the drag on self trigger instantly. Seems like you need to see if it went off first and then back. I'm not sure what you mean because this code is only triggering on mouse down. And it happens at the beginning, right? So this will happen on the next mouse down if you're already dragging. The dragging doesn't get set till down here. Okay. Now, since we want to support two modes, we actually have to do drop item. Inventory mode, drop item, void. We move all that code into this. Boom. And now we say inventory mode, drop item. And now, on mouse up, because we want to handle both modes, right here, we go else if drag from screen equals UI screen inventory. Now, what happens if you're not on that screen anymore? That's the drag from screen. If your current screen is not the inventory screen, then what do we do? Interesting question. Again, you could throw it into the world, but what we're going to do, let's do it like this. How to do this? Because it's the fourth row instead of the first row. Let's make it even more confusing. Let's make it explicit. It might be clearer if it would definitely be clearer if they were just separate objects. If the inventory and the action bar space were separate. Oh, why is this UI action bar? This is supposed to be UI inventory. I guess let's make it. Let's make it explicit. All right. So this is going to become this. We need that anyway. Okay. So this just does the same thing as it used to do in this path. And that's supposed to be if you are on the inventory screen, sorry. So if you're on the inventory screen, we do everything we just talked about. If you're not on the inventory screen, we only want to hit detect against the bottom row of the inventory. And I'll do what I said about before. It's only one row. That's a good reason why this takes pointers and stuff. And we still need address to img. And shape. We haven't moved the shape computation of it. But J is wrong because this is now offset, and we really want hit detect row. But it's just easier to use grid. So now, if you've closed the inventory screen, it only interacts with the part of the inventory that's still visible, with this, which is the action bar that's still visible, which we haven't set any of that up. Have to do that. How, where are 3D models stored like pickers? Are the CRN files models? CRN files are textures, like crunch format, DXT compressed textures that have been compressed further, losslessly. And the pickers are built as code. They're not actually a custom shader. The custom shader skins them, moves them, makes them animate. But they are actually built in code. And it's in voxel render. Just to pop it up real quick. That's not voxel render, that's util. Draw picker, something like that. Maybe I moved it out of voxel render. Is it in object render? Is that actually? Yeah, it is. So the picker model is made by drawing a bunch of boxes, and here's the code to do it. It's 5 boxes with bone weights for the animation system. What did I change? Okay. So where was I? Okay, so we hit detect, the bottom row, etc. Inventory mode drop item looks good. And then did I already copy that down here? Inventory mode drop item. Yes. Okay. No idea if any of this is going to work. Okay, so now what? We have to draw it. I'm talking how fast now, aren't I? I'm getting hyped up. I had too much caffeine. So UI screen select. Is UI screen none. If creative, draw action bar. Else, I don't know what that -1 means. What is draw action bar doing? Hit item. Oh, it's, yes. Very important thing we're going to do. If not creative, then we want to draw the bottom row of the UI inventory. And they're not block codes anymore, they're now inventory items, so we have to fix that still. And hit item, there we go. So hit item, we aren't currently recording properly. This is sort of when you mouse over, you notice that you're mouse overing it. We compute it up here. Why does draw action bar not do that though? I didn't see it when I looked at draw action bar. Oh, because we aren't allowed to drag from it in the old one. So in this one we do need to do it. So it needs to do this kind of thing. Yeah, okay, it's going to be a little subtle. So if you're dragging, you get -1. Otherwise, you do UI select inventory of 3. Null. So this is just, it highlights when you move the mouse over it, except you're on the creative screen, so there is no mouse. Unless you're dragging. So yeah, you just never do that. Okay. Great. That's a lot simpler. So it's always -1. You can be dragging, so choice we actually need to compute. Okay, so there's a thing I forgot to do, which is propagate shape around. Where's shape computed? I think it was called shape. Yeah, okay. So this I'm going to need in multiple places. So let's move it up. Void. These are all statics. I don't like that, but whatever. Statics. Okay. So this is void compute shape, compute drag shape, let's call it. And it takes a UI rect row. And UI select 0 dot becomes RR. Okay, so now where we're doing that, here, compute drag shape. Oh, we forgot to pass in the shape. Address of UI select 0. And let's just go ahead and get rid of that because it does have that meaning, but it's kind of opaque to what's going on. Okay, rect.shape, it's always going to be passed to hit direct row. It's kind of wasteful. Should maybe just put that into hit direct row, hit detect row. Okay, then compute drag shape needs to take that. As a pointer. Shape dot becomes shape arrow. All right. So now these things need to compute shape. Oh, it changes depending on which row you're on because we actually made those differently sized intentionally. So hit detect row does need to compute it. Interesting. I had not realized. No, it depends on the input shape. There you go. Okay, that makes more sense. Drag from row. And this is a point of consistency that's not really going to matter. What that actually means is that the inventory is currently drawing the stuff big and the action bar is drawing them little. And if you drag from the action bar, it'll continue to be little. And if you drag from the inventory, it'll continue to be large. And probably would actually make more sense for it to just always be large. And in fact, the rendering might actually be enforcing a size. Let's see how it's rendered. The thing you're dragging. Somewhere we render the thing we're dragging. Where's the render? We're do rendering in 2D. That's a background. Icon arrow. Here's where we choose the size. So we'd actually have to change these two. Yeah, let's do that. So let's store that as part of the drag state. What we're storing where it's from. Well, let's actually be explicit about UI rect row drag from row. Well, let's get redundant. Drag type. Let's just call that. Okay, then now anywhere we set dragging to true, we have to make sure we set that. Drag type equals address UI select. Well, just UI select. That's that same shortcut I was talking about. Drag type equals UI inventory. Again, this maybe doesn't make sense. Oh, here it actually wants to be from row. To get the size correct, that right line right there is what makes the size correct. Okay, that was all those trues. So then down here where we use select of 0, we have to find all those. This is that shape code again. So it's get drag shape. Was that what it's called? Drag get shape? Get drag shape? Shape from drag? Compute drag shape. Shape. And what is this? This is selection screen, so we don't actually have to use that, but we can. Drag type. Gets rid of all that code. I'm kind of changing a lot of code at once here. That's maybe not good. if I wanted to pack font data or some type of bitmap into my exe to have like a default font or bitmap that I didn't want to keep an external part, how would you personally purchase doing this? I've done that two ways. The easy way is to generate it into a source code array that's in a separate file. It can be in .h or .inl, depending on how you like to do that, or just a straight .c file that you link in and let the compiler compile it. That's okay if it's a small amount of data. That is how I released the, this is not on the GitHub. What did I call them? STB font? There it is, STB font. So here I have these bitmap fonts that you can use that are, they make an atlas that is, I don't remember, is this intended for loading as a texture? Yes. They're meant to be loaded as a texture. And so it's an inl file, and then it's just got this big block of binary data. If you don't like that mess in your source, it's also possible to take binary data and just store it at the end of your executable after the executable data, but you need a post processor that appends it. And I do that for some of my games. Lost in the Static, I don't remember if I don't think I included the source for that, for Lost in the Static. It just, you know, opens, there's a separate pack step. It opens the executable, seeks to the end, records where that location was, writes all of its data out, and then at the very, very end, it writes the location where it started writing data. Then when you run the game, you open the executable for read, go all the way to the data file, read the last 4 bytes. That tells you the offset where your actual data lives. If you go down that path, though, you can't run immediately on compiles because you need to run the pack step. So you either then have to add a separate development path that loads the data from the files, or you have to always go through the pack step. And so I kind of liked that because it meant you just had the one executable that has all the data baked into it, but it's not baked in the source. So it's easier to change, like if you're, you know, baking in, well, it avoids the compile time slowdown of having the thing process huge amounts of data, having the compiler have to go through it. But people don't really care that you make everything be one nice executable. People don't really seem to mind downloading a zip file and unpacking it or whatever, or running an installer that installs a shit ton. So I'm not sure that actually packing everything into the executable so you don't have to worry about it is really that big a deal. For the STB libs, of course, you have to do that. It has to be baked into the source. So like that's how EasyFont works. All right, where was I? I have no idea because I got sidetracked by that. Yeah, like I said, a lot of these may not exist yet. So I was in the middle of doing some of this stuff. Let's go ahead and fix this though while I'm at it. IT coal, IT iron ore, or copper ore. So these are the ores. We need the blocks. And the blocks do never live on the belts. That's why they don't exist here. You can place them, but they can't go in belts because they're not creatable. They're not, there's no silk touch like Minecraft. But as the shortcut for now, we'll just go ahead and add them because I don't want to worry about it. Stone. Yeah, these do need to be here eventually. They just aren't yet. Well, maybe they don't. Right? You don't necessarily need both types of curves. They would be automatic from the conveyor belt type. You'd only have the conveyor belt type. Once we make the placement logic smarter, we get rid of these types. That's how that works. But since it's not smarter yet, we'll leave it. IT ore drill. IT furnace. IT iron gear maker. IT conveyor. belt maker. IT conveyor belt. Ramp up low and ramp down high. We don't plan on having those be separate item types. Ramp up low, ramp up high. This is so dumb because this is just turning into an exact duplicate of the belt types. Well, block types, I mean. Ramp up low. Ramp up low. Conveyor, no belt. Oops. Splitter. And we have no ability to render any of these, but whatever. IT balancer. Shape. All right. Recti shape. What? Hit detect grid. Oh, it's an array. It's a packed array. It's not an array of pointers. All right. Which means that's got to be that. All right. Drag from screen. Misspelled. Drag from action bar. I decided I don't need that. Okay. And then I was in the rendering and I was fixing up these selects. Okay, so these are now drag type. And I don't know if this is kind of overkill possibly, but it's hacky to have the UI select in there. Hardcode. You can always move them out. If it's going to be fixed size, always we'll move it out into a constant instead of being part of that. Okay. All right. I'm not done with that, but I also changed a bunch of other things, so maybe I should check that the other things that I changed have not broken. So that means I want to turn creative mode back on, for lack of a better term. It's not really creative mode. It's just like as a easy reference. Okay, so we still have that bar. We do that. We try to drag a thing. Oh, the mouse cursor is in the wrong place. We hit that. Okay. Hit detect row. Row was null. No, row is not null. Row is garbage. We probably counted wrong. Rows of J, hit detect grid, mouse down, hit detect grid, UI select 3. That seems okay. Oh, of J. That's supposed to be a 0. Didn't warn me that that was uninitialized. Okay. I'll have to exit. Okay. Let's see how this goes. So we bring up the screen. Why is my cursor not visible? There it is. Drag that, drop it on there. Drag that, drop it on there. Okay, it seems fine. Oops. Oh no, that's correct. Yeah, I'm hitting number keys and they teleport down. Okay, great. Now we want to finish the inventory mode. Static. Let's see where the block type rendering happens. So somewhere we do a rendering, draw UI row. So let's look at draw UI row. So we want to have either block codes or item codes. So I want to see how this works. All right, let's just pass both in. That's probably cleanest. And then that. And that. Is that right? Both shouldn't be null. Anyway, that path shouldn't be necessary. So just do this. Now we need to item codes. And then we need to fix everything that calls that to pass in a null. Oh, we need sprite for item type. Where's sprite for block type? Where's, oh, here it is. No? Where's sprite for block? Oh, it's down here. It's for declared. Int sprite for item type. We do it like that. Okay. So, sprite for item type. So in fact, we don't have or sprites. So that's actually the hardest one to do. But we do have, or we don't have icons, I mean. But we do have the existing sprite art. But it uses a colorization scheme that we don't use for the icons. So we won't actually be able to get that quite right. But so sprite for item type. So we need the list of item types. And we replace IT underscore with sprite for item type, bracket IT underscore. And then let's replace comma with close bracket equal space, sprite for block type, bracket semicolon. They don't line up, dang it. So let's replace equals with equals. That's going to be really tedious to fix. I don't think I should put you all through me fixing it, but I guess I'm going to. I'll just babble nonsensically as one does when one has nothing in particular to say while doing menial labor. This I can do that way. It's not really faster. I missed. Great. There may be some faster way to do that. I don't know. Okay, so then we don't have a sprite for that. I have a sprite for that. Do we have a sprite for that? Oh, we do have iron block. Why do we have a... Right, but you can never get it in your inventory, so it doesn't matter that we have one. But okay, whatever. I'll do it. As long as I have it, might as well. Okay, then the coal ore, we don't have a sprite for it. Iron ore, copper ore. None of the ores. Iron bar, we don't have a thing for it. Iron gear, we don't have a thing for it. Steel plate, we don't have a thing for conveyor belt. BT conveyor. BT conveyor. Ramp up low. BT conveyor. Ramp down. Oh wait, it's high. That's not this one, that's this one. BT picker. BT conveyor. ID left. BT, sorry for all this boilerplate, but it's got to be done. Need some way to convert between them. Unless you make them be the same, and I don't really want to make them be the same. Furnace. BT iron gear maker. BT conveyor belt maker. BT splitter. BT balancer. Is there a drill? Yeah, there's BT ore drill. Then we're coming out the rest. Whoops. Dun, 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 dun. Compile. Alright. Draw UI row. Right, so this was, I was saying I'm adding a new field. So I'll have to fix all these. Where they compile fail should be these. This one is inventory, so it uses item codes. Okay. Almost there. We need, what else do we need? If I hit E, we're still in creative mode. I forgot to turn that off. I think we don't have any rendering for that. So if I bring that up, it's going to go blank. Oh, it's always blank. Okay. Wait, the none mode should be rendering. I shouldn't have I should have broken the debugger. Where's the draw? Draw. Here we are. This path. We should hit here. We do hit here. Why did it not draw anything? Have we not knitted it? Yep, we haven't knitted it. We didn't call the init function. Yeah, yes, because I compute UI inv. Yeah, we're only doing that then, and we should just do it in init. You remember that I was always redoing it there in case the screen size had changed. So I really just need on screen size change to call those. It's still not rendering the action bar. All right, let's go break again. These are still uninitialized. Why are these uninitialized? UI inventory. Sure, I'm filling it out. Oh, that one's the wrong one. But people have even seen that and saw that it was different and not realized it was a bug because I wasn't really explaining what was going on. I still haven't told you why I'm swapping, even though I should be. All right, there you go. Empty contents, as expected. If I pop this up, nothing draws because I haven't hit that case in the thing. So, case UI screen, inventory, and hit J. Just copy this code. Just this code. Okay, so we do 4. Do UI inventory, and this, none of this applies. So we do this. Hit detect grid. Is that what it's called? Yep. So we take UI inventory, 4 rows. Add I address J. I hit J. Shape. Drag hit. Bold drag hit. Okay. So if we're dragging, we compute that. Now, when we get into draw, so what is this doing? Why is hit item different from choice? Oh, choice shows a selection thing around the current choice. Right, so hide. If hide does not equal I. So this allows us to not draw something. And then we have to recompile and find all the places that don't pass anything in. And probably this is a little too ambiguous, but whatever. See, because of that. In fact, yeah, we kind of have to come back to this. We actually need to compute the last one, as well as the second to last one. What is the first one? I just said I can't tell what those are. Where was draw UI row? I went right by it. Oh, I guess I didn't go by it. Where the hell is draw UI row? There it is. Hit item. That's the target. What do we do when we hit item? Oh, we draw a little rectangle around it. Okay, right. So if we're dragging, we still kind of want to do all three of those. So we'll come back to that. Let's just get it right on this screen first. Okay, so if we're dragging, we forgot who we're hitting, which is in hit I, hit J. And here it's trying to compute it directly, but we don't want to compute it locally. We want to hit it globally. Remember that whole overlap thing, right? There was this whole thing where we tried to optimize the overlap, but we actually only did that horizontally. We only assumed we were processing one row. Hit detect row. I should have searched for it. Right, hit detect row computes the overlap area and picks the one with the best thing. But if you're dragging a thing onto the inventory where it's across multiple rows, we're not actually doing that optimization across rows. So we're going to change hit detect grid to actually do that across rows eventually. That's why we need hit detect grid. I did it at first just to save code to avoid redundancy, but we actually need that behavior. And that's why we don't want to compute it independently each right here. All right, so, oh, right, this is the one I'm not going to worry about. But it does also not need I hit anymore. This is the one. Okay, so we've done the drag computation. So now this needs to take, if drag hit, then if J equals drag, it is hit J, then we use hit I, otherwise we use -1, otherwise we use -1. Let's combine those two cases. So if drag hit and J is hit that, we use -1. Okay, so that's who we're hitting if we drag. This is choice. Wait, did I get the order backwards? Choice, then hide. No, hit item, then choice. Okay, so I did get it backwards. And I might have gotten it backwards somewhere else when I redid them. Okay, so the first one is choice. And that means, is this the one we currently have selected? And that is only true in the fourth row. So if J equals 3, and if J equals 3, then where do we do that? Action bar. Where do we draw the action bar? Oh, it's a separate function. Because I thought I was going to reuse it, but I don't actually reuse it very much. Draw action bar. I got to remember to search, not scroll. Dang it. Try action bar. Block choice. Okay, that's a dumb name. Wait, and they're not in the right order. So I'm drawing that wrong. That's why that rendering isn't right. I think I'm passing them in the wrong order. Draw UI row. It takes hit item, then block choice. Draw UI. Hit item. Oh, okay. No, that's the correct order. Hit item, block choice. Okay. Hit item, block choice. And you can't have a block choice in the selection. So that's correct. This one I'm not worrying about yet. Here we go. Hit item. Hit item, block choice, hide. Okay. So the block choice, J equal 3. That was this. That was why I was typing that. Okay. J equal 3, then block choice, colon, -1. That's choice. Okay. The hit, if you don't drag hit, I've just realized something. Okay. If you're dragging, then if drag hit is true, and that. Okay. Let's do it like this. If you're not dragging, then we still want to highlight it if your mouse is over it. So we actually, that's still all this code. We just need to change this else. And I could combine this code, but I'm not going to bother to. That. Okay. So that's the hit item. j equal 3, block choice. Okay, and then hide. So hide is if you start dragging something, we leave it in the slot that it was in. Finally getting to explain this. We leave it there. But we stop drawing it. So it's still in that slot. We're not going to while it's on your cursor, we're not going to move it from the slot. We're going to leave it in the slot, but we're not going to draw it. So if dragging and j equals drag j, drag y, I think I called it. Drag x and drag y. Did I call it? Oh, drag from row. Then drag from column is the one to hide. -1. Crazy code, but I think that's correct. And then we don't need any of that. And we don't draw the action bar, because that's part of this draw. I think that's right. Pretty obscure. You left out break at end of case of UI screen inv. Okay. Thank you. And maybe you were referring to a different switch. So I'll check real quick just in case. No, that one has one. That was probably the one you meant. Okay. So I think maybe that's right. It might be totally wrong. Now, have I done all the logic yet? I don't think so. Did I do the picking up logic? I did the dropping logic. I guess I did the picking up logic at the very beginning and I've already forgotten. That's this. Let's compile. Address on constant. Yeah. Who knows? Okay, when I brought this up, it changed what it was rendering. And my mouse, oh, no, my mouse is fixed. All right, so if I try to pick something up, it disappears. It's not drawn correctly. I drop it, it comes back. Wait, why are these things scrolling? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, hide from, I did something wrong with the hide from. I skipped the code that advances the cursor. Draw UI row. I skipped too much of the code in here. If hide does not equal I, so we still need to do this part. That's the bug. All right. Cursor has trouble moving at first. Okay, so the drag drop is not working. So let's look at the drop. Drop. So I was trying to drag to this line, to this line. Hit detect grid with the shape. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what happens when we do this. Pop it up. Grab, drop. So not hit. If it's dropping on itself, if the target is empty, then we stop dragging. It was empty, and then we swap. Did I get this wrong? Temp equals inventory item. And we target, JI is the target, yeah. So the inventory item, well, I did say it was looked like that column was rendered wrong. So wait, let's do this. Let's drag that to here. Okay, that's also breaking. Let's look at why. Inventory item JI is 0. Inventory item drag from row, drag from column is also 0. Why is that 0? Was drag from column, okay. I and J, I should be 8 and J should be 0. Yep. Drag from column should be 3 or 4. I forget. Oh, it's over there. Oh, drag from column. Wow, I mistyped that very badly. And drag from row should be 2. That was which one I did. Okay, those both look right. Why were there things 0? It's drawing all wrong anyway. Wait a second. Am I passing in the wrong thing? Draw. Do UI rendering. Here. I might have cut and pasted. Select block type. That's incorrect. This one is supposed to be 0, comma, inventory item 0. All right. Star difference interaction. Oh, it's draw a row. So it's that. Parameter 4. Draw UI row. Block codes, item codes. Block codes, item codes. All right. Now maybe it works. Maybe. Oh. The problem is that cursor, because I turned that thing on. So let's turn that back off. The cursor is acting up because I added this, that while you're dragging, I tried turning the cursor back on, and that's messing things up. I'll have to straighten that out at some point. Relative mouse? Something like that? Yeah. I think that's what's messing with this. Alright, so do that, grab this, drag it over here. Okay, so it's not rendering correctly while I drag it. And if I close that, it's still there. Okay, that looks reasonable. So it's just when I'm dragging it, it's wrong. Which is probably because of that sprite table versus drag table. I don't even know what sprite, how does it know which sprite to draw? Don't even know. Don't know where it's getting that from. Probably need to store that too. What's in the wrong file? UI. So go to the 2D render, very last thing. Icon arrow, right before the icon arrow, sprite from block type. So let's cache that. Drag sprite. And what was in that? Drag item. So anywhere we set drag item, we want to set drag sprite. And probably drag item we don't use anymore. Especially because that's in a block type, not a thing. So now, what was it again? Drag sprite. Oh wait, that's the other way, so I didn't need to touch that. Oh, I do use drag item. Oh, because I don't swap that one. Yeah. Drag sprite isn't defined. So many globals. Makes life so much easier. You only have one UI. That's not enough. I'm missing something. Oh, because I never set drag item. Okay. That's fine. I caught it. Mouse down on the inventory. Drag type equals inventory item. Inventory items of JFI. Let's see if that compiles. Inventory item. And then I need to do sprite for item type. And then why is drag type? Oh, it's not drag type. Wait, drag type was the old thing. Let's undo all that. What did it used to say? I didn't set drag type. Oh, it's up there. Okay. This is drag sprite. Okay. And I just noticed none of this code is handling the case of the thing being empty. If my inventory item of JFI does not equal item empty. I never tried to drag it from an empty spot, but that was broken. And this break doesn't need to be here. And let's check this case. This also has the same problem. If sprite for block, no, select block type J of I equals BT empty. Does not equal BT empty. And do the work. All right. So now maybe I can do this. It's not called item empty, it's called IT empty. So grab, yay. Okay, so now this will be wrong. Yeah, say if I move up just a little bit, it already jumps up. This was the thing I was talking about where I need to do the area, match the max area over across the whole grid, just not independently per row. Now if I drop it on itself, looks okay. Okay, now if I, here's the big test. Release on something else? No, it did not swap properly. Yeah, great. And then also click release. I did not actually implement click release. It's currently just, it's not picking it up if I click release. So I need to add that code. Okay, so the drop swap, why did that fail? And then sort of work. Oh, because it cached the sprite. The sprite is cached. Okay, so when I swap, I need to say sprite, drag sprite equals, it's the exact same line of code as it's down here. Oh, it's not, because I didn't. It does not J and I, it is drag from row, drag from column. Okay, so that should fix the swap. Let's check that. Since we're at 7 hours, when did I start? Was I at 6 or was I only 5.5 or 5 when I started this? I think I was at 6. Okay, so we drop on something else. Boom, swap. And we can drop. So if that happens, we can continue swapping. Oh, no, we can't. All right, we drop on something, that gives us something. Now we drop on it, which gives us, on the release. So we still need the release behavior. Okay, so yeah, so we need the thing where, so what we needed to do is static int drag distance x, drag distance y. Do we get a mouse move event? Yes, we do. So then mouse distance x plus equals dx, or drag distance, right? Drag distance y plus equals dy. Actually, let's add absolute. So we just want to know, did you move your mouse significantly? So we're just going to add up all the motion you've done while dragging. And drag distance x. Okay, so we need to reset that to 0 when you pick something up. And there's going to be a little too much redundant code here that I had to clean up, because now I'm also going to do it when you swap. So we restart on the swap. So now, if you click down and then you up, so on the up, if we're on this screen, we want to say if drag distance x is less than, actually let's combine them. Distance y is less than no move threshold, no mouse drag release threshold, then do nothing, so greater than equal to, then we drop. And define mouse drag. Let's just do this. Full did drag void. And return that. Did drag. Return that. Okay, so that handles the up case. If this fails, then we'll end up in the up state with dragging set, and that's okay because we already handled that, because in fact we already tested that. Then we have another case. If the mouse goes down while you're dragging, do we need to also test here or not? All right, so here's the case. You click down, you release. On that release, we want to ignore it. Okay, now you move over to something else, you click down to swap it. Maybe the action should only happen on release, because that's normally how you do this stuff. You normally make actions happen on release. Yeah. Let's just not do anything. Now, if you're dragging in here, we ought to we all would be doing that. So yeah, I think we just don't actually do this. I think that's actually cleaner. Or more better UI. Okay, and then that is just how far should you move the mouse and it count as a drag? Oh, and it was misspelled too. Yep, somebody called it in chat. Well, I just didn't look. All right, so let's check this. So you can't really tell, but okay, so I down and drag a little and release. Oh, that's because I dropped over the same thing. Oh, so I kind of don't need that whole thing because that's... Oh, no, I do. Okay, so I drag, release. Ah, and I know I still have it. So now I drop on somewhere, click, nothing happens, and release. Boom. Okay. Now let's try it onto something. Click, drag. Okay, I'm going to release onto somebody. It swaps onto me. Now I have it, and I drag, I click down, still nothing happens, and release, it swaps. Okay, that all seems reasonable. And then finally, I think I already covered all these cases, but I click release and swap. Click release. Click release. Click release. Okay, I think that's all correct. Now then the question is, like if I'm moving when I drag it, if I try to grab it too fast, if I click while it's moving, is that threshold enough? I think it's not. And I think it's going to be screen space dependent, so let's just try a different distance and see what happens. And now this isn't actually being called in multiple places, so it's swapped. That was bad. That's also bad. So it's never ending up on my cursor. It's processing the drop. What am I thinking wrong here? Wait, so let me just set the threshold really high. And see what's going on here. Okay, now it's on my cursor. So down, a ways, release. It's still on my cursor. Okay. It shouldn't probably show that highlight. It shouldn't change the height, but normally the distance will be small enough that that can't happen. Because then if I drag far enough, no. Oh, that's not 200 maybe. Let's put it all the way here. No, it's got to be 200. Okay, there. That actually worked. All right, so this code is working. I just got to figure out what the right distance is. I don't know why those quick drags didn't seem to be doing the right thing. But there's no timing in this. So why does that release and swap? Because I did move far enough. That's what I'm asking it to do. I guess that's right. If I'm moving while I drag. Yeah, I'm just expecting the threshold to be higher. I think that's... And I don't know that it should be. It's pretty big. I guess you also want time then, maybe. If you drag really slowly, it should definitely by then decide. So maybe it really actually wants to be time-based instead of distance-based. I don't have time in this. I guess SDL might propagate time in. So let's just do that and avoid and not worry about it for now. We can come back. And this turned out to only be used in mouse up. Let's see what people are saying. Oh my gosh, so much chat. So much chat. A lot of fact questions. Would you recommend using raw Win API for a Windows build and X11 for a Linux build, or use a library to try to keep one application cross-platform? I do cross-platform. I don't know if I'd recommend it. It depends what your goal is. I use SDL for this, and I have my own library that's currently Windows only that I'm going to use for non-game projects, for smaller projects. It's a quick and dirty Windows OpenGL framework that I do hope to port to other things, or somebody else maybe will port. It'll be an SWLib. Good tutorial videos. Yeah, I'm not going to be particularly helpful on newbie beginner stuff, not because I'm being mean, but because I'm too far removed from beginner stuff to have good recommendations for beginners now. The world was a very different place when I was a beginner, and it's just outside my area of expertise in general as well. So the only advice that I can give is sort of motivational advice, which is work on stuff that you enjoy working on. And how do you find out what you enjoy working on? I can tell you what worked for me, but it's not necessarily what works for you. But what I liked when I was learning was getting into a language that let me write a very small amount of code and get something displayed on the screen, and then make it interactive. Both of those things are valuable. The advantage of graphics is that you get very quick feedback. You get to see a thing doing something very quickly if you're using the right kind of language that lets you do that, which this C++ is not. You need the framework to get OpenGL going, even, or whatever, or SDL or whatever. So processing it's the old school way, which is way after my time. But and then games are good because they're interactive. Although obviously you have to overcome the learning curve and figure out how do you make a game in the first place. But that's why I like graphics. Obviously, most programmers are not graphics programmers, so I don't really know how that shakes out. But that immediate feedback I found really valuable to keep my morale up. So you want to do something to keep your morale up so that you find programming interesting. If you want to become that kind of programmer. Yeah, and personally, my advice is, if you can, don't get object oriented to start with, because the connection between object oriented and solving problems is weak, I guess. And this is one of the things that the graphics stuff teaches you, is that you can make these small iterative improvements and slightly change your graphics. I mean, this thing is already pretty complicated, although you can see it from its start. But something like this is made up of little pieces that are doing little things. Here's that's not doing anything. Actually, this is a complicated function. This is not the best function to look at, but where's the thing? What it takes to draw a triangle, if you get into the right language, what it takes to draw a triangle or a square is a pretty small amount of code. And so you can iteratively just add, here I've drawn another square, here I've drawn another square, and each time get that feedback and make what that square you're drawing is be a little different, and you animate the square, and then you etc. That's, again, what worked for me. Don't go into graphics if that doesn't interest you. But one of the values I got from graphics was that fast turnaround time of always being able to change the program, do it a little bit, and run it again and get something different. Eventually, you have to start hitting problems that are complicated, and it takes you a long time to make a big change, and you don't get to see the intermediate results. And that's life. But when you're starting out, I think for morale reasons, that's really, really useful. It really limits what you can do. One of the early programs that I wrote in my era was a guess the number game, where the computer picks a number and then asks you to guess it, and it tells you higher or lower. Then there's the classic strategy, binary search is what it's called, that computers use to solve problems. That's what you should do as the question asker. The whole thing about that program, though, is it's very small and simple, and even though it's incredibly dumb and simple and it's not a very fun game, it's a thing that you can interact with and see working in a small amount of effort. It's non-graphical. So it's just an example of finding problems like that. I find is very valuable, again, for morale. It makes you interested in programming because you get feedback. Okay, sorry. It's more than I wanted to say. And so the object-oriented, guess the number game, the object orientation doesn't help you write the guess the number game at all. You can start to try to factor that into objects of, the secret value is a class, and the guess result is a class. But in BASIC, which I don't recommend BASIC, but the basic program for that in the basic language is 8 lines or whatever. I can see it's similar. Let's try writing it. I'm not going to run it though, so it won't really be right. That's all boilerplate. That's boilerplate. And I'm going to kind of hack the get part of it. So pick a random number. This is kind of gross. And we ask for an input. How do you do that in C? So let's give these clearer names. So we ask for an input, guess number. We'll do a bad way. And then we say if guess less than number, you're too low. Guess is greater than number, you're too high. Else you got it right. There you go. That's like one of the earliest programs I wrote, not in this language. And it was like not hard to write. Like you got lots of instructions and feedback about how to write. One of the first interactive programs. It's not a fun game, but there's it's simple enough that you can do it early. And I feel like that's what I was saying. In regards to object orientation, anything you do to object orient this program makes it a lot worse. And the point is you can iteratively expand on this. There's things you can do to this to make it a more interesting program. Not very much interesting. Eventually you got to move on to something else. Anyway, so the point is there, object orientation, maybe not where you want to start when you're trying to, if you want to go down the path I'm talking about the rapid turnaround. And secondly, I believe in the rapid turnaround for morale. Okay, so where was I? Anybody know? So I just tested some stuff. I was happy with the swapping results. I gave up on tuning the drag distance. That was where I was, I think. I gave up on tuning the drag distance. So I think that's done. The UI part of the inventory. I need counts so you can stack items. And obviously the graphics are nowhere near done. And I don't have placeholder art for some things. And I don't even know, what is that the placeholder art for? I don't even know what that is. Now, this is all being ignored. When I go to this screen, I believe it will try to place based on the action bar, which is not drawn. Don't know why sometimes it digs into the train like that. That's been a bug for a long time. Okay, so I need to actually fix that. So somewhere it's using the action bar. And I need to make it this one. Screen none. Okay. So a block, if creative, then we use the action bar. Else, whoops, block. Else block equals block type or item type of inventory item of 3 of, I guess, block choice. Okay. So we're going to reach into our inventory to the bottom row. It's all hard-coded, shouldn't be. Like maybe I want you to have expanding inventory later in the game. Your inventory gets bigger. I should probably put that one as the 0th row, actually, to address that. And then I can just grow it past there. And then block choice is selected by the keyboard. I don't have click to select. I don't have scroll wheel to select like Minecraft does. We can add that at some point. So where's that? Block choice. Yep. Okay, then screen select, select a block type. Select a block type, action block type is that. Oh, that's what swaps onto the thing. We could do that in the inventory as well. But I need to replace this function, so let's not worry about that for now. It's not a super high priority, the swapping with the keyboard. So what was I doing? I need to add block type for item type. That's the main thing. And anywhere else that's using the action bar still needs to fix that up. So block type for item type. this stuff should go through that. So int block type for item type 256. And what we're going to do is change this to sprite for item type becomes block type for item type. And then sprite for block type goes away. And that becomes that. All right. So now we're filling out that table with code rather than statically. And then we say for I equals 0, I less than 256 plus plus I if block type for item type. That's backwards, right? No, that is right. Okay. Now block type for item type I does not equal 0. Then what was it? Sprite for... I should actually just make the sprite thing go through the same table. Shouldn't even bother with the sprite table. Block type for item type. Sprite for... Well, except I actually want the sprites for the item types. We'll just have to change that in the future. So sprite for item type I equals sprite for block type of block type for item type of I. Is that right? That's crazy. We have an item type I. We convert it to a block type. We have a block type. We convert it to a sprite. Okay, that's right. Now we have block type for item type, which we needed somewhere else. I don't remember where. For placing blocks. And some may have no block type that corresponds, and that's fine. They won't be filled out. Right. Some we wanted sprites for some of these without them having block types, and we never got around to it, and that's fine. Okay. So now, what was that to fix? Ah, right. It was to fix this, but now this is still using the action bar. Oh, the ghost is, but placing does not. All right. So we got to fix the ghost. Did we call it ghost? No. Deordering 3D somewhere in here. This one. Block. Block right there. Okay. Same code. Redundant code. You should probably share the code. Creative. Block equals that. Otherwise, where was the other one? Here it is. All right. Now the ghost should be correct. No ghost. And now we go bring that up and we drag this onto our thing. And we bring that up and now it's no, wrong. It's showing the wrong ghost. Oh no, that isn't the wrong ghost. That is the correct ghost for this. I forgot. Okay, and then I try to place it. It works. Select 3, try to place it, nothing happens. Select 2, place it, it works. All right. So I think that's all of that. So I think the UI part of this is done. So let's check that in. Let's diff it. Just fast look. Anything weird? Creative is false. Inventory. Dummy space. Bad space right there. UI select. Alright, so UI select and where was the other one? UI select. So just turn on regular expression searching, then I can find it. Nope, none of these have it. Wait, where was it? Oh, right, it's here. Okay, and then UI select screen UI select, I think. There's a switch statement. It's called screen select. So it was right here. Yep. Okay. So what did I just add? I have no idea. What was the previous one? Oh, I just did the whole. I was thinking I already checked some of this in. Inventory UI. Inventory UI. Okay. Catching up on chat. I have a question about compiling the STB library. Does swap work on the bottom bar? That's a good thing to check. I'll answer your true type question in a second. It should, just because it's all using the exact same data structures. So now here's the thing I was saying, that if we drag this now, see it's small, and it'll pop up larger when I release it. All right, so then we drag. Yep. Let's make a different one so it's more obvious. Okay, so, oh yeah, the grid. I still have to do the overlap on the grid properly. Or I could try to do picking stuff up off the belts. I think maybe the libraries I'm listed to. If you want to use the math library in Unix systems, you often have to say -lm. That tells it to link in the math library. I believe that's correct. I haven't done that in a long time. So you could try that. The question is if it's failing in the link or if it's failing in the compile. And since you said undefined references, I assume it's failing in the link. Let me actually type it in the chat. I don't know if it's required. I just seem to recall that being true. I haven't done any Linux programming in like 20 years. I don't know. All right, so the person who originally asked for picking stuff up off the belts has requested that we actually go pick stuff off belts instead of just making the inventory system. It's an interesting and hard problem. Partly because one of the things I need to do for that, if you were here for the whole thing, which you might not have been, is that since the logistics is multi-threaded, we have these steps, belt and machine contents updates from non-logistics sources. In other words, if the player goes and picks something up off the belt, we're ticking in the background. And so the tick doesn't know about that. And so we have to figure out how to make picking stuff up off the belt interact with that. Now, if I turned that off and went back to single-threaded, I can make it work trivially. Well, not trivially. I mean, still have to write the physics detection code pickups. Does anyone know how that works in Factorio? Do you have to hit a key, or is it just if you run over the belt? I don't think it auto pickups when you run over the belt. In Minecraft, it auto pickups when you run over things, or get close enough to them even. And I clearly don't want that. If you walk up to a belt in this, it should not pick the stuff up off the belt. But maybe if you stand on the belt, I should auto pick stuff up. Well, that might get annoying when you're trying to build and you need to stand on a belt. But it's also kind of more realistic. Like in Factorio, you get pulled along by the belt too, instead of standing in place. And if you could just stand on place on the belt and build, that might be kind of dumb too anyway. Yeah, hit key to pick stuff up. Yeah, and that probably, though, makes more sense. Auto picking stuff up might be way too annoying. But I could certainly just code auto picking stuff up to start with as a test. You probably don't want to have to stand on the belt to pick stuff up, though, if that's the only way to pick stuff. Like, if I auto pick up and you walk up to the belt, I definitely don't want to auto pick up. If I auto pick up, I want you to stand on the belt. But if it's a key to pick up, you probably don't want to have to stand on the belt. You maybe want to be pushed against the belt or something like that. Although some of the time you will have to walk on it. If you've got side-by-side conveyors, the only thing you can do is stand on it. So maybe, in Factorio, it's fine that you have to stand on it because it's fall flat. You know, you can't pick things up from underground conveyor belts because they don't really exist in the same way. Whereas here they're physical things. In fact, some could be, some of you might not be able to stand on. There's not room to stand on them. So probably I need you to be able to, maybe the way you're facing, maybe just use the way you're facing and the block you push up against there to within some height limit. But I have to do some crazy thing where I like decide that there is stuff to pick up now and save that away and queue it and process that on the tick. That's what I'd have to do. And I can't just save, oh, you try to pick up and run the pickup a tick later because the stuff may have moved. Although I've only moved one tick. In fact, I can do it before the tick. Which is probably what I meant. Although I pretty clearly didn't. I remember talking about that I needed to do it as late as possible. Which means right before the tick. Oh, but the problem is it needs to be before the copy. I remember this now. Because the copy will still show it. So it'll be weirdly laggy. It won't get removed from the copy. So it needs to run before the copy. And the problem is if it runs before the copy, that doesn't help. That's just the same as doing it last. It actually has to happen here. But now the other side has to wait for longer while you run that. But that may be okay. So maybe we do it here. Non-logistics interactions. Static void non-logistics interactions void. And then in single threaded, we also need that. So wherever that happens, it's here. Just before the tick. Wait, why is that in render? Why is all this in render? What's going on? Oh, right, to synchronize, to make sure the copy is synchronized. Yeah. Hopefully -lm worked because he never came back, or he hasn't said anything since. I mean, he said thank you. Okay, so I guess we'll just lag for now. We'll just go ahead and do the laggy pickup. All right, right, I just resolved. This will happen before the tick happens, so it's close enough. Might not quite match, but whatever. The conveyor's moving. You don't know exactly. All right, so can you pick up more than one per tick? Well, you could hit the key twice in a tick and have been in slightly different locations. I'm not sure, though. I guess you hold down the key, actually. Yeah. So just picking up once per tick may be good enough. How fast can you move? Would you be able to move faster than the stuff is moving on the belt? No, you shouldn't. Oh, in a tick. With the long tick you could, but when we switch to the short tick, you probably can't. Maybe we'll just do a bounding box of how long you've been holding down the key. Okay, so what do? We say so let's just do one for now, just to start. And I think I can easily expand this. So player, use the word somebody said vacuum. X player vacuum Y player vacuum Z. In fact, I have a vector type. I should use it. What's it called? Been meaning to switch to using my vector type as much as possible, and I always forget. Vec. So player vacuum lock. And then we have bool player vacuum. And then we say player vacuum is false. And no, actually we'll do that. And we'll keep these in this function. Void player vacuum vec lock. And if lock equals null, player vacuum true. Just lazy and didn't want to pass both. I could just pass both. Enable. Player vacuum lock equals star lock if enable. Alright. Can't use the same name there. So we use a dumb name. Do player vacuum. If do player vacuum. Then we have to do something here. Now we're on the background thread. So if the inventory is managed by the main thread, the UI, we actually can't touch the player's inventory here. So what we need to do, well, we need to queue up the things that get written to the player's inventory. But if you have stacking, you can't tell whether stuff is going to fit in the player's inventory or not without looking at the details of the player's inventory. Now, as things currently stand, when this code runs, the other thread is currently stopped because we did it inside this. I don't know if we should rely on that or not. We'll certainly simplify life. Okay. So if the player vacuum is set, then we need a pmin pmax. We need the player size. Do we have a way of rendering the player size? We did in the networked version of the rendering, which is rendered in main. It was a hack, but it may be a usable hack. Draw player. I don't know what it was called. Maybe it wasn't in this. Render sprites, render objects. Here we go. Camera bounds. Okay, we'll just keep using that. In fact, that's actually not that. It's pmin. I don't think I'm going to make this in 8 hours. I guess we'll go a little longer than 8 hours. Player vacuum lock x plus camera bounds of 0, 0. Pmax is x plus camera bounds of 1. Oops, wrong. There we go. Okay. Oh, nope. There we go. Alright, so now we have the bounding box of the player. And later, if we allow you to tick across the whole thing, we'll just set the bounding box to the bounding box of the start and end points, which will, if you're moving diagonally, be weird, whatever. And it may need to be a little bigger than this. We may want to vacuum, right, because we said we wanted to vacuum outside of the thing, but we kind of wanted to make it the way you're facing. Let's just expand it by a little bit. And we maybe don't want to do the full height. I don't know. Maybe it shouldn't go below your feet. That's probably dumb. So below your feet, that's the z-axis there. Okay. All right, so now we want to look at all the logistics chunks that you overlap. So how do you do that? You convert these to world coordinates. So go vec_i, is that what it's called? vec_3i, okay, totally inconsistent naming. World min is, actually we can just do the conversion now. Do we have a macro for that? Logi chunk, world to C world for mesh chunk. Okay, yeah, those take integers. Oh, but that's not logi chunks. Logistics. Do we have a logi chunk converter? We have a mask. we don't have a shift. Yeah, okay, we do it here. Okay. We don't have a good systematic way to do this, so I'm just going to have to suck it up. And we should refactor it eventually. So eventually we want to do this. Vec3i, cmin, cmax, maybe I shouldn't call it cmin. Cmin.x equals worldmin.x shift right. Cmin.y equals worldmin.y. Cmin.z equals worldmin.z. The whole thing I'm trying to handle here is that you might overlap multiple chunks. And you could just not handle that case. You could, do something weird and only get from one chunk, but you would like the behavior to be consistent whether you're straddling chunks or not. So you have to do this extra code to iterate over all the chunks that you're in. So that is int of floor. So dumb. That's why I make the floor I function. Let's just make the floor I function. Int floor I. Of course, I'm right shifting ints and relying on that to work, which of course doesn't in modern freaking compilers because they're annoying, and they freaking CPUs all implement assigned right shift, and yet they don't want you to have any way to express that in C for some reason. So it takes a float and returns int floor of x. And that's because we want to round to negative infinity consistently, not round towards 0. So we can't just take int. So we floor I of pmin.x. And here you can see why this would be better if it was all loops, because then I wouldn't have to cut and paste so much. But since these vector types don't have an array accessor, I can't. Oops. Min becomes max. Okay, so take the player's location when he vacuumed, offset it in various ways. We're just gonna do that. Well, no, but you extend. Yeah, that's probably good. Okay, then we just convert that to integers so we can shift it. And we shift it so we get the logi chunks. And then we can't do that. And let's just go ahead and make this all straight line. And then we need to loop over all those chunks. So we have int jk. And we're using k as our vertical. So we start with j goes from cmin.y, j less than equal cmax. So this is a case where you want equal, where I equals cmin.x, I less than equal cmin.x. Nope, should be a max. And then we get the slice. Now, how is this function written? Is it just get logi chunk, or is there a get logi slice? There actually isn't a get logi slice, because we're just going to get the same. If we call this for each one, we're doing the work multiple times, but it's fine. From k equals cmin.z, k less than equals cmin.z, max.z. Now here is your case where you can see that actually if I line these up, it would be easier to check for cut and paste bugs, but I really can't if you want to stick to the official rules. And we'll do that. I don't usually do that. Usually if they're nested, I'll put all the curlies in, but whatever. So we're going to call that get chunk. So that's a chunk. So do 6 get chunk of, now we have to scale them back up. I shift left logi chunk size x log 2. In fact, let's just make that multiply, because that's clearer, and the compiler should know to turn that into a shift anyway if we actually cared about the performance at all, which we don't. J times logi chunk. Because all these loops are running 1 or 2 times. Like, They're never running a lot. 8 times logic chunk size, and this can be null. Because I remember that about this API. Okay, if C is not null, then we got a chunk. Now we want to grab stuff off of it. Floor undefined. Just an idea. Maybe look at a block conveyor and hold the vacuum key, and everything passing into the block is picked up. Look above your center and select. I think you're talking about what I'm doing. Instead of stuff from all end. Yeah, making it be based on which way you're facing is definitely a thing I'd prefer to do, and I'm just not going to bother yet. Okay, then camera bounds is not actually exported, I think. It's not. Because this is all a hack. We're just going to leave it a hack. Bad us. Because I don't want it to be permanent. Let's do, this is a hack. Right. Logi chunk size, that's not what it's called. Logi chunk size, oh, it's a cache size. No, it's a chunk size. Logi chunk, oh, they're different. There's one for X and Y and Z. Yep, I have it up there, X, Y, Z, right, yeah. So X, Y, making it dependent on which direction you're facing just involves changing this calculation. It doesn't, but it involves the camera, and I don't want to worry about it. But it's not going to be a hard change. Okay, so, if the chunk is not null, then we need to search for stuff we can scoop up. Now, you can take stuff out of machines, and you can take stuff off of belts. Those should probably be different. If you're going to take something out of a machine, you don't want to pick stuff up off the belt. Now, we could make it so that to pick stuff up out of machines, you right-click them or something, and it pops up a drag and drop, like a chest in Minecraft. That's probably the way to go. So then you can have chests and machines work the same. I don't think Factorio does that. I don't really, I'm not super aware of the UI. As I've said, I've only seen Let's Plays, so I don't even know what people are doing on the keyboard or mouse or whatever. But for now, let's just assume we want to pop something up. But that's a bunch of work that we don't want to do right now. That's a bunch of UI work. So let's not worry about that case. Let's just do the vacuum off the conveyor belts and not worry about getting things out of machines. So that's just a separate case. And we won't deal with it here. So here, we only care about the vacuuming, so we only care about the belts. So then we care about the entire area from Wmin to Wmax. So we get the offsets, Omin, Omax. We have to do this kind of computation again. So Omin, it's so annoying that I don't have a vector library for this. I don't have things for this. Omin.x equals, in fact, these get scaled up consistently. And let's just do it here. So we replace cmin with, what is this? It's back to world space. It looks like W is not used anywhere in this, so I can replace W with K. Okay. Then cmin becomes Wmin. Cmax becomes Wmax. And then K becomes C. Then we replace this with shift left. No, I don't actually want that at all. Here's what I want. I just want to do it here, actually. I don't actually want that at all. I want to replace Wmin with chunk base. And I want to replace these with the appropriate things. Oh, right. Never mind. I have a better way to do this. Totally forgot how this works. No, I do want to do it this way, though. Right, I don't want to use a mask. So I can mask normally to get things, but because these are ranges, I need to do something special. That was wrong. Chunk. This wants to then be omin is, so this is offset within the chunk. So it's wmin minus offset within the chunk base.x. We need to do this for all of them. zy. Oops. zy. We need to do that for the max. Omin, max. Oh, I should have just done max to max. Min to max. Okay. Now I have the region that you're vacuuming up as offsets within this chunk. Now we need another loop variable. Let's declare it closer. Hit B. For B equals 0, B less than ob array len of C belts. We want to go over all the belts and vacuum up from all of them. And let's go ahead and add these after all. Because now I'm getting so indented, I don't ever want gaps in that. It's too confusing. Okay, so now we get a belt. Come on, type. You can do it. Okay, now we have a belt. And we have the belt offset and its length, so we can find out its extents and see if it overlaps and see which squares overlap. So, for now, let's not optimize. So let's go dx, dy, dx equals dir. Where do we use dir? We must have a table somewhere for traveling. Let's look at the renderer. The renderer has to draw them. Oh, we split that into a different file. Let's face origin. Oh, I'm gonna need the face origin. Okay, wait, what's in my copy buffer? Okay, nothing. I need that. And then where do we step? Well, we step along a belt. Face dir. Is that global? Must be global. Okay. So go back to here. And we're going to step along the belts. And we need the face org, I think. Right, because it's the same as the draw code. We need to figure out where the object on the belt is. So in fact, I just want to copy that code. Oh God, there's so much code because it's dealing with all the different cases. I don't have to get all of this stuff exact, like the going around the curves, but for now, I might as well just copy it. And that was called a B instead of BR, so we want to change all that. So now, instead of this being B, we want this to be JK, IJK. I don't want to use L. M is kind of misleading. N, we can use N. And then belt would be B. Okay. So now I'm going to cut the giant block of code that draws them and see what that leaves me with. I think that was enough. Nope, one more. Okay. So blump, 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 blump is item mobile. We don't really care about that, but we could go ahead and compute it. Well, it doesn't, no, because we're between ticks. We're at the end of the tick, actually. So offset should always be 1, which is not actually where it was in the past, but that's fine. Which it never is normally 1. 1 is at the end of the tick, and normally you would tick and change its position. So in fact, let's actually always pick up from where it was halfway through the tick. Okay, so this stuff all computes that stuff, and then eventually calls add sprite. So if pick up should pick up ax, ay, az, and then what? O min, O max. then pick up b comma e plus 0. Let's do that. Since we're calling a vacuum, just to be consistent. So this is all super brute force. Like what you should do, or could do in theory, is you have this box that you know it intersects, and you could figure out where on the belt does that box fall. And on the straight belts, you could just compute that with easy math. The curved belt, it's a little more work. But what I'm going to do in the long run here is go ahead and do this brute force. It's bad that this code is redundant, so I'll have to figure out a way to share this code between the renderer and this, but this one is e plus len. And just early out, if your box doesn't overlap the belt at all, don't need to run any of this code. That's this. What was it? Omen. And vacuum item comma 0 plus e. And then this one. So this is actually correctly handling going around the curves, because why not? This vacuum item b. And we're passing in that whole thing because we need to both copy the item out of the belt and erase it off the belt. So, okay. Seem reasonable? Anybody have comments? All right, and so now I need to write those two functions. This is terrible. It's terrible that this is this giant piece of code. One of the reasons why it's this giant piece of code is because it's run every frame on the renderer. And so it's incrementally computing with this x1 plus equals, instead of, there could be a function which is return me the coordinates of this point on the belt. And that function would, calling it every item would be slower. And I didn't want to pay that cost in the renderer. But it might be okay to pay that cost here. So in fact, rather than sharing code, maybe that one should exist, and it's the reference code, and then the renderer has the unrolled optimized version of it. So there is bool static, bool should vacuum, I think it was called. Should vacuum. And I believe these take floats, which is a coordinate of the thing on the belt. And then it takes vec3i, which is the offset. Oh, except the player radius actually should stay float. It shouldn't use vex3i. So it should be vec that. And then instead of wmin, this should be pmin. Okay, now that's the offset. So now the player's off. The other thing we could do is just freaking add that to this. Should vacuum could just add the chunk base x. And then just pass in pmin, pmax. It's probably clearer, because then everything's in world coordinates. Let's try that. I think that might, I mean, it's not going to change very much. I'm just going to do the math inside should vacuum, and it doesn't really help. But it does mean that instead of coordinates in logic chunk space, which I'm kind of used to, so it didn't really bug me, but it's dumb. I should avoid it when I can. All right, so now we're passing in the chunk base, which means we don't need omin, omax, and then we replace omin with pmin, omax with pmax, and this one I forgot to put it in. Pmax. All right. Then we're gonna have a vacuum item. Add this real quick, just so we're static void vacuum item that takes a belt run and a slot. I believe that's the terminology. Okay, So this now takes a vec3i chunk base, the offset relative to the chunk base, and then vec pmin vec pmax. So the first thing we do is we convert this to world space. Jeez, I incremented at the wrong time. And then we check for overlap. Do we have an overlap function? We probably don't. We probably are doing overlap testing in various places and don't have an overlap function. I really should just sit down and add a vector library to this at some point. Let's put that on the to-do. All right. So all axis overlap, float 0, float x1, so ax0, yeah, just a0. Let's not use x, y, it's misleading. a1, float b0, float b1. All right. Now we're actually going to pass in a center point for the object. So let's make this a min, a max, float b center, float b radius. It's not a true radius, it's going to be a box, not a thing, but whatever. So if a min greater than or equal b center minus b radius, and a max is less than b center plus b radius. Is that the right way to do these? The max, no, it's the max is less than, okay, so the false case, it's the way to think about this, the false case. If the min is greater than this one's max, then they don't overlap at all on that side. Or if the max is less than the min, b center, minus b radius, then that's false. So then you can negate the whole thing, and then we De Morgan it out, and the equality doesn't matter, so it's that and that. Does that look right? A min is less than the large one, and a max is greater than the small one. I think that is correct. If axis, okay, so how big is the radius? Float radius equals items per belt side. We'll just make them be that big. It depends on the items. Some items will be bigger, some items will be smaller, but they should basically take up, there's 4 slots, so they should basically be 1/4 the size. Close enough. None of this needs to be exact because you can't see yourself anyway. So pmin x, pmin y. So if not axis overlap of these, sorry, pmax x, comma x, comma radius, then return false. Test all 3 axes. And then it's true. Okay, if that happens, let's just empty the slot to start with and try and get this working. I need to actually call that function to enable it too. I got to still write a little bit. Where do we do this? Or was that vacuum state? There it is. Player vacuum. So I need to call this enable and disable as things happen. Okay, so that's going to be in the UI that we get the event. So what key shall I use? V for vacuum. Am I using V for anything else? I don't think so. I should make this a switch statement, so if I have the same thing more than once, it actually reports it. SDL scan code V. Where is vacuuming equals true. What's in my paste buffer? Yeah, I need that. Okay. And then on release, scan code E, player is vacuuming equals false. Then in main, we need player is vacuuming. Extern player is vacuuming. All this is kind of hacky. Should go through and get rid of the unnecessary global variables at some point, or at least move them into the header file. Then in here, who needs to call this? We just want to do it once per frame, so on tick. And somewhere where we know what the player's location is. So where do we keep track of the player's location? So in the networking stuff, there's something for that now I've forgotten what you. Oh, we do have a vector library. Look at this. Oh, but not for integers. That's why. Oh, but those aren't integers, so I could use that. And look at here, I'm not using it. Got to hook it all up everywhere. Okay, so let me press cam lock player ID. Okay, obj player ID dot position. There we go. Obj player ID dot position. So we want it on the tick. Where was the tick? Tick. Tick. All right. This only supports single player. So if player is vacuuming, and so we can actually just pass that in. Player is vacuuming, and that is address of, what was it called? Objects.player ID? Object.player ID? I've forgotten. Cam lock. Is it called cam lock? Cam pause. What was it called? I was just looking at it. Player ID. Object player ID dot position. All right. So we vacuum that location. I realize that this is like redundant, that I'm calling it here, whereas I'm setting the globals elsewhere, and I could just call it from there, but I just want those separated because eventually, like, hey, physics or networking or whatever. Not that I plan to network this part, but all right. So now we've done that. Now we want to make this compile because this was failing. B center plus B radius, B center minus, okay, what's the actual error message? Parenthesis. Oh, yeah. Let me check the comments. What is he programming right now? Somebody asked me to make it so that, so there's a sort of Factorio-esque Minecraft thing. It's, you know, Infinifactory if you've ever seen it, but it's very close to Factorio in 3D with a Minecraft style thing. So there's objects moving around on conveyor belts and machines that process them, but it's actually disconnected from the world. It doesn't actually exist in the world in any way. It's sort of just superposed on the world. And so somebody asked for me to be able to walk along the conveyors and pick stuff up off of them. And so I spent, we're into the 9th hour. I've done 8 hours. And so I started that at so after 6 hours of doing something else, at the beginning of the 7th hour, I think is when I started adding the inventory system, because I needed an inventory system to be able to pick stuff up into your inventory. And after an hour and a half of that, I've now switched to moving on to actually trying to pick stuff up and actually put it in your inventory. So that is what we're doing right now. And it's called vacuuming. When you hold down a key that starts picking stuff up off belts, it's called vacuuming. Just I needed a term, internal term. Okay, so what was the next thing? Incompatible types. This is called .type. Chunk base, I didn't declare it. So stuff like that, just so you understand, because sometimes you see, let me look at the actual error message. I don't look at the error message. I compile. I don't even see what it said. I close that window by hitting escape. I've mentioned before that I like that. And I just look at the code, and I almost always can immediately see what the error probably is. Now you remember I changed these to times without the log 2s in the other code. But I'll leave it alone for now. So probably, what would be wrong here? This is probably float to int conversion. Let's check. Let's check what the error is because this is a little subtle. Yep, float to int conversion. Okay. And this is a legit issue. You know, floating point precision is going to run out. What's the largest float that you can represent accurately? It's 21 bits, 22 bits. Forget now. 24 bits. I think 24 bits. Not counting sign or counting sign, which is what, 4 times 2 to the 20. Sorry, 2 to the 24, which is 16 times 2 to the 20, so it's about 16 million. So if you went out about 16 million, this stuff would start breaking. So I should deal with that at some point. Maybe use doubles, maybe something else. This is all going to be more of that. Okay, right, because the renderer, I remember now, the renderer has this code, which gets rid of a lot of these warnings. Because I have a lot of them spuriously here as I'm converting between float and int a lot. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. We don't really want this. And of course, all these pragma warnings should actually be safeguarded. So if your compiler isn't MSPC, we don't try to do that. But okay, so now what? Chunk Z is not a member of logichunk. Right, because in the renderer, we changed this instead of using the slices. So we actually need, it's I and J. It's based on chunk base, actually. Wait, these are in world space. Ah, haha, because we're rendering, so they're in world space already. So we don't need to do this conversion to world space. Screw you, code. Okay. And this is trying to do that chunk base conversion, so we just switch that to use chunk base. Z. Chunk base dot y and x. How's the fastest way to do this? Fastest way to do this is that. I think there's only 2 of them, but we'll do it this way anyway. Oh no, this is that. Okay. Then we search and replace, and we paste the thing we just copied, and we replace that with, what did I say it was? No, chunk base. Try it again. Okay. Oh, it lost it from my... Okay. Try it again. We paste. And that becomes chunk base x. And then we change that to a y, and change that to a y, and change that to a y. And then there's one more, because I didn't use search and replace for this one. Chunk base.z. All right. Now what? I changed these, right? So remember earlier today, I changed all these to not use belt runs, but to use render belt runs. And they stored everything differently. And now that I'm cutting and pasting it back, I want the old names. So I'm changing all this stuff back from what it used to what it used to be once upon a time. Very sad. So that's one reason that they shouldn't have been different types potentially. It's Z off, not Z offset. E. What? Undeclared identifier. Okay. Yeah, that's easy to fix. Not equal. Yep, these are now types. This is a change again that I made when I converted for rendering on a thread. Or not rendering on a thread, ticking on a thread. Sorry, I said render and I meant, well, yeah. Player vacuum. Okay. So player vacuum, what did I call it? Player vacuum. What was the global? Do player vacuum. No, that's the local copy. Player vacuum. Okay, right. That needs to go into funcs. Still need to sort this someday. What else? Here is vacuuming. That's now do. Wait. That's the global. What's the global called? Did I not put that in? It's in UI. Player is vacuuming. Oh, look, I didn't put a type on it either. Okay, then we go back to this. Player is. There, it does not exist. We need to actually declare it. Starts false. Looks good. Client view physics. This doesn't have a semicolon. All right. I cannot imagine this will work, but then again, that whole threading thing worked the first try. So we run over stuff. Nothing should happen to it. Okay, now I'm going to hold down V. Okay, it's all disappearing. Is other stuff not disappearing? That's disappearing too, which might be because my bounding box is big, or might be because I have a bug. Now it's not disappearing. Now it's disappearing. How far this way can I go and it still disappears? That seems kind of big. That radius seems kind of big. Part of the problem is it's a square radius, so the diagonal is worse. So maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I want to make the distance actually compute the distance. Compute a radius, not do the axis overlap that I did here. Which is what? Logistics, axis overlap. So what's the right way to do this? So the right thing to do is distance. We're at 8:21. All right, so I'm definitely going to stop in half an hour, but hopefully we'll get it working by then. So this is, I want to know the distance on axis, and then I don't need a radius. I'm going to return effectively equivalent of the radius. So if B center is less than A min, then A min minus B center. Else, if B center greater than A max, return B center minus A min max. Else, it's inside on this axis. Return 0. Boom. Then we say, so here's where I would normally have just reused X, Y, and Z. But I'm going to do it properly. So dx is that. So this stands for distance, not delta. It's always positive, or non-negative, rather. And we don't need the radius anymore. Okay. So let's assert that they're all non-negative, just in case I have a bug in that other code. Okay. So now, what we're going to require is, I think we draw from the bottom. Is that the center point? Is the Z the center point or not? Let's check the render. Add sprite. So AZ P item. Okay, so then we need to look at add sprite, which is, did I move it in object render? I don't think I did. I think it's in main. Add sprite. We store the position, and then where do we draw it? Where do we render the sprites? Must be somewhere in here. No, let's draw stats. Render sprites. Okay. So we offset the corners based on S offset, based on S size. Offset all of them by S size. Or do we? Wait, S off and T off are the offsets. Yeah, we offset all of them by the size. So do we first move the center? Does not look like it. So it looks like that is the center point. The sprite thing is the center point. That's what it looks like. Now let's look at how we're computing the Z here. Yeah, we just add a little fudge factor to raise it off. Okay, so that all makes sense. Go back to logistics. We are at the center with the X, Y, and Z is the center. So, so it's already a little off the ground. Your feet are on the ground. So the Z, so we can require that the Z is 0. If it's away from the Z at all, we don't do it. There's no way to jump, so we won't really be able to test this very well, but whatever. Then we test if that is greater than the radius squared. And we return false. Otherwise, we return true. Now let's see if that gives it more of a circular arc. It won't, because the player, actually, thinking about that, this is pretty small. The problem is that the player's shape is not correct. So actually what we want to do is get rid of that entirely. We just want to subtract your distance from the center of the player, which we don't have, but we can compute. So we just want that absolute of x minus that. Oops. We don't need to assert because that's an absolute value, and this is f_abs. And then the radius is now, so this is item radius float player radius is p max y minus p min y 2.0. Your size on the y-axis. It should just be the same. We should always treat the player as a cylinder, so I shouldn't need to do this, but just gonna do it on the safe side. And then we'll say the player radius is the average of those two. Oops, average. And then, so what we want to check is whether the distance the sum of those, which we can do with this. Okay, maybe that'll work better. And we still have a float. Oh, no, that's because the f_abs. F_abs returns a float in VC6, and VC6 warns about it. I mean, f_abs returns a double, sorry. Okay, so now maybe it'll be more symmetric. It might still be too large. Because remember, we're just using this hacked thing that I made up at some point, which isn't necessarily the right thing. These seem to have turned yellow. I don't remember them. Weren't they gray before? Have I broken the renderer a little bit? Okay, now I turned on vacuuming and nothing is happening. All right, so let's... well, it's running this on every square, so I'm not really going to be able to tell. But I assume it's... Did I not turn on vacuuming? I guess I hadn't turned it on. It's not hitting now. That's really weird. Okay. D0 does not equal... Oh, because now we're measuring the distance from the center. I still want the axis overlap for this one. Axis overlap of p min z, p max z, z, and item radius. What's the error? Float to int. Int to float. Which one of these is int? None of these are int. What? P min z, p max z, z. Did I recompute z? No. Item radius. No, those are all floats. Oh, axis overlap. Yeah, yeah. If axis, see, that's why you want the conversion warning. If the axis doesn't overlap, then we're done. Okay. DZ unreferenced variable. Okay, let's try it. Okay. Get up here. Turn on the vacuum. Nothing happening. It's like the V key is being ignored some of the time. What? What just happened? Why did I fall through the ground a little bit? Why is it only firing when I... Oh, you have to hold down. I keep tapping it and thinking that works. No wonder this is all busted. Okay. So now the radius still looks a little big. But maybe it's more of a radius. If I back up a little bit, why can I not back up? If I hold down here, no, that doesn't really look more radiusy to me. Okay, yeah, so you can see that those have to get a little bit closer. Why does the... Oh, if I'm looking down too much, it doesn't move. That's interesting. I didn't notice that before. Okay, so there you go. I'm vacuuming them up. It's not actually getting in the inventory. That's the final step here. And I still need to optimize it and have it not check belts that don't overlap your area. Yeah, there's something like an FFF that's C99, and of course in C++ they use, I believe, use function name overloading and just have fapps work for both types directly, I think. And which is an example of a place where function name overloading is not a bad thing. You know, it just deals with the types correctly. Having a min and a max that work is totally a fine thing. Of course, you can do that with templates rather than whatever, and then you go down the template hole. But all right, so like I said, it's all gross code. I really don't want all this code in here, but we'll live with it for now. So now this just needs to do something a little smarter. So what does it need to do? It says, so first of all, should vacuum needs to even check whether the item is non-zero. And we do. Okay. We don't even go into this code unless the item is non-zero. And then we offset this, and we have AX, A1. Okay, good. Okay, so, and that is mobile stuff is fine. All right, so, so let's just check it just to make sure. Type does not equal 0, just so something doesn't go wrong. And then we're going to check if there's room to pick up. So find open inventory slot. Let's just have it run it twice. We don't care. If open inventory slot for this type of item, we're going to allow for stacking, even though we don't support it yet. So if there's an open inventory slot, then add to inventory. And both times it's going to have to research the inventory, and if they were inconsistent, it would be a bug. And if we did manage to move it to our inventory, then we take it off the belt. Okay. So what are the prototypes for these? Void open inventory slot. Let's not call it open. Find is, what's a good thing to call? I have to get really wordy if I try to make it proper. Is there an open inventory slot? What's a way to say that more concisely? Check doesn't really sound like it returns a boolean. Something that returns a boolean. So bool available inventory slot of its type. And we have to write it. And then void add to inventory int type. And that goes in the header file. And then it goes into UI, because that's who's responsible for managing the inventory system. And I don't know if inventory system should actually live in UI. That might be a little odd. But that's how it currently is, so we'll live with it. Your inventory item. So right here, this is where we mess with our inventory. We don't have stacking yet, so we can't do anything for stacking. So we're going to ignore the type in the available, but it's fine. Int j, I. Let's add from the bottom up. The reason we're adding from the bottom up is because that puts it onto your bar first. Really, I prefer to add it top down and do the bar first, but that's more code, so I'm not going to bother to do it at this point. Or I equals 0, I less than, so we need rr UI rect row. rr equals address of UI inventory of j. For I less than rr count if if inventory item of j of I equals empty, return true, return false. And then we repeat that here. And we say inventory item j of I equals type. And that's assuming that the type we're passing around is an inventory, is a item type, and it is. Okay, great. Return. And fill out the curly braces. And we don't return false. Okay, I think that works. We'll see. What is something what have I overlooked? I'm sure I've overlooked something. In fact, I thought of something that I overlooked and then I forgot it instantly. That's why I sidetracked to say that. What was it that I had thought of? There's some case I'm forgetting. Oh, so the problem with this is that I do not have placeholder sprites for many of these things. As I mentioned, I have the OR sprite. But I'm currently using icon art, not sprite art, and I don't know how to have icon art for those things. So what we're going to do is we're going to live without that for the moment. Didn't I put that in the header file? What's the error? Undefined. Available inventory slot. Available inventory. Available. Okay. And then in the header file, I also need to fix that. Available. Let's check chat, see if anybody mentioned it. People offered suggestions, but I ran on without it. Has open inventory slot. Have free inventory slot. Yeah, those are probably good. I might want to minus j there. That's a good point. You remember, this is my rant of why I like size t equivalents to be signed. Is because then you can initialize this with len -1, where len is the equivalent of size t. That's why instead of using size t, which is unsigned, which then causes an error for this, I always use int lens. Of course, this also doesn't work if the length is 0. Oh, it does because of this. Yeah. It doesn't work. It doesn't work if it underflows. Obviously, you're just screwed if it underflows. But anyway, so that's fine. -j, thank you very much for finding that. That's a good save. What would have happened without it? It would have crashed very fast. Or hung. I think it would have crashed. Well, no, I would have found the slot. I would have had to fill up a whole row before I would have hit the bug. So that's probably pretty good. Okay, so for now, I'm just not going to try to pick up that OR because that's just going to result in an unrenderable sprite that's going to just confuse things. So instead, I'm going to get this thing to make some conveyor belts. Thank God for the fast forward. The colors are wrong now. This is making... These are... So either the colors are wrong or the wrong objects are actually being generated now. Or the belt... Oh, I did mention that these were yellow now instead of gray. They're got a little yellowish cast. So maybe I broke something at some point and didn't notice. Like when I did the render refactor. The tick and render stuff. Or maybe when I did the sprite item types. No, because that's only in the interface. Let's break the rendering. Logistics, it's main. Let's look at add sprite in main. Let's see what colors are being added. Color. ID. It's not showing me ID. It's showing me IT color ID. That's annoying. Yeah. All right. ID. 11 for... 11, 13 for... Oh, this is a table indexed by IT, and I reorganized... No, I didn't reorganize IT. Did I reorganize IT? I might have reorganized IT and forgotten that I had this thing. So I need to keep IT in the old order. That's where the color bug came from. So that's OBBG data, IT underscore something. Okay. So yeah, that. All the ORs first. That's the only thing I currently support on the belts. Oh, and then I have the conveyor belt. Oh, I have all these on the belts. Yeah. Boom, right there. Okay. Everything after that, I believe. So hopefully this fixes the colors. Let's check that first. which we can do by fast forwarding and checking the colors here because I know what these colors are supposed to be. And good. Pink is there. Okay, now we walk on here. And nothing happens because I'm not vacuuming. Good, good, good. I walk on here and I vacuum. That wasn't close enough, maybe. Vacuum. Boom. It grabbed it. It put it in my first slot in my inventory. All right. Boom. Grabbed it. All right, let's try to vacuum all of this up. Now let's check my inventory. Yeah, and put a bunch of stuff in. Okay. Now let's set my inventory to default to empty instead of defaulting to the random objects that it has right now. Inventory item. Inventory item. Inventory items. I thought that was what it was called. What that was called? Inventory something. Am I in the wrong file? No? What did I call? Oh, it's in UI. Duh. Oh, it was right there. All right. If 0 and 0. Okay. So now my inventory starts all empty. And I've always told you these things were belts. You couldn't tell they were belts, but they were belts. I told you they were belts. All right, so let's go up here. Let's turn on my inventory, which I can still move currently. I just can't turn the cursor, and vacuum. And I picked up a bunch. Pick up these at the end. Hold down V. And every time one comes in, I'll pick it up. Looks like it's working. There you go. You're welcome, Bert. Rock on. Okay, so obviously I need to add the other icon art for the other things so I can pick them up, because if I do it right now, I'm pretty sure they'll just draw blanks. I'll try to pick some of these up. Let's see. Let's pick up the iron ore. So we just picked a bunch up, and you can't see it, but it's in here somewhere. Like I can drag it. Can I drag it empty? Yeah, see, I can't drag an empty thing. I'm trying to drag. But if I drag this, it picks it up, because that's the iron ore with no icon. All right, so it all looks like it's working. And we're going to stop now. So let's check that in. So when you vacuum, put object in inventory. Not but, put. And I fixed a bug. What was the bug I fixed? Fix colors of items on belts. And that took 8 hours and 40 minutes. I mean, I stopped for 10 minutes to go to the store. I ranted for 3 or 4 hours or 2 or however long it is. I'm sorry, Miblo. This went a one continuous thing. I never stopped for lunch or whatever. I mean, I ate lunch. I didn't stop the stream. So it's going to be a big, huge one. If you're watching on YouTube, that means the notes at the bottom, assuming they exist, which it's not to put any burden on Miblo to do them, but the index is not very complete because currently the YouTube comments are limited. The YouTube description is limited in length, so I can't fit the full index for long videos. So sorry about that. There's somewhere that's hopefully going to have the full index, and I don't know what the URL is, if it even exists currently. And of course, YouTube might someday change the maximum description length, and I will try to redo all the indices to the longer length if they ever do. But that's it. I'll answer some questions, as always, if people have questions they want to ask. I mean, I did already a whole bunch, but I don't mind doing a little more. Got to eat dinner, but I can do a little. And there may not be any questions at this point. And then if there are no questions, we'll end it for today. And I don't know, I may or may not do more this weekend. Probably not, but I might. And I think that's it. When is next stream? So yeah, I'm right now pretty regularly. It's only been 4 or 5 weeks, maybe. Every Friday during the day, do a 6 to 8 hours of streaming. So I'm out racing Handmade Hero, actually, I guess, since that's 5 days an hour a day for 5 days a week. And then sometimes I do it on the weekend. It's not predictable. They are all supposed to be archived on YouTube, so you can look at them all. However, the last few weeks are not archived because I had a bad networked with Twitch problem one Friday, and that got broken up into a whole bunch of separate things, and I need to merge them into one thing to upload to YouTube. And while I'm waiting to do that, I don't want to upload the others. I probably should. I should just upload all the ones after it. But it's easiest if I do them in order, because then I make sure I don't get the numbering wrong. And good idea also to do the picking things up from the belts, because it made me look at what that interaction is like. I've always said that it's kind of intentional that this logistics system runs independently of everything else, and that the interaction between the two was going to be a necessary thing to get right. Someday maybe there'll be trains, and the trains aren't in the logistics system. They'll need to be picking up and putting things, not in belts, but chests probably, or using pickers the way Factorio does. I don't know. I haven't thought about it at all. But it will be interesting to keep those separate so that it doesn't. One of the things you have to do, I assume they do this in the Factorio stuff, and it's an interesting thing. In the belts, the way the belts work is to keep things moving smoothly across the belts when I tick, because I'm doing the tick thing, and they maybe don't. I don't know how their stuff works. I have to tick all the belts in the right order so that when something goes off the end of a belt and onto the next belt, there's room for it. So I have to have ticked the one it's moving onto first. And so I have to build up this big table and know what order to do them in. And I know the Factorio has something like that for power, where they've grouped areas for power into little subchunks, so there's a little hierarchy, so they can propagate the power or something. I don't know the details. There was a blog post about it that I looked at. You have to keep track of that full system. You need to know where all the power is going, so that, whatever. But they can be disconnected systems. You might have multiple power things that aren't connected. So you have to build data structures that show the connectivity of that in some way. It's also like what STB connected components does, although it's designed for grids, which something like the power system in Factorio is not a grid. And so there are better ways to do it. But it uses that same scheme of that you make a hierarchy of exactly two layers. You have local clusters, and then everything in the local clusters, you compute the global thing by processing just clusters, and that brings the scale of the data that you're processing way down. And so we do kind of a similar thing with the logi chunks and the belt runs. The belt runs are sort of the hierarchical things, and then you process all the belt runs in a big thing. So the point is that the trains, if they're part of that system, you kind of have to figure out how it sequences relative to everything and how they're dependent and how you should do stuff. And if you just kind of make it an independent system where the trains just work on their own, then you maybe get a little bit of like a one-tick inaccuracy at the beginning and end. The train arrives or the train leaves, and it misses one tick where it's allowed to update things. And that's not a big deal. And it decouples that system, and that's going to be better. And so it's useful to run this thing and find out what it's like to have a decoupled system. In this case, it's the player, but it could be also how a train works. Like if a train were to be picking up from a belt, which it's not going to, but it gets us started on that space, which is an interesting part of the problem. Makes sure it's feasible and sane. And because it's directly player-oriented, there's also other interesting things. It's starting to get at the whole feeling of there being a physics interaction. It's part of the same world instead of them being two independent worlds. And they are two independent worlds. It's cheating. Like there's the block world, and there's the logistics sim world, and there's the player inventory. And they're all actually three totally independent systems, because this is how programming works. So it's not that surprising. It's the overlaying the logistics world and the block world. It's kind of the weird, surprising thing. But it's how also all object systems work in some sense. So the thing I was talking about earlier about you have objects and terrain that are separate. It's the same idea in some ways, although here the terrain is dynamic. That you build your level in your level editor, and that's your terrain. And then you place objects, and those are your objects, and the objects are movable and the other things aren't. And they're separate. And that's a kind of a common pattern. Another pattern that's like that, might as well mention it, is at a certain point you can go down this path, and we did this. We didn't do this at Looking Glass for many of the games. Many of the games started with small memory and these gridded worlds, and we stored one copy of the world, the terrain. It was the master copy that everything worked from. And then as you get more sophisticated, you start to say maybe that's not the best way to do things. One thing a lot of physics libraries do is you have two versions of your objects. You have your objects that your game sees, and you have your physics objects that the physics simulator works on. And they're actually separate. You have to copy the data back and forth between them potentially. And the one that for example, I started thinking about when we were doing Thief, is that you build this world of polygons that you're rendering. And so you actually just build a data structure that's, here's all the polygons to render. And then you have a separate data structure, which is like, here's how to run physics. Don't use the rendering representation. That's not a good representation. Build a separate representation for the physics for the terrain. And then you have another representation, which is for AI pathfinding. So in our old classic games that were in grids, you know, like the same way that Wolfenstein 3D is a grid, if that's not too old for you guys, you know, the System Shock 1 and Ultima Underworlds were on these grids, and we just would look at that grid to decide how to render. Oh, look at the grid. Okay, what's the physics for this? Well, let's look at the grid. How does the AI pathfind? Let's do that on the grid. And then we'd use the same data structure for all those things. So it's actually a useful thing to do, to say, for these different problems, I'm going to have different world representations of the same world. And so this is sort of related to that. It's like, those three world representations need to stay in sync. If they don't stay in sync, you have a problem. In that case I was describing, they're all really static. I'm talking about the terrain, the rendering terrain and the physics of the terrain and the AI on the terrain are all actually static, so it's trivial to keep them in sync. But it can be useful to do that. And so in some sense, the whole superposition of the logistics simulation and versus the quote-unquote physics simulation of the real game world, those being decoupled is not that weird. It's a kind of a common pattern. But as long as they were totally disconnected, it kind of felt like cheating. Okay, sorry, that was an incredibly long answer to a question nobody asked, but there we go. And likewise for hydraulics, propagating. Oh yeah, I guess you mean pipe flow in Factorio. Again, I don't really pay attention, so I don't even know if that's... I think of hydraulics as how you make machines using fluid flow to power the machines, whereas, so I don't think of anything in Factorio as being hydraulics. It just has fluid flow, but maybe that's what technically hydraulics means. And I just don't know what the word hydraulics means. I only ever encounter it in the context of machinery, and so maybe that's just my knowledge being wrong. Check my email. Did I Twitch announce? Yeah, I Twitter announced. I did Twitter this. Oh, right, because I didn't split the stream, so I never had to do the second announce. Okay, so I haven't gotten any more questions. I've got lots of people saying thanks for streaming, and I'm still talking really fast, and I don't know why I'm talking so fast anymore. So we will call it a day here. And just in case, as always, I will stick around in the stream, in the chat, to answer any final questions off stream. So thanks for watching, guys and gals, and anyone who does not identify as either a guy or a gal. I really need to come up with a better sign-off. And see you next time if you decide to show up next time. And I started talking fast again. Sorry. See ya.